Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of California versus Carlos Dominguez. We showed a few of the state's witnesses on Friday. We are going to continue showing state witnesses today while we wait for a new trial to start on Wednesday. So today we're going to be focused on more state's witnesses in the Carlos Dominguez trial. We have about over 7.5 hours that we curated and we picked. We're going to be looking at the girlfriend, Kaylee, and some friends. So it should be a good day. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's get started. All right, welcome in everybody. How's everybody doing today? Hope everybody had a great weekend. Let's see, who's with us? We have got Horse Welfare, Good Vibes Only, Christine, Dina, good to see you. Downey Lynn, William, welcome in. Aussie Gardner, hello, hello. Teresia was number 11. Kimbers, Crazy Mary Fitz, Linda, good morning to you. YT Hazel, happy Monday. I hope you had a lovely 4th as well. Shannon, good to see you. Congratulations for making 30,000. Yes, you know what? We're up to 30,384. So we gained 384 subs since Friday. Hey, Debbie. How are you? Great to see you. Iowa Backyard Cam, good morning to you. Camilla, good to see you. Fanny, somebody's at the door. Hopefully that went okay. Live, love, laugh. Good morning to you. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Snap, good to see you. Appreciate you joining us. Hey, Scent Bunny, everyone have a nice weekend. Hopefully you guys all had a nice, productive, relaxing weekend. Because that's what I had. I had a very productive, very... not so relaxing. Yeah, I guess it was relaxing. It was productive. I did some mowing. I did a lot of mowing. A lot of yard work. JMS, good to see you. Will Johnson, saying hello to everybody. Heidi, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Excuse me. Oh, I had some leftover pizza. Spent the weekend with his dad. Hopefully that was okay. That went all right. All right, let me see. I think I got everybody. Let me just... Katrina Bunny, good to see you. YT Hazel, welcome to Rabbit Ears. Awesome. Thank you for joining. Great Gams, good to see you. Welcome in. Cross Examnesia. Alex the Dane Mom, good morning. Good morning. Hey, Lori, Kaylee, good to see you. Deviant, how are you? Yes. Also, you were not here when Deviant got a membership. That was very exciting. Dr. Patrice Berry, good morning to you. Amber, Tammy, great to see you both. Cindy, hello. Abe, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. All right, I think I got everybody. All right, let's settle in and get comfortable. We have I'm going to start off today with Kaylee. So Kaylee is, or was, Carlos's girlfriend in college. So we're going to start off there. And she is on the stand for quite a while, as she is a very important witness. Now, she's the state's witness. Now, last time, she was the defense witness. Last time in trial 1, they called her for the defense. Now, this trial, they're calling her for the state. So, she testified on June 16th, and they started May 28th. So she was probably maybe day 10, 11, somewhere in there. So anyway, so let's get to her testimony again. She testified for the defense on the first trial. She's testifying for the state on the second trial. All right, so settle in and get comfortable. And here we go.
All right, good morning.
Morning.
Come on in to the podium there. Thank you for being here this morning. And I'm going to ask the clerk to administer the oath. And after the oath, then I want you to take the witness stand, 2 lawyers to ask questions. I will say we're just going to do about 12 minutes now or so. Then we're going to take a break and we're going to get back to it at 1:30. So this is just a short period of time now. Madam Clerk.
Did you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Please state your name and spell your last for the record.
Kimberlee Guillory, Gallardo.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Keon, direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
So, is it Kaylee Gallardo?
Correct.
Sorry, I've been pronouncing it right. Good morning. Thank you for being here. I know you were voluntold to be here, but I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and I know you're familiar with more or less what we're going to ask. Mostly about your familiarity, your relationship, and your understanding of Mr. Dominguez.
Yes.
To start off, Ms. Gallardo, how old are you?
23.
And did you go to school in this county?
Yes.
And where did you go?
UC Davis.
What years were you at UC Davis?
2020 to 2024.
And when we say 2020 to 2024, does the quarter start in August or September?
I believe September.
And when does the quarters usually end for the summer?
In June.
June. Okay. And I'm going to assume you graduated in 2024?
Yes.
Was that June of 2024?
Yes.
From start to finish, from September of 2020 through June of 2024, at any point did you take any summer classes?
Yes.
And how does that work? Are those also separated by quarters?
What do you mean by that?
So it's just one block of class over the summer, or are they separated by multiple, for example, winter quarter, spring quarter? Is it a single summer quarter?
I believe there's 2 summer sessions that you can take.
And would you, throughout the duration of your schoolwork, did you take both summer sessions regularly? Or was
Vegas which summer?
Sustained.
Hold on. How many summers did you take class?
I want to say about 2 to 3.
And do you recall which of the summers you took class?
I can't remember.
Was it during the earlier time of your school?
Yes.
All right. So going back to September of 2020, where are you originally from?
Orange County.
And when you came to UC Davis, did you reside on campus or off campus?
On campus.
And where was that?
At the dorms.
Did you know anybody when you came to UC Davis?
Going into it, I only vaguely knew like a few people.
And was that your circle of friends going into UC Davis?
No.
So how did you usually interact with people? How did you make friends during your first time at UC Davis?
Initially, when I had gotten my dorm assignment, they created kind of like an Instagram group chat with everyone who was going to be in the dorm. So that's initially kind of how I was able to talk to a lot of people. It was a bit difficult though because of COVID, so we weren't really able to have much in-person interactions.
That's right. So your freshman year was the beginning of COVID.
Yes.
Did that affect your ability to make friends?
Yes.
How so?
With the rules and things like that were going on with school because of COVID, again, we weren't really able to have much in-person interaction. We didn't have any sort of roommates or things like that. Everyone was in their room alone, and even in a lot of even just like the dining halls and things like that were closed down, so it was just, you didn't really see people honestly that often.
Going into UC Davis, were you in a relationship or were you single?
I was in a relationship.
Was that from someone from Orange County?
Yes.
When did that relationship end, if you recall?
Around the end of the year, I don't remember exactly when, so like end of 2020.
Was that somebody from your high school?
Yes.
Did that relationship end mutually?
For the most part.
So, leading into the first, the fall of 2020, did you start to make friends?
Yes.
Now, these friends you were starting to make, they were not friends for romantic interests yet. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And so, do you recall your earliest memory of, the initial group of friends you made?
Yes.
If you can, what are some of the names that you recall?
The very first group of friends that I had initially when I was going in for orientation, that was more just a few people from my dorm.
Now, outside of your dorm, did you begin to make friends with people of the opposite sex?
Yes.
And who were the earliest members of those people?
So it was mainly a friend group, so that mainly contained Miranda, Nathan, Calvin, Cynthia, and then Carlos.
Okay, so you mentioned a number of names. Mm-hmm. You said Nathan, is that Nathan Arriego de Dios?
Yes.
Okay, and then I know you mentioned Carlos. Calvin, is that Calvin Din?
Yes.
Then Miranda. Mm-hmm. What's the relationship between Miranda and Nathan?
We were all in the same dorm hall, so they were pretty close and were kind of starting like a romantic relationship initially at the beginning of the year.
So and then I know you said Carlos, did you miss anybody or did I miss anybody? Is that essentially 4 people?
Mainly that. There was another girl that we'd hang out with, Angel, as well, but she ended up leaving at some point, I believe, during the freshman year.
Okay. Now, out of the 4, who do you recall meeting first? Miranda, Nathan, Calvin, Carlos?
I believe it was either Miranda or Nathan.
And was it through Nathan or through Miranda that you met, their partner? So if you met Miranda first, did you meet Nathan? Or if you met Nathan first, did you meet Miranda?
They were initially started as friends, so it was more of kind of like a whole friend group thing rather than they were initially started out as like romantic interest or anything like that.
Did you meet them all about the same time, or did you meet, for example, Calvin and Carlos through Miranda and Nathan?
It's the same.
So can you walk us through your best recollection of the order of who you became friends with first?
Most likely it started out with Miranda and Nathan because we were all in the same dorm. So again, most likely it was kind of mainly through that group chat. And then from there, Nathan had known both Calvin and Carlos, and then that's how they kind of became a part of the group.
When do you recall your earliest memory of first meeting Carlos?
I can't remember what month it was in, but it was definitely the very beginning of the freshman year. So maybe around September, November, or September, October.
October. Do you recall what your earliest memory of as far as an event or an outing or some kind of social gathering was with Carlos?
Kind of. I'm not sure if it was the very first, but it's the first thing that I can recollect about it.
And what was that?
We were all studying outside of it was called the MU at school, so we had kind of all met up out there outside.
So we what?
It's called the MU. And what was the other part?
What was the rest of what you said?
Oh, we had met at the MU, which was a place at UC Davis, and we were mainly there studying together.
The MU, is that the Memorial Union?
Yes.
So when you said you were all studying outside, were any of those four in your classes in the fall?
I don't think so.
Can you walk us through, did you form a study group with these four, or were they just social gathering first and then conveniently studying second?
Social gathering first.
And then you said your earliest memory with Carlos is September, October. Do you recall, did you begin romantic relations, thoughts with him in the beginning, or what was that? How did that unfold?
Not in the beginning, no. That wasn't really what I was going into it thinking.
When you first met Carlos, were you still in your previous relationship?
Yes.
Do you recall at what point did your previous relationship end and your interest in Carlos begin?
I can't remember.
Was there a break in time, or was it fairly consecutive?
There was a break in time, maybe if I want to say about like a month or so around there.
Okay. And so when you were interacting with these four, particularly Carlos, do you recall exchanging phone numbers with him?
I assume at some point yes, but I can't remember a specific memory.
Did it happen at some point later, or was it fairly early in your friendship?
I would assume it was early on.
Do you recall, well, first of all, do you see Carlos in court today?
Yes.
Can you please identify where he's seated? Describe an article closely, please.
He's seated in front of me to the right in a navy blue suit.
What color shirt?
Blue.
Thank you. So, is it fair to say that your relationship with Carlos started out as friends?
Yes.
Do you recall how long you were friends with him before you actually started to actively date?
No.
Do you recall, was your memory of starting to date Carlos, and when I say Carl, I'm going to refer to him as Mr. Dominguez. Do you know him by the same name?
What do you mean, sorry?
Do you know Carlos's last name?
Yes.
And what is it?
Dominguez?
Okay. So if I say Mr. Dominguez, is that...
Oh, yes.
Okay. So with respect to Mr. Dominguez, do you recall, did your active back and forth for courtship,
Objection to leaving.
did you start dating in the fall of 2020 or later?
I can't remember when fall 2020 would end. I believe it was around maybe end of January of 2021. I don't know if that was still considered fall quarter or not.
When you say January of 2021, can you walk us through what is your understanding of dating? Is that a formal relationship? Is that just talking as an interest?
More talking as an interest initially.
At some point, do you formally become a couple?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
No.
Would that be in January of 2021, earlier, meaning fall of 2020, or later, more so into the spring?
I think it was around the January later on time. I don't believe it was before that, but I can't remember specifically.
Okay, let's stop there. Okay, Kaylee, thank you. We're going to start back at 1:30, so if you could get here a minute or two before that, be ready to go.
Sounds good.
Yeah, enjoy your break.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I need to work with the attorneys for 15 minutes, so I'm sorry I didn't give you a chance.
All right, so we're going to, they're taking their break. Now we're going to jump into Kaylee, who is the girlfriend. And for those that are just joining us, so this trial is ongoing. It started May 28th, I believe. And because the streaming coverage was so spotty, and we covered the first trial. In the first trial, we were able to watch every single testimony, and we were able to cover it. The second trial started a lot more. We didn't see full testimony. Witnesses weren't being shown. They were cut off right in the middle of testimony. So we got very frustrated, and we're just like, look, this is not going to be worth it. So we just stopped streaming it. So now enough testimony has transpired. It's been over a month now. So right now we're just going back while we have we're in between a live trial. There's a live trial starting on Wednesday, which we're going to pick up. So today, Friday, and today we're just going back and we're looking at the state's key witnesses. And the next time we have a break-in trial, we'll look at the defense. And I know his dad has taken the stand because the state has rested. So I know his dad has taken the stand. I'm not sure if his sister has. I know a couple of social workers, or at least one social worker has. So I want to look back. And definitely Carlos, if he takes the stand, I want to look back on him taking the stand too. So that's kind of where we stand. This is not a live trial. It is going on live, but what we're showing today is not live. We're just looking back at some key moments in the state's presentation. And like I said, we watched on Friday, and today we're watching
temporal proximity.
Specifically, it's going to be Kaylee, and I've got a couple of his friends on the stand as well. So let me just pick up where Miss Kaylee starts. Here we are. Okay.
On the witness stand, she's subject to direct examination by Mr. Keon. And let's go ahead. Thanks.
I believe where we last left off before the lunch hour was your earliest memory of your romantic relationship with Mr. Dominguez, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Okay, so to be as general as I can to start off, but to your memory, can you talk about when is the earliest memory of romantic exchange between the Dominguez?
Do you mean timeline-wise, or what specifically?
More so timeline-wise. Generally, whether it's in the latter part of 2020, the beginning part of 2021.
More the beginning part of 2021, I would say.
Do you recall any romantic inclinations in the fall of 2020?
It depends on when fall of 2020 ends. I can't remember the exact timeline of everything with that.
Seasonally wise, not academically, but fall and winter of 2020, meaning from September through December, was there any part of that time frame where there was any romantic exchange?
Section Vegas to romantic exchange.
Sustained.
Any romantic interest?
I can't remember.
Do you recall, and just to be clear, what is the last four digits of your phone number at between 2020 and 2023?
Is that something I have to give out specifically for that?
Well, okay, that's a fair point.
Yeah, sorry.
But would you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the month you started texting Mr. Dominguez?
No.
Would looking at some texts help refresh your recollection?
Jack, can you approach?
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, folks. Feel free to stand up and stretch. Yep. Off the right hand.
Anniversary date. You and Mr. Dominguez formally started dating.
I can't remember.
Would looking at text help refresh your recollection?
Possibly, yes.
Show.
This is the bowl of spaghetti we talked about earlier.
May I approach? Just please read the conversation we talked about, please.
To yourself.
Yeah, to yourself. Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. When do you recall your formal date?
It seems like in that case it'd be around like April of 2021, seems around there, if I did my math correctly.
And when you and Mr. Dominguez would text each other, how would you recognize certain key events with each other?
What do you mean by that specifically?
Birthdays, Christmas, and anniversaries, would they take place on those days?
Sorry, I'm not fully understanding.
So just to be to it, if you said happy birthday or happy anniversary, would that fall on the actual day?
Yes, typically.
Okay. You said April of 2021. Do you remember the specific day?
No, I think it said on there though. Let's just give us.
Okay. Would looking at it help refresh your recollection?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't I memorize all that. Mm-hmm. So it seems like April 29th around there?
I'm going to check to hearsay.
Listen, sustained,
That's right.
stricken. You can ask her based on refresh memory.
Okay. Did that refresh your recollection?
Kind of hard to answer because I still don't remember specifically, like even just hearing that date, it doesn't necessarily pop up anything large in my memory, but based off of the text message, I can only assume that that is true.
Okay. Who are you texting?
Carlos.
Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
Okay. And so is what you just read to attempt to refresh your recollection, who is the exchange between?
It's between him and I.
The messages that you are reading regarding the anniversary, are there any messages from Mr. Dominguez about that?
Yes.
Okay. Were those messages part of what you were reading?
Yes.
Okay. And based on the messages that Mr. Dominguez sent you, what date would that be?
I'm going to object to hearsay. The foundation.
It's hearsay.
It's Mr. Dominguez's party
I
buddy.
see that.
I don't know the statements against interest. I don't know that the exact date is central to the case. So she said she remembered April of 2021.
Your Honor,
The
what you
objection is
said
sustained.
as an exhibit, I have no objection. It's fine.
Okay.
Okay, it's withdrawn.
I'll mark it as next in order, Your Honor.
Okay, that's fine.
Thank you. All right, so moving forward, so from April 2021 carrying forward, how was your relationship with Mr. Dominguez?
Objection vague.
Sustained.
How was your relationship starting out? When you first got together romantically with Mr. Dominguez, when you started dating formally, how was it?
It was good.
Were you both living together or separate?
Separate.
Do you know at that time where was Mr. Dominguez living back in April of 2021?
He would have still been in the dorms
And where are those?
on the UC Davis campus.
Do you recall whether he was living by himself or with others?
By himself.
When you started dating, was that where Mr. Dominguez lived?
Yes.
As the relationship progressed, did Mr. Dominguez move
Yes.
to where?
Another apartment complex
Do you recall where that is?
in Davis.
Do you recall, you're familiar with a place called Hawthorne Lane, right?
Correct.
Was it Hawthorne Lane?
No.
Was it somewhere else?
Yes.
Do you recall presently where that would be?
I believe it was called Parkside Apartments.
It was off H Street, sound familiar?
Objection legal. Overruled. It's fine.
Unfortunately, I'm not great with street names, but I believe that was the name of it.
Did you visit him at this next residence?
Yes.
And at this next residence, did he have roommates?
Yes.
Do you recall who they were?
It was Nathan, Calvin, and Jared.
We talked about Nathan and Calvin. Who's Jared?
Another one of their friends.
Do you remember Jared's last name?
No.
And Mr. Dominguez, Nathan, Calvin, Jared, they all stayed in one apartment?
Yes.
Do you recall how long Mr. Dominguez stayed at that apartment?
It was for one full lease, so a year.
When did that start? Do you recall?
I can't remember when.
Do you recall, did Mr. Dominguez's residence coincide with the academic year for UCD?
Yeah, I would say it's around that same time.
So would September to June approximately, more or less?
Yeah, around there.
So this apartment, you said the Parkside, was that the first residence after the dorms?
Yes.
Do you know how long he stayed there?
At Parkside?
Yes.
1 year.
1 year. And then you know where Mr. Dominguez went to after that?
Yes.
Where is that?
That was the Hawthorne house.
Hawthorne Lane?
Yes.
When Mr. Dominguez moved to Hawthorne Lane, were you and Mr. Dominguez still in a romantic relationship?
I can't remember.
Do you remember when the two of you separated?
No, I can't remember the specific date.
Do you remember what year?
It would have been my sophomore year, so sometime in 2022.
Does April, May 2022 sound familiar?
A bit.
When you are with Mr. Dominguez, do you recall what type of activities you would do together?
Objection vague as the time.
Sustained.
How long were you in a relationship with Mr. Dominguez? Comprehensively.
Best guess about like a year and a half around there.
So, in the time you were officially a couple, what are some of the things you would do together for fun?
When we had initially started dating, or at what point?
We can start with that. Let's start with when you initially started dating. What were some of the fun activities you would do together as a couple?
Initially, when we started dating, it was a little bit more difficult, again, because of the whole COVID situation of it all. But sometimes we would go to the gym on campus. Other times we just kind of spend time like in the dorms, like watching movies or TV shows, things like that.
Were there any other activities that you and Mr. Dominguez did with your friends?
Yes.
Did you specifically, and only specifically dealing with cannabis? Are you familiar? Cannabis is another name for marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, Mr. Dominguez, take part in marijuana?
Yes.
And how early into the relationship did you and Mr. Dominguez smoke, consume marijuana?
Within the first few months of dating, I would say.
Do you recall how often the two of you would smoke? Well, let me take a step back. What was the primary way you would consume marijuana?
Now I'm just going to jump in here because the state's going to go hard this time on Carlos's marijuana use. The first time, trial one, we didn't hear anything about it. Or if we did, no, it was okay. It was on cross of the experts. The state would say, I forget what the exact wording was, but they kept asking. It was Mr. DeMora would keep asking, what's the effects of somebody smoking, and that would always get objected to and thrown out. So this time, trial two, they're going hard on Carlos's use of marijuana, trying to make it that brought about this break in his reality.
Typically through smoking?
So typically through smoking, were there other forms or other ways you consume marijuana?
Not often, no.
The times that were not often, what were they?
Edibles very occasionally.
And with marijuana, do you recall, was that just between the two of you or with a bigger group of friends?
With a bigger group of friends.
Would the two of you smoke marijuana together? Just two of you?
Yes.
And would that be at your place, his place, somewhere else?
At what point in time?
In the beginning of your relationship?
It kind of depends. Sometimes it would be in one of our friends' dorm.
Now, with your personal knowledge or your recollection, did you personally smoke marijuana with the other individuals you identified?
What other individuals?
Nathan, Calvin, Miranda,
Yes.
and then Mr. Dominguez, would you all go smoke together?
Yes.
How about Jared?
Yes.
Do you recall what type of marijuana you would smoke?
What do you mean by type?
So, are there different types of marijuana? Meaning, are there different strands, different flavors, different...
Yes.
Okay. Was there a preference that you, Mr. Dominguez, would prefer?
I can't remember.
Do you recall what type of, was it a bong, a pipe, a joint? How would you and Mr. Dominguez smoke?
Is this at the beginning of our relationship still?
We're still at the beginning.
Okay. Typically, it would be through a like a pen.
Pen, what is a pen?
I don't really know how to describe it necessarily. It's just it's like a very small, like handheld device that you can use to smoke.
Are you referring to like a vape pen?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, starting out, were you and Mr. Dominguez primarily using what you refer to as a pen?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall how much marijuana generally was being consumed when you were with him?
How much in the sense of how often, or?
Meaning quantity, grams.
I don't know.
Who would primarily get the marijuana?
Objection based the time. Over. We're talking about the beginning of your relationship.
Carlos.
And Mr. Dominguez, would he tell you what he's getting, or would you both just consume what you got?
I can't remember.
Do you recall whether the pen was what Mr. Dominguez preferred, or just something that just kind of happened at the start of your relationship?
I can't remember.
Are there other forms of marijuana, do you recall, that you and Mr. Dominguez consumed?
It depends on where the beginning of our relationship ends timeline-wise.
we can progress further. What's the beginning of your recollection of a variation of marijuana?
Once he moved into the Parkside Apartments.
And when would that be in your memory?
That would have been maybe around August of 2021.
And what do you recall about when he moved into the Parkside that you're starting to recall about variations or forms?
Since he had his own place rather than it being in other random locations.
Do you recall whether Mr. Dominguez ever smoked with Nathan?
Yes,
Would that be at your place or somewhere else?
it would be somewhere else.
Are you familiar with Mr. Dominguez smoking something called keef?
Yes.
What is keef?
It's a very, I think it's like the strongest point of like the marijuana, if that makes sense. I know it's just typically stronger than a lot of other things.
And did you smoke keef with Mr. Dominguez?
Yes,
How often?
I can't remember.
When is your earliest memory of smoking keef with Mr. Dominguez?
Maybe into the middle of when he was at the Parkside Apartments, so possibly around 2022 early-ish time. I'm not 100% sure.
And so, was there a point in your relationship with Mr. Dominguez that there was some concern
About what?
for Mr. Dominguez's well-being
Yes.
with respect to marijuana?
Objection, the overrule.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
And what is that?
What my concern was?
What was your concern?
My concern was it seemed like he was smoking more than doing like schoolwork and things like that.
When did you start to notice that?
Probably middle of sophomore year, around that time.
And when you say sophomore year, just for the record, can you identify the academic start and end of sophomore year for you?
So sophomore year would have started around either September or October of 2021, and it would have ended in June of 2022.
So with respect to your concern, it was in that period of time?
Correct, in the middle of it.
So you talked about concerns regarding more consumption of schoolwork. Can you elaborate further? What were you beginning to notice?
It seemed like he was not prioritizing his school as much as he was in the past.
Okay. And with relation to marijuana, where did that concern take shape?
Mainly the fact that it's obviously it wouldn't be very easy or manageable to be doing schoolwork and things like that when you are under the influence. So I feel like that kind of correlated with the fact that not getting as much schoolwork and things like that done if you're under the influence more often.
And can you, we'll try and break up, because just for context, you said beginning within the first few months of your relationship and onward. We'll start off with your freshman year, finishing to your freshman year, the marijuana consumption. What was Mr. Dominguez's demeanor starting off in the relationship during your freshman year?
During my freshman year, He was definitely always more on the quiet side, but still wanting to like joke around and laugh and things like that.
Is this when he's under the influence of marijuana?
Objection B. Overruled.
I can't remember specifically if he was under the influence or not.
Did you notice a behavioral difference when Mr. Dominguez was under the influence of marijuana during freshman year?
Like a change in his behavior?
Yes.
I feel like he didn't really act that much different. It was more just kind of a lot more on the chill side, not as productive, things like that.
Okay. When you say chill side, you mean more laid back, relaxed?
Yes.
Okay. That was freshman year. You already talked about going into the Parkside apartments. When he was at the Parkside apartments, that was your sophomore year?
Yes.
So during the sophomore year now, just to going back into it, that's when you started to notice concern?
Did you say the beginning of sophomore year?
Going into the sophomore year in its entirety, that was the period of time you started to notice concern?
Objection B states testimony.
Sustained.
The middle of sophomore year, yes.
And was that, did you speak to Mr. Dominguez about your concern?
About my concern about his well-being?
His well-being with marijuana and productivity?
Not with marijuana and productivity combined, no.
Any other aspects of marijuana did you speak to Mr. Dominguez about?
Not that I can remember.
At this point with Mr. Dominguez, when he was at the Parkside Apartments, were you still smoking marijuana with him?
Yes.
Were you still in a formal relationship with him while he was at the Parkside?
Yes.
Do you recall the Parkside Apartments? Can you describe for us the general layout of the Parkside Apartments? Was it just bedrooms? Was it a big common area? How can you describe for us?
The inside of the apartment?
Correct.
It was a little bit more on the smaller side. You would initially walk in, there would be a living room common area. It wasn't that large, and then it would open up straight into the kitchen, and then you'd pretty much go straight back into the left, and then that would be the bedrooms.
Did Mr. Dominguez have his own bed?
No.
Did Mr. Dominguez share a room with somebody?
Yes.
Who did he share with?
Calvin.
In the Parkside Apartments, do you recall how many bedrooms there were?
3.
Out of the 4, you said Jared, Nathan, Calvin, and Mr. Dominguez were the 4 that resided at that apartment?
Yes.
Do you know why Mr. Dominguez shared with Calvin?
For financial concerns.
Do you recall during that time how often Mr. Dominguez would smoke keef?
No.
When you smoked keef, was it the same keef that Mr. Dominguez smoked?
Yes.
How did the keef make you feel?
You just feel stronger under the influence. I feel like it gives you the effect a lot faster.
Do you recall how long it took for the effects to wear off?
No.
Do you recall whether would you regularly text Mr. Dominguez morning to night, good morning, good night, and so forth?
Yes.
Were there any concerns at any point in your relationship where Mr. Dominguez would not respond back to you?
Yes.
And can you elaborate on that, please?
If there was ever a point where I either didn't hear from him good morning, good night, or whatnot, I would be concerned because it was something that was in our usual routine, and typically either way we were always together, so.
Would you bring up that concern to Mr. Dominguez?
I believe so.
Did Mr. Dominguez's smoking habits interfere with your relationship, in your opinion?
I don't know.
Did it affect the relationship in a positive or negative way?
More negative than positive?
Can you elaborate on that, please?
I feel like it affected the quality time a lot more if we were under the influence versus not.
When you say it would affect the quality of time more, can you elaborate on that? Was it positive or negative effect?
A negative effect.
In what way?
I feel like when under the influence, there are sometimes things that you forget. So even if we had caught a conversation or whatnot and connected the night before, by the time we woke up, most likely I feel like we wouldn't even really remember what was talked about or anything like that.
Was there a point prior to Mr. Dominguez moving into the Parkside Apartments where you specifically expressed concern of being scared of the weed? What is that?
Being concerned of the...
Of the weed.
Before we moved to the Parkside Apartments? Okay, and you're asking if I had ever expressed any concern?
Yes.
I can't remember.
When looking at the text messages, I'll refresh your recollection.
Yes.
May I approach? Okay. Start reading here and then all the pages.
Did you say I'm reading just this page or?
Please continue.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Restate the question. Did you express concern to Mr. Dominguez prior to him moving into the apartment, either more so you being scared of the weed?
Yes.
And can you elaborate why that was?
I think part of it was me being a bit more concerned for myself in the way that it was affecting me, and I knew it was something that we were doing together, so it's also something that I wanted him to improve on as well.
Did Mr. Dominguez exhibit any unusual behavior when he would smoke marijuana or consume marijuana in the various forms when he was with you? Let's start off with the sophomore year, the month leading to the sophomore year.
Actually, quick question, Judge. Is there any way I could take like a quick 5-minute break?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, let's do this. I'm going to make it 10 minutes and excuse everybody.
Okay.
So let's take a mini break for the witness and for everyone. Thank you.
Interesting. She's asking for a quick little break there. All right. Nosy Rosie, I'm not seeing... Okay, they end it there. I'm not seeing her demeanor that much different. Like she was kind of indifferent. I don't know if indifferent's the right word. I'm not seeing her demeanor any much different than the first go around. I think she was kind of quote unquote over Carlos, back then, and now she's just kind of testifying. I'm not seeing any difference as far as that's concerned. But absolutely, they're bringing in the marijuana, the keef, it's stronger. Now, I know Cross is probably going to ask, are you a botanist? How do you know? How do you know the effects? All this stuff. And as right, and they should. I mean, she's saying she's testifying as to what she saw, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. But I hope that the state brings in somebody that makes that connection between marijuana use and schizophrenia. Because I was on this is Harvard's School of Medicine. They're talking about the trigger versus the cause. While cannabis doesn't directly cause schizophrenia in everyone, it is a significant risk factor. Research shows that frequently use of high potency weed, especially starting in adolescence, can trigger the onset of schizophrenia, and genetically vulnerable individuals bring symptoms on earlier or worsen the disorder. So again, I don't think anybody's refuting or questioning whether or not, well, actually the state was questioning whether he had schizophrenia. This actually, his use supports the defense, is that yes, he did have schizophrenia. He was, it caused him to have a break. So I'm not sure why the state is bringing that in, only to the point of it actually goes against their theory of that it does bring in, or it could potentially cause the onset of schizophrenia if you are genetically vulnerable to it. So trigger versus cause. Cannabis use is not considered the sole cause of schizophrenia. Rather, it acts as a trigger in people who already have an underlying genetic vulnerability or family history of mental illness. The adolescent brain, because the human brain continues to develop until around age 25, which we know Carlos was around 20 when this happened. But he was a freshman to sophomore, so he was like 19, 20, 21, somewhere in there. Let's see. Because the human brain continues to develop until around age 25, teens and young adults are particularly vulnerable. Regular marijuana use during these formative years disrupts brain development and is heavily linked to the development of psychotic disorders. Again, this is coming from the Yale School of Medicine. Potency matters. The risk increases significantly with high THC products, the psychoactive component of cannabis, compared to products containing higher levels of CBD, which is being researched for potential antipsychotic properties. So the CBD is being researched for antipsychotic properties. So the state is definitely, hey CJ, how are you? Thank you for joining us. The state is going much more hard. This is like their main theory, is that he was smoking and it's like drinking. You can't blame a crime if you were drinking or doing meth or doing any kind of other drug or whatever. CJ says, thank you for the One Trial TV Live gifted membership. Thank you for that. And Salty Girl for Justice, or Salty Girl Justice for All, got one. So the state tried to get that in trial number one, and it kept getting objected to, and we didn't really hear much about it. We kind of heard a little bit about it. We're like, but now for sure they're going to bring it in, because I think after Kaylee's done, it looks like there's a couple friends, and then it might even be his dealer. I'm not quite sure, because I don't recognize any of these people, so it may have been somebody who sold to him. So anyway, Kaylee is back up on the stand.
With respect to your concern with Mr. Dominguez about his marijuana use, do you recall having a concern about cravings for marijuana for him?
Yes, in the sense that he had partook in it quite a lot, so I assume that would be a craving if it seemed like he wasn't also seeming that willing to stop.
When you say he was partaking in a lot, can you elaborate further? How often was he consuming marijuana?
Objection made at the time.
Sustained.
When you say a lot, what time frame are you talking about? The entire duration that you knew him in your relationship, or a specific time frame?
I would say around middle of sophomore year, so in that late 2021, early 2022 time frame, I would say that's when it started to increase, and in that sense it would be about, on average, about once a day.
So you said on average about once a day. What was it prior to that?
Prior as in like freshman year?
Prior to the time frame you just specified. So you said about middle of sophomore year, 2022, about once a day. Prior to him consuming it once a day, what was his pattern?
About like half of the week, I would say.
So every other day?
Yeah, around there.
So when you started to notice Mr. Dominguez consuming marijuana on average every day, do you recall any behavioral change in him when that started to happen?
Behavioral change in the sense when he was under the influence, a lot of the times he would spend writing music, drawing, so in that way he kind of secluded himself a bit more.
And were you with him when he would be creating music and making drawings?
Yes.
Do you recall, would he use, how he created music? Was it through an actual instrument? Was it through computer? Was it through his phone?
Through a computer.
Okay, and did you get to see that creative process?
Yes.
Can you describe it for us?
I'm not too sure what the app on his laptop was, but typically it was either you would start out with some sort of sound or anything like that that was pre-made, and then you kind of add your own spin to it. You can add your own instruments online and things like that to it, as well as your own lyrics.
Okay. And do you recall on average how often he would be making music?
On average, about once a day. Again, during middle sophomore year time, I feel like it was a lot more often. So at that point, I would say almost 100% once a day.
Do you recall would you help Mr. Dominguez make the music, or were you just a passive observer?
Mainly just observing.
Did you like the music?
At the time, yes.
Okay. Now, do you recall on average how long would it take him to make music?
Like to finish a full song type of thing?
Yeah, a typical song.
I can't remember specifically how long it took, because I feel like sometimes he was working on multiple things at once.
Would he show you his works in progress?
Before they were finished?
Yes.
Typically, yes.
Would he depend on your input to modify or fine-tune or polish his music?
Partly, but I don't think it was ever I had the final say as to what the final part would be, but usually he would ask for my opinion and things like that.
Now, do you recall, did Mr. Dominguez express what was the relationship between his marijuana consumption and music specifically?
Objection, speculation, foundation.
Do you know, would he make music solely when he was under the influence of marijuana?
No, he would make it when he wasn't as well.
Primarily when he was under the influence of marijuana, you talked about making music and paintings. Were there any other activities he would do while being under the influence of marijuana?
Not really. That was mainly it. Or we would talk, or we would end up watching movies, things like that.
Do you recall, with respect to the conversation you were reading earlier, did Mr. Dominguez express any focus on why he would smoke? What was his purpose for smoking?
I can't remember specifically what the text messages said about that.
Okay. I'm going to show you just one text message.
Yes.
So this is the problem we ran into before we showed the. I'm not asserting any sort of bad faith or blame, so don't take it that way. But I did want to explain that the witness was shown more than she needed to see, and it was unnecessary. And so what we just want to do is give her something isolated and see if it refreshes her memory or not. If it does, then that's fine. But nothing more than what is necessary for that. And I just wanted to remind the witness that that's all we're doing, just to read the isolated portion. If it refreshes your memory, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Don't read more than what you've been pointed to.
I'm going to show you just the last text. The last text.
And your question was specifically regarding what again? Because this was my opinion, correct?
So, well, I guess the first question.
Yeah.
Does reading that single text message refresh your recollection with respect to his purpose for smoking?
Oh, I keep forgetting it's the other way around. Okay, hold on. Okay, yes.
So having refreshed your recollection, did Mr. Dominguez express a message to you or some kind of focus on his purpose for smoking?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
To make music.
Do you recall when Mr. Dominguez started to consume marijuana on average daily? Was there any personal observations of him talking to himself?
Sometimes.
And when would you, what's your earliest memory of him starting to do that?
I would say the middle of sophomore year, because recollection I do have is mainly when he was making music. That's kind of when he would be like talking to himself or whatnot through the creative process and whatnot.
Do you recall did Mr. Dominguez ever express to you that when he talked to himself was usually his ego talking?
Objection, beginning.
Sustained.
Did Mr. Dominguez ever express to you some of the reason he would be talking to himself?
No.
Do you recall when you would observe Mr. Dominguez start to talk to himself, was that only when he was making music, or was that when he wasn't making music as well?
From what I can remember, it was typically when he was making music.
Do you recall when Mr. Dominguez was under the influence of marijuana, was he engaged with doing activities, or he was more...
Objection, beginning.
Yeah, it would just be what did you observe, but sustained.
What do you remember of Mr. Dominguez general activities as you started to notice his average daily use?
What he was doing when he was under the influence?
Yeah.
The majority of the time, again, it was either he was making music, he was doing his drawings, we were just talking, sometimes cooking dinner.
What type of drawings would you see him make?
Some of the drawings would be, I feel like the best way I can kind of describe is a little bit more like abstract. There were some times when he would draw figures that had horns on it, or other times, again, I wasn't even 100% sure what it was.
Would you be present when he would draw some of those things?
Yes, but I didn't always see them.
What type of, was it on a canvas, was it on a paper, was it on a computer? You know, the various means in which you would draw these things?
Typically on paper.
Was it a pen, was it a marker, paint?
I can't remember. Not paint, but I can't remember specifically what.
Do you recall your earliest memory when you would start to draw these things?
Most likely same thing, middle of sophomore year when the music started. I feel like all of that was in the same time range.
When Mr. Dominguez was living at the dorms, do you recall the same type of behavior, or was it different?
He would sometimes draw and make music, but it wasn't as frequent.
Now, carrying forward on A Street, do you recall when Mr. Dominguez would smoke? Do you recall, I know you said the average daily, but did the quantity per day increase as well?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that, please?
There was a point when it became multiple times a day rather than just at night.
You said just at night. Would his general pattern mostly smoke at night?
Yes.
When you saw him smoke multiple times a day, how early would you see Mr. Dominguez smoke?
And you mean within the time frame of what it increased initially? Okay.
Yeah.
It would start out more late afternoon, and then sometimes it would become maybe around like noon, that type of thing.
You mentioned earlier about concerns with priority with schoolwork. Using the sophomore year, I guess, center point as a guide, how close in time to that starting point was your concern with Mr. Dominguez's schoolwork?
I would say it would be similar in the sense that it was the middle of sophomore year is when my concern came up about it.
What were you starting to notice with his schoolwork?
It seemed like I didn't see him doing schoolwork as often. It was something that I was doing, and I kind of started to realize, like, oh, we used to kind of do schoolwork together and whatnot, but it seems like either you don't have many assignments right now, or you're not doing it. I wasn't 100% sure, but it seems like during the latter end of our relationship, it seemed more that he was just not going to class.
He was not going to class?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sorry.
And did you ever have any classes with Mr. Dominguez?
I think so. I can't remember.
The class or classes you believe you were with Mr. Dominguez, was that during your relationship, prior to, or after?
During.
Do you recall, was your memory as being one class or multiple classes?
I can't remember.
Do you personally know whether Mr. Dominguez had classes with his other roommates?
I can't remember.
Did you bring up the schoolwork concern with Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
How did he react to that?
He told me he was fine. He was getting the things done that he wanted to. He didn't really like when I was kind of, I guess, butting into his business about things like that.
Did the focus on music, the drawings, or its frequency, was that brought up with Mr. Dominguez?
About how often he was partaking in those activities?
Yes.
No.
Was that a concern for you?
Not for me, because it was a creative outlet, so I didn't necessarily see it as a bad thing, but I did also notice that it took up a lot of his time.
Now, going into the 2022 year, from January through June, would Mr. Dominguez still be at the Parkside Apartments
Of 2023?
of 2022?
Oh, 2022. You said January to June?
Yes.
Yes, if that was the latter half of sophomore year, then he would still be at the Parkside Apartments. January to, yeah.
Do you remember you and Mr. Dominguez separated?
Yes.
Was that a mutual decision, or did one side have more say in it?
One side had more say.
And which side was that?
My side.
Do you recall where you were when that separation occurred?
We were at my apartment complex at the time.
Was it something Mr. Dominguez knew was coming, or did you bring it up spontaneously?
I don't believe he knew it was coming.
Do you recall how he reacted when you wanted to separate?
Yes.
And how did he react?
He seemed a little bit upset, but there was no sense of anger or anything like that. It seemed like to me that he took it pretty well.
Do you personally know whether he was under the influence of marijuana when you separated from him?
I don't know.
After you separated from Mr. Dominguez, do you remember approximately what time frame that would have been in 2022?
No.
Do you know it was prior to him moving to the Hawthorne Lane residence?
Oh, yes, it had to have been.
So
Yeah.
would it have been during his time at Parkside?
Yes.
Do you know when Mr. Dominguez moved to Hawthorne Lane?
I believe it would have been around like August, September, around that area of 2022.
Do you recall, were you still in school when you separated with Mr. Dominguez?
I can't remember if classes were in session or not.
Did you take summer class that summer in the 2022 year?
I think so.
Do you recall, did Mr. Dominguez take summer classes while he was with you?
Yes.
And do you recall, was that the summer preceding, the summer immediately after you got together, or was that the summer after you already separated?
I can't remember.
Now, going back to, I know you said you separated sometime between, was it after January of 2022
Yes.
to August?
Oh, not past August. Or you mean in between that time frame?
In between that time?
Yes.
Does April of 2022 sound familiar?
Timeline-wise, that seems about right.
Now, before I carry on to junior year, I just wanted to ask real quick, when you both got together back in April 29th, 2021, do you remember, did he ask you out or did you ask him out?
I can't remember.
Do you remember where you were when you were both formally decided to be a couple?
I believe we were in my dorm room.
Was that something that you two had discussed, getting together formally?
Prior to it occurring?
Yes.
I believe so.
Now, going forward to junior year,
Yes.
Now, is it fair to say junior year was the Hawthorne Lane residence?
Correct.
Now, junior year, let me take a step back. You were at the dorms your freshman year?
Yes.
Did you move somewhere after freshman year?
Yes.
And where was that?
The Right Around Olive Apartments.
The Ryder on Olive Apartments, where would that be located in Davis?
Unfortunately, I'm very bad at street names. I could tell you a few like places that are around it, but I think it was on. I assume it was on Olive Drive.
If I showed you a map, would that help refresh?
Yes. Oh,
I
jeez.
will stipulate that it's on Olive Drive.
Court's going to accept that stipulation. I like the name, Rider on Olive.
And so I'm going to show you People's 23.
That's what we call a leading question. It's fine with me, but it says Rider on Olive, so.
But do you see Ryder on Olive here?
Yes.
Is that where you resided at?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you reside there your sophomore year and junior year?
No.
What time frame were you residing there?
My beginning and end of my sophomore year.
And was that during the time of your relationship with Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
After you had separated with Mr. Dominguez at the latter part of the sophomore academic year, where did you move from thereafter?
I moved to the U Apartments.
The U Apartments?
Correct.
And where would that be located?
That was on Cantrell Drive.
In relation to where Ryder on Olive is, how far north, west, where would that be in relation to Ryder? Or what's the nearest landmark in Davis to
To the Ryder Apartments?
the U Apartments?
Oh, to the U Apartments. There was the one and only Target in Davis was like 2 or 3 minutes away down the road.
In front of the Target on Mace?
Correct. Yes.
Were you south of the railroad tracks or north of the railroad tracks?
I'm not sure where the railroad. Oh wait, I can't remember specifically where the railroad tracks were in comparison.
When you were on Ryder on Olive Apartments, were the railroad tracks immediately adjacent to your apartment?
Yes.
So using that as a reference, were you on the other side of the tracks going towards, I guess, Central Park, or were you more west going towards UC Davis campus, or more south going towards Highway 80?
It was closer to the highway.
Did Mr. Dominguez know where you were residing after you left Ryder Apartments?
Yes.
Did he visit you at that apartment?
Yes.
Did you visit Mr. Dominguez at the Hawthorne Lane residence?
Yes.
And how often would you visit?
It started a bit more frequently and then it slowly decreased.
You said it started a little more frequently since you said you would have moved approximately August, September of 2022.
Yes.
Using that as a reference point, what was more frequent and when did it start to taper off?
When he had initially moved into the apartment complex, into the house, I would say maybe 2 times a week around there. Maybe about 2 times a week. And then I would say it decreased more to maybe once a week, closer to like October, November, and then after that it was very occasional, maybe like once every few weeks or so.
And when it was every few weeks, was that about the time where you and Mr. Dominguez more or less stopped conversation?
Correct.
So When you first started to go to the Hawthorne Lane residence, do you know who were Mr. Dominguez's residents, roommates?
I believe it was Christian, Mark, and Philip.
And just for clarification, Christian Ortega
Yes.
and Mark Gavito.
Yes.
And is it Philip Hahn?
Yes.
Did Mr. Dominguez have his own room at this residence?
Yes.
What was significant about this particular residence? Was this residence known, I guess, socially for being a place for something?
Yes.
What is that?
It was a fraternity house.
You know which fraternity?
They were called Expo.
Expo? Is it XP, the three letters XP and O?
Yes.
Was Mr. Dominguez part of that fraternity?
Yes.
Do you remember when Mr. Dominguez joined that fraternity?
I believe it was at the latter end of freshman year.
Was that a fraternity that you were personally aware of that his other roommates from Parkside were also part of?
None of them officially joined, no.
Do you personally know why Mr. Dominguez moved from Parkside to Hawthorne?
No.
Were you familiar with, you mentioned at Parkside Mr. Dominguez was sharing a room with Calvin
Yes.
due to financial issues.
Yes.
Can you elaborate, let's start off with the Parkside, what type of financial issues are we referring to?
I just knew he didn't have much support financially from his family, so I knew he was trying to save money where he could.
And was this a mutual decision between Calvin and Mr. Dominguez?
Section, foundation, speculation.
Sustained.
When Mr. Dominguez moved to Hawthorne Lane residence, are you personally aware of whether his financial situation improved or deteriorated?
I don't know.
Are you personally aware of whether it cost more for Mr. Dominguez to reside there, the same as Parkside, or less?
I don't know.
When Mr. Dominguez moved to the Hawthorne Lane residence, do you recall what was his primary mode of travel?
Usually a bike.
Did Mr. Dominguez own a bike?
Yes.
You know what type of bike?
What do you mean by type of bike?
Was it a mountain bike, a BMX bike?
Oh, I don't know.
Bike?
I'm not sure.
Would you remember the bike if shown a photo?
Possibly.
Do you remember what color it was?
No.
Do you recall, was it a small bike or a large bike?
I can't remember.
And how do you know he primarily used a bike? Did you see him use a bike?
Yes.
Did Mr. Dominguez drive a car?
No.
Did Mr. Dominguez walk places?
Yes.
Did you and Mr. Dominguez ever frequent any of the parks nearby?
Not very often.
I say not very often. Let's start off, which parks did you frequent, even not that often?
We would, on more definitely rare occasion, go to Central Park. That was more just for like the farmers market. We didn't really go that often. Unfortunately, I do not know the name of the other park that we would go to. I know there was a basketball court there, and I believe there was like a school that might have been a part of it, but unfortunately I don't know the name.
Oh, let me stop you there. Okay, all right, we're going to take our mid-afternoon break at this time. It will be a 15-minute break. Ms. Gallardo, I'll see you in 15 minutes. Enjoy your break. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, thank you. I'll see you in 15 minutes. All right, thank you, counsel. Off the record.
We can fast forward through this. Get Miss Kaylee back up on the stand.
Relatively close, I think.
You said that's a school and something else.
The basketball court, yes.
Okay. Do you recall how close was that to Hawthorne Lane?
It was relatively close. I think it was something you could most likely either walk to maybe in about 15-ish minutes or so, or you would also be able to just maybe like a 3 to 5 minute car ride?
The Sycamore Park, sound familiar?
The name, yes, but I'm not sure if that is the one I'm referencing.
If I showed you a photo of a map, would that refresh your recollection?
Possibly.
Referring to People's 25C, 25 Charlie. All right. Now to start off, are you familiar with a park named Sycamore?
Yes.
Okay. Show you People's 25C. Gallardo, does this park look familiar?
Yes.
Was this the park you were thinking of?
I believe so.
Okay. And do you recall, was it one occasion, more than one occasion, that you would go to the park with him?
More than one occasion, but I would say maybe about like 5 times. It wasn't extremely frequent.
Was that during your relationship or after you broke up?
During.
Do you remember when you were at the park with him, what would you and him do together?
You want
Yes. Okay, off the record. Just give us just a second. Thanks everyone for your patience with me.
You worked together with Mr. Dominguez and you went to Sycamore Park. Would you go on the playground?
Sometimes.
Would you play basketball?
I wouldn't typically play basketball, but he usually would if we went with like his friends.
Would you and Mr. Dominguez just relax on the grass?
Yes.
Do you recall, was that more on the west side of the park or the east side?
I can't remember.
Was it closer to the playground?
I can't remember.
Do you recall, was there any time when you were at Sycamore Park where Mr. Dominguez would bring anything to throw?
No.
Do you recall, while at Sycamore Park, was it during the daytime or at nighttime?
Daytime.
Were there other people there?
Yes.
About other people in your group.
No, I'm referring to just generally other people there.
At the park during
At
the
the park,
day?
yeah.
Oh, I did not understand the question. Usually other people at the park, yes.
And then specifically with a specific group.
Yes.
Now, you said about approximately 5 times during the relationship. Now, after you two broke up, sometime post-April of 2022, did you ever go to either of the 2 parks that you mentioned with Mr. Dominguez?
No.
Are you personally aware of whether Mr. Dominguez would go to any of those parks with
foundation?
Existing.
Do you have personal knowledge of...
She didn't go to the park with him. So the concept of personal knowledge is a legal term that the witness doesn't necessarily understand.
Did Mr. Dominguez ever tell you whether he'd go to the park with his roommates or other people?
I can't remember.
Do you recall why you and Mr. Dominguez broke up?
Yes.
And why was that?
What was my reason or what I had expressed to him?
Let's start off with what was your reason?
My personal reason was because at the time, we had spent a lot more time isolated in his room. Typically, it was more in the dark, and that's very opposite to my personality. And I felt like in the relationship, I had lost myself to a certain extent. I realized it wasn't something that was bringing much positive anymore into my life.
At what point into the relationship did you realize that Mr. Dominguez wasn't bringing much positivity to your life?
Around the middle to end of sophomore year.
When you say about the middle to the end, are you referring to around the winter, Christmas break?
Objection leading.
Overall.
Closer towards summer, or can you recall?
It was more towards, I would say probably around December, beginning to January. That time was more when I realized that at that point we didn't really have many similarities that made it work anymore.
Did the similarities change, or did you not have similarities to begin with?
They changed.
What about the marijuana consumption? With respect to Mr. Dominguez's priority with marijuana consumption versus yours, was that a factor?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that, please?
It was something where I was getting into the end of my sophomore year, and I had very specific goals I had set for myself, which included quite a lot that had to do with academic achievement. So I realized that being under the influence wasn't something that was benefiting me at all in any way, and that was something that he was partaking in a lot more often. So in that way, I wasn't partaking as much as he was anymore.
And so you talked about your personal. Now you separated with what you told him. What did you tell him?
What I had told him at the time, which was also true, is that where I was currently at, I didn't feel that I necessarily had much of an interest in guys anymore as I did prior.
So was that something that Mr. Dominguez was already aware of when you started your relationship, that you had equal interest?
Yes.
So with respect to, you said he took it well, as you said?
Yes.
Was that what he took well?
What I had told him, yes.
Do you know at some point, after you two broke up, you said you continued to hang out with him?
Yes.
At some point, did you ever tell him the full scope of the reason, or it wasn't until
No.
having the worst to say in court?
Until right now.
Got it. Do you know what Mr. Dominguez's feelings were about you smoking less marijuana with him?
I don't know.
Did the frequency with you and Mr. Dominguez consuming marijuana, did that lessen as you got to the end of the relationship?
Yes.
When you were still hanging out with Mr. Dominguez after he got into Hawthorne, were you still smoking marijuana?
Do you mind repeating that?
When you were I'm going to caveat this with Mr. Dominguez. When you would visit Mr. Dominguez at Hawthorne,
Yes.
you still partake in consuming marijuana with Mr. Dominguez at the Hawthorne residence?
Yes.
How about his roommates?
I can't remember.
Do you recall whether Mr. Dominguez smoked marijuana in the common areas, or was it more so in his room only?
Mainly in his room.
Was that primarily smoking through a bong, a joint?
Sustained.
Do you know what type of means he would smoke?
Typically a bong.
You know what type of bong he had?
No.
When you would smoke with him at Hawthorne, how would you two smoke?
It would typically be through the bong.
Okay, the bong that you recall, what type of bong was that? Was it a small bong, big bong?
I think on the medium larger side, I'm not really too sure size comparison wise where things lie with that.
And just for clarification, what is a bong?
It's pretty much just a item made of glass that you are able to smoke marijuana from the actual plant itself.
Do you recall at the Hawthorne residence what type of marijuana Mr. Dominguez regularly smoked?
As what type, as in, can you give me an example of type you mean?
Meaning flavor, sativa, indica?
No, I don't know.
Do you recall, you said on average he was smoking at least once a day. Do you know approximately how much Mr. Dominguez was spending for marijuana?
No.
Would you say it was a little bit?
Objection. Foundation.
Sustained.
Are you personally aware of Mr. Dominguez's personal marijuana?
Yes.
Okay. Based on the personal knowledge that you have, was it a lot, a little?
I don't know.
Do you recall whether when Mr. Dominguez would purchase marijuana, was it in larger quantities or smaller quantities?
Objection, Vegas to time.
Sustained.
Talking about specifically at the Hawthorne residence, let's start off with that. When Mr. Dominguez would purchase marijuana, was it in a larger quantity or smaller quantity?
I can't remember.
How about when you were together in a relationship?
I can't remember anything specific.
Do you recall whether Mr. Dominguez would share his marijuana with roommates?
I think so.
Vegas to time, location.
Sustained.
Generally speaking, let's start off with the Parkside. When Mr. Dominguez would smoke marijuana, would there be kind of a joint sharing of marijuana, or was there more of a control of whose was whose?
A bit of both.
How about Hawthorne residence?
What he had, I believed, was mainly his.
Did you ever bring marijuana to smoke with Mr. Dominguez at Hawthorne?
No.
Do you recall ever purchasing marijuana for Mr. Dominguez?
No.
Was there a point where you gave Mr. Dominguez an iPad?
Yes.
And when was that?
I don't remember the specific timeline, but I believe it was while he was living at Parkside.
Okay. Do you recall something about $200?
For the iPad?
Yes.
Something around that, yes.
Okay. Why did you give Mr. Dominguez an iPad?
At the time, I had gotten a new one, so I didn't need my old one anymore, and I knew he needed one for school, so that was why.
Prior to that, did Mr. Dominguez already have an iPad?
I can't remember.
Now, when he was at the Hawthorne residence, now we're in junior year, this is August 2022 to spring of 2023, is that junior year?
Can you repeat the timeline?
August of 2022 to spring of 2023?
Yes.
That would be your junior year and Mr. Dominguez's junior year?
Correct.
Did you notice any further behavioral change from when he was at the Parkside Apartments to Hawthorne Lane?
You mean a change from how he was at Parkside versus Hawthorne, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He was, I would say, deteriorating in the sense of definitely becoming a lot more secluded. He wasn't spending as much time with his roommates and things like that. It was a majority of the time he was in his room, which I would say was the latter end of living at Parkside and then the beginning of what I had known at Hawthorne.
And so you had already talked about at Hawthorne you started to decrease your, hanging out with Mr. Dominguez.
Yes.
At some point, when did that, your personal interaction with Mr. Dominguez come to an end?
It would have been December of my junior year, so 2022.
2022. And can you elaborate on why did you hanging out with Mr. Dominguez come to an end?
I was starting to get into a new relationship.
And the timeline coincides. So did you start dating this new person in December 2022?
Not officially, no.
But was that the reason why you were tapering off?
Yes.
Did Mr. Dominguez know from the time that you two broke up to when you stopped hanging out with him, did he know you were actively dating others?
He knew at one point once I had told him, but it wasn't anything that had occurred right after we had broken up. It's kind of a large timeline.
Back in November of 2022, did you stop sharing your location with him through your iPhone?
I know I did at some point, but I don't know specifically when that was.
Was that post-breakup?
Yes.
And so when you told him that you didn't want to more or less hang out anymore,
Objection to the state's testimony.
Sustained.
when you stopped hanging out with him, did you tell him, what did you tell him?
I believe I had sent him a text message that it really didn't make I necessarily didn't really want to hang out with him as much out of respect for my new relationship, or the starting.
Does January 9th, 2023 sound familiar?
Yes.
Was that in response to Mr. Dominguez asking to hang out?
I can't remember.
Looking at some text messages for that specific focus, refresh your recollection?
Possibly yes.
Going to direct you to the first 4 or 5 messages. Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Counsel, I'm just checking my time because I want to get this witness done today. And
I'm just at the time. Yes, perhaps 5 more minutes. Okay, so did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And does January 9th, 2023 sound familiar?
Yes.
And was that in response to Mr. Dominguez wanting to hang out?
Yes.
Did Mr. Dominguez convey to you that he had something to give you?
Yes.
And was that at the same time frame?
Yes.
Do you know when he gave, or first of all, what was he intending to give you?
Christmas gift.
And do you know when he ended up giving that to you?
Sometime in December. It would have been January.
Would January 23rd sound familiar?
Objection to
does the exact date matter? She said January.
It does, Your Honor.
Okay, then that's fine.
Okay.
Then show Mr. Hutchinson. Thanks.
I'm going to direct your attention to just this message here, and then we'll carry it over.
On January 9th.
Then,
read from the top of the page to just 3 texts above it.
Just 3 texts above it.
Above it. At the bottom.
Okay.
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
That was about January 23rd of 2023, sound about right?
Yes.
Do you remember what he gave you?
Yes.
What was that?
He gave me a shoebox, and inside was a piece of lingerie, a long sleeve shirt.
Okay. Was there anything specific about the shoebox that caught your attention?
Yes.
What was that?
There was a drawing on the top of it.
And what was that drawing?
It was a drawing of what seemed to be some sort of figure with horns on it.
With horns?
Correct.
Was it similar to the type of drawings that you saw Mr. Leading? Was it similar to the type of drawings you saw Mr. Leading draw when you were testifying earlier?
Yes.
Was that a common thing for Mr. Dominguez to draw things of that nature?
I'd seen him draw things like that a few times prior.
Was that during the relationship or after the relationship?
During.
And was that for a particular reason?
I don't know why.
Do you recall, did he express to you what the significance of those drawings were meant to convey?
Did he tell me specifically what he was drawing?
Yes.
No.
To you, what you were observing, what did it look like to be?
It looked like some sort of demonic figure.
Did it more so like a sort of demonic figure, akin to like the devil?
Leading.
Yeah, it's a stain.
Okay, and then that was back in January. After you got the gifts, did you give him anything?
I don't believe so.
By this point, were you visiting Mr. Dominguez often?
Not that I can recall.
At this point, you're already in a relationship.
Yes.
When was the next time Mr. Dominguez reached out to you after he gave you gifts?
I can't remember.
Does about April sound about right?
Objection leading.
I can't remember.
I'm going to show you people's 43E, Edward, and 43F. Starting with 43E, if you can review that. Oh, excuse me. This was my fault. This is 43E.
Okay.
You can review that, please.
Okay.
And 43F.
Yes.
Okay. What is it that I'm showing you?
A text message between Carlos and I?
Okay. So starting with 43E, is that a conversation, a snippet of a conversation between you and Mr. Dominguez on April 19th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Is that the, I guess, one of the last few conversations you had with Mr. Dominguez?
From what I recall, yes.
Okay. How about 43F? Is that a conversation or a snippet of your conversation with Mr. Dominguez and yourself on April 20th, 2023?
Yeah, it's from the same text chain.
All right. Do both of these fairly accurately depict the conversation you had with him at this time frame?
Yes.
Looking at these text messages, I'm just going to briefly, publish briefly.
Okay.
starting with 43 Edward. And Ms. Gallardo, is this what I showed you just a moment ago?
Yes.
So just to clarify, the gray is you, excuse me, the gray is Mr. Dominguez, the blue is you.
Yes.
And then, just to clarify, 43F, is this just another version of that same conversation?
Yes.
Now, did you know Mr. Dominguez to own a knife?
I can't remember.
To your memory, do you recall Mr. Dominguez having any interest in knives?
I know there was a time where he was interested in purchasing like a samurai sword, but I also know he was into anime, so that's kind of where I left it at.
As far as you recall, though, you don't recall seeing a knife?
Not that I can remember.
Do you have any recollection as far as with your entire time knowing Mr. Dominguez, was Mr. Dominguez known to go out at night to venture out into Davis?
I can't specifically remember.
Do you recall whether Mr. Dominguez expressed any issues with a particular, with transients or homeless people?
No.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Dominguez, did he seem genuinely concerned about his schoolwork, even up until the last months he knew him?
It was not a priority of his.
Do you know someone by the name of John Joas or John Jongus?
Not that I can recall.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keon. That was direct. Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gallardo. This is the third time you've testified in this case.
Yes.
You testified at a hearing back in July of 2023.
Yes.
You testified at a prior trial last May.
Yes.
And the first two times you testified, you were called as a witness by the defense.
Yes.
My questions today are going to be a little bit different. Most of them can be answered with a yes or no response. Okay? But if you don't know the answer, I don't want you to guess. I don't want you to speculate. It's absolutely appropriate to say I don't know or I don't remember.
Okay.
Even if you think you may have said it at one of your prior times testifying. If you don't remember it, let us know. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So before beginning Davis, you lived in Orange County.
Yes.
And so you started in the fall of 2020.
Yes.
That was the time of COVID.
Yes.
So you lived in the dorms,
Yes.
but due to COVID, none of the UC Davis students had roommates. Is that correct?
Yes.
Students were still given either a single, double, or triple room,
Yes.
but they'd be in there by themselves.
Yes.
You were put in a double room,
Yes.
so you had 2 beds, 2 desks,
Yes.
so everything except the roommate.
Yes.
And classes were actually online
Yes.
via Zoom.
Yes.
So you would often sit in your single dorm room, attend classes.
Yes.
And because of COVID, there were some UC Davis students in your class who weren't even living on campus. They stayed home and attended just virtually.
Yes.
But you had that option.
Yes.
Right? But you wanted to have that freshman year experience.
Yes.
But it was difficult for you to start college under those circumstances.
Yes.
First of all, moving away from your family in Orange County, that was hard for you?
Yes.
You did not have any close friends in the Davis area?
No.
Okay. And you may have known a couple people who went to UC Davis,
Yes.
but they weren't friends?
Yes.
Take a beat, counsel. Okay, I know, but still take a beat.
I understand. So, you recall saying that you felt like you were being thrown into a whole new world.
Yes.
It was difficult to meet people.
Yes.
The only time you would really see people is when you were outdoors.
Yes.
And even outdoors at this time, there was strict social distancing.
Yes.
Supposed to stay 6 feet apart.
Yes.
And let's talk about the cafeterias. Davis did have cafeterias where students could get food,
Yes.
but you had to go and get the food and bring it back to your dorm.
Yes.
So you did not have that opportunity to sit and eat with your classmates.
Yes.
So really the only opportunity to meet people was either through your Zoom classes
Yes.
or just passing people in your dorm room.
Yes.
So if I understand, your dorm group had a group chat that was set up before you started.
Yes.
One of the persons in your group chat, that was Nathan Riego de Dios.
Yes.
And it was through Nathan that you met Mr. Dominguez.
Yes.
They had become friends before you met Mr. Dominguez.
They had talked, yes.
And when you first met Mr. Dominguez, you noticed that he appeared to have a quiet and reserved personality.
Yes.
And so you didn't know him in high school, obviously.
No.
So you didn't know if this quiet and reserved personality was a change from how he'd been in high school.
I didn't know.
He kept to himself a little bit more than the other people you met.
Yes.
He lived in the dorms.
Yes.
He had a single room.
He had one room to himself, but I think it might have been either, I think it was also a double or a triple.
But he did not have a roommate.
No, no roommate.
But you noticed that kind of the isolation of, starting college during COVID, that did not seem to affect Mr. Dominguez as much as you.
No.
You thought he seemed a little more independent when you met him.
Yes.
The two of you started spending some time together.
Yes.
You had some common interest.
Yes.
One of those, you were both interested in going into the medical field.
Yes.
You wanted to go, was it be a veterinarian at that time or work in veterinary medicine?
Yes.
You want to be a doctor, at least initially?
Yes.
And you were both very family oriented.
Yes.
And family was important to you.
Yes.
But you knew that Mr. Dominguez was distant from his parents. That was clear to you, right?
Yes.
But he was very close with his two siblings.
Yes.
You personally observed that.
Yes.
He spoke about how important his siblings were to him.
Yes.
And when you first met, you both had you described as big drives to meet your future goals.
Yes.
Even though you didn't start dating initially, he started to give you a lot of attention.
Yes.
And the two of you would spend time talking,
Yes.
and over time, you bonded.
Yes.
Now, the prosecutor asked you about the date in April that was apparently, at least a text message note as an anniversary date. Do you recall having a specific date when you were officially a couple?
I can't remember the specific date.
But even if it wasn't quite official yet, by January, the two of you had, you were dating and it was becoming a romantic relationship. Would you agree?
It was at the start of it.
Okay. But by January, we're at the start of a romantic relationship.
I would say yes.
Even though Mr. Dominguez was a little more quiet and reserved, you would see him show emotion.
Yes.
You would see him laugh.
Yes.
You would see him smile.
Yes.
You would see him joke around.
Yes.
And you observed him interact with larger groups.
Yes.
So even though he was a little more on the shy side, when you first met him, he appeared to be enjoy being around other people.
Yes.
In terms of his physical build, when you first met him, you describe it as kind of a normal, typical build,
Yes.
maybe a little bit on the heavier side,
Maybe a little bit.
but not by much.
No.
You knew he was a former high school athlete,
Yes.
and you previously described his hygiene as pristine.
Yes.
And you used that word because it was something when you first met him that was very important to him.
Yes.
He was one of those individuals who wanted to go back, take a shower, clean up, even if it interfered with your plans.
Yes.
Those type of people can be annoying at times. Would you agree?
Sometimes.
But when you first met him, he was clean shaven.
Yes.
He always brushed his teeth.
Yes.
He showered regularly.
Yes.
You never noticed any body odor.
No.
You still have photos of Mr. Dominguez on your phone.
Yes.
And you recall in in both times you testified, did you testify about some of those photos?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember most of the photos that were shown to you last year?
No.
Do you remember me showing you photos last year?
Yes.
And all those photos that I showed you were those photos that either you had taken or you were present when they were taken?
Sorry, you want to repeat that?
The photos I showed you, you were either present in the photos or you had taken it?
Yes.
I'll stick with Your Honor if there's any photographs going to be shown.
Foundation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Defense Exhibit O, Photo 1. Ms. Gallardo, do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
This was, there's a date on the top of October 21st, 2020.
Yes.
This is a picture of Mr. Dominguez.
Yes.
And next to him in the white shirt, that is Nathan Riego de Dios.
Yes.
This was taken at a pho restaurant in downtown Davis.
Yes.
You were present when this was taken.
Yes.
And you previously testified Davis began sometime in the end of September of 2020.
Yes.
So this is about a month after school began.
Yes.
So this is probably very early on in your friendship with Mr. Dominguez.
Yes.
Going to Defense Exhibit O, Photo 2. You recognize this photograph?
Yes.
This was taken at the Pavilion parking structure at
Yes.
UC Davis. And during this time, students would hang out on the top floor of the pavilion.
Yes.
If you recall, this was a night that you were watching the sunset
Yes.
on Zoom, and it says November 7th, 2020. Is that consistent with when this photo was taken?
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in. Carlos appears to be clean shaven.
Yes.
See, he's wearing a little earring,
Yes.
and he has a necklace.
Yes.
So when you first met him, how he dressed was important to him.
Yes.
He tried to be stylish.
Yes.
You were just friends at this point,
Yes.
but you believed that Carlos was interested in you.
I had a feeling, yes.
Did you still have that prior relationship, though, in November that hadn't officially ended yet?
Yes.
showing you what's been marked Offense Exhibit O, Photo 3. You recognize this photo?
Yes.
The gentleman in the black, that is Nathan,
Yes.
and he appears to be hugging a woman, that is Miranda.
Yes.
And they would, if they weren't dating now, they were kind of on their way to dating.
Yes.
And this young woman right there, that is you.
Yes.
And the person in the white shirt, at the end of the earring, that's Carlos Dominguez.
Yes.
And while the three of you are, while Nathan, Miranda, and you are kind of giving the toothy smile, Carlos kind of has a closed mouth smile.
Yes.
Is that typically how he smiled?
Yes.
But sometimes would he give a bigger smile, bigger laugh?
Yes.
The timestamp says November 16th, 2020 at 5:50 a.m. Do you see that?
Yes.
But this was not taken at 5:50 a.m.
No.
You had a friend of yours who had taken this photo with a professional camera,
Yes.
and she later sent you the photo.
Yes.
So this photo you believe was actually taken the night before, November 15th.
Yes.
And I'm showing you what's been marked Offense Exhibit O, Photo 4. This is photo taken from the same location.
Yes.
You were dressed up.
Yes.
And Carlos, again, he has his earring.
Yes.
With a white collared shirt.
Yes.
Appears to be trying to show a little chest.
Yes.
So he's trying to be stylish.
Yes.
Now, if you recall, the group celebrating Nathan's birthday,
I believe so.
that's why you were dressing up
Yes.
and went to a Korean barbecue in Davis.
I don't know if it was in Davis.
Did you go to a Korean barbecue?
Yes.
Was it a fun event?
Yes.
Did Carlos appear to have fun?
Yes.
Showing you Defense Exhibit O, Photo 5. This timestamp indicates South Lake Tahoe on December 6, 2020.
Yes.
And you and Carlos are wearing your COVID masks,
Yes.
but he has his arm around you.
Yes.
He's taking a selfie.
Yes.
This was a trip that the two of you took with Nathan and Miranda.
Yes.
Remember getting a hotel room in South Lake Tahoe?
Yes.
At this point, you are not officially dating,
No.
but it's clear to you Mr. Dominguez likes you.
Yes.
He's continuing to give you a lot of attention,
Yes.
and at least sometime in January, even if it wasn't official, you started dating, or it was clear you were becoming a couple.
Started exploring it, yes.
And did that, even when you became a couple, did that pristine hygiene, at least during freshman year, continue?
Yes.
Wasn't a bait and switch?
No.
No. Due to COVID, the two of you would spend a lot of time snacking.
Yes.
And both of you gained some, what you previously described as some COVID weight,
Yes.
showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit O, Photo 6. This is a photo, it indicates North Fork of American River on April 18th, 2021.
Yes.
So this is in the spring quarter of your freshman year.
Yes.
These two individuals in this photograph, there's a gentleman with orange shorts. That is Nathan.
Yes.
And there's another gentleman with black shorts. Looks like he's preparing to jump into the river.
Yes.
That is Carlos.
Yes.
And if you notice, if I zoom in, it appears that he's got a little bit of a belly at this point.
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to as kind of the COVID weight he gained?
Yes.
And did Carlos eventually jump, if you recall?
Yes.
Did you jump?
No.
Was it a fun trip?
Yes.
Turn it off. So, during your freshman, latter half of your freshman year, did you and Mr. Dominguez have occasion to work out together?
Yes.
You would go to the Activities and Recreation Center on the
Yes.
campus. That is called the ARC.
Yes.
You would use the same equipment?
Yes.
You use equipment next to each other?
Yes.
When you observed Mr. Breaux working out, was there anything unusual about the way he walked, stood, or carried himself that you noticed?
No.
You mentioned previously about him playing basketball at Sycamore Park.
Yes.
When you watched him play basketball, was there anything unusual about the way he moved when he played basketball?
No.
His foundation as far as usual.
Overall,
Have you watched people play basketball before?
Yes.
I'm going to show you another photograph. Showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit O, Photo 7. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. Was this taken toward the end, near the end of your freshman year?
Yes.
At the date of June 10th of 2021?
Yes.
And this is taken outside of Miller Hall?
Yes.
And so, once again, this is the friend group. Who is this woman right here?
Cynthia?
And the gentleman who has his arm around Cynthia, who is that?
Calvin?
Calvin appears to be in your Yankee shirt.
Yes.
And then we have, this is Nathan in the White Sox hat.
Yes.
Next to Nathan, that's Carlos.
Yes.
And he has his arm around you.
Yes.
And again, he's kind of giving his typical Carlos smile, not the big teeth.
Yes.
So we got the Yankee fan, we got the White Sox fan. You Angels or Dodgers?
I don't really have a preference.
So this was a friend group right here.
Yes.
At this point, you're in a relationship with Carlos. Calvin's in a relationship with Cynthia.
Yes.
Was Nate still in a relationship with Miranda?
I don't think so.
But he had been at some point?
Yes.
And if you knew, at least at this point, had Carlos, Nate, and Calvin already made a decision to live with each other the following year?
I can't remember.
Did they ultimately move in together the next year?
Yes.
And at least, based on your observations throughout freshman year, Carlos and Nate appeared to be good friends.
Yes.
So the prosecutor asked you a lot of questions about cannabis.
Yes.
So I want you to focus on what you remember, not guessing or speculating.
Yes.
You did smoke cannabis at one time in high school.
Yes.
during your fall quarter, you do have a memory of smoking cannabis with, and this is a freshman year, you have a memory of smoking cannabis with Carlos at least sometime during the fall quarter?
Yes.
And it's a memory of just you and Carlos together?
Yes.
Okay. But you don't really remember anything specific about that?
No.
You do have memories of smoking cannabis as a group with Carlos, Miranda, and Nate?
Yes.
That would have been your fall or winter quarter of your freshman year?
Yes.
This was usually done in either Miranda's room or Nate's room?
Yes.
And you have a memory of one time when the four of you were smoking cannabis and Carlos and Nate were freestyling?
Yes.
By freestyling, you mean making up their own songs?
Yes.
Were there other times that the group smoked cannabis in either Nate or Miranda's room?
Yes.
Okay. But do you have any specific memories of that?
No.
But for this one, you can remember because of them freestyling, you remember that.
Yes.
You also have a memory of using cannabis from a vape pen in the dorms.
Yes.
You can't remember whose dorm it was, can you?
I know it happened once in Nathan's dorm. What's wrong?
So you have a memory of in Nathan's dorm smoking cannabis with a vape pen?
Yes.
And was Carlos there?
Yes.
Was Nate there?
Yes.
You were there?
Yes.
Miranda there?
Yes.
And I assume there were probably other times throughout your freshman year where you used cannabis with Carlos,
Yes.
but nothing jumps out as you as memorable.
No.
Correct? This was typically something you would do as a group.
Yes.
When it was in Nate or Miranda's room, was Nate the one providing the cannabis, if you know?
I can't remember.
And during his freshman year, Carlos rushed a fraternity.
Yes.
He ultimately joined that fraternity.
Yes.
And this fraternity, the brothers at the fraternity, those were outside your group of friends?
Yes.
There were occasions that you went to the fraternity house? Freshman year?
Yes.
During the freshman year, the fraternity house was not on Hawthorne. It was located at a different residence, if you recall.
I can't remember.
But there were occasions you went to the fraternity house freshman year?
Yes.
Do you have any memories of smoking cannabis at the fraternity house?
Freshman year?
Yeah.
Not that I can remember.
Carlos would go to the fraternity house without you at times.
Yes.
You spoke about people he lived with his junior year. You spoke of Christian Ortega, Phil Hahn, Mark Capito. Were those fraternity members?
Yes.
Okay. Were they your friends or were they Carlos's friends?
They were Carlos's friends.
Now I'd like to show you I didn't look at that, sorry. And this is just a close, this is Defense Exhibit O, Photo 8. This is a close-up of a photo of you and Mr. Dominguez
taken end of your school year.
Yes.
And so the two of you had been smoking marijuana throughout your freshman year.
Yes.
The two of you look healthy?
Yes.
You look happy?
Yes.
Even in time of COVID, it was a good freshman year.
Yes.
And at this point, you and Mr. Dominguez are still in a relationship.
Yes.
At this point, you were in love with him.
Yes.
And that summer, did you join Mr. Dominguez and his family during a vacation in Las Vegas?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit O, Photo 9. And it has a date of June 29th, 2021. Do you see that?
Yes.
Individuals in that photo, that's you and Mr. Dominguez.
Yes.
He's looking at you with his arm around you.
Yes.
He has appears to have a short fade haircut.
Yes.
Seems to have lost all of his COVID weight, correct?
Yes.
And just so we understand this, you flew from Orange County to Las Vegas.
I can't remember how I got there, if it was by driving or flying.
If you recall, did you fly? And do you have any memory of Carlos's and his father picking you up at the Vegas airport?
I can't remember.
Do you recall flying back to Orange County when his family was still in Las Vegas?
I can't remember.
Earlier, the prosecutor showed you some text messages from July of 2021. Do you recall him showing you those?
Yes, but I can't remember which those ones specifically were containing.
But earlier today, he showed you some text messages you read through from July of 2021.
Yes.
That would have been shortly after this photo was taken.
Yes.
Was Carlos still in Las Vegas when those text messages were exchanged?
I can't remember.
So he asked you about a text message where you talked about being scared of the weed you acquired.
Yes.
And that was a conversation that you had in July of 2021.
Yes.
So you and Mr. Dominguez were smoking cannabis in the summer of 2021.
I can't remember if at that time we were.
We were
At least
discussing,
I was.
we were discussing it.
Yes.
And even though the two of you had been smoking cannabis for a full school year, both of you appear healthy.
Yes.
You appear happy.
Yes.
After that Vegas trip, did Carlos come down and visit you in Orange County?
Yes.
Did your dad drive up to Northern California to pick Carlos up?
Yes.
And then he drove him back down to Orange County?
Yes.
This time, Carlos was living in Tracy.
Yes.
And then after this trip, your dad drove Carlos back to Tracy?
Yes.
And then he went back to Orange County?
Yes.
You went too. It wasn't just Carlos
Yes.
and your dad, correct? All right. So
At this point, you and Carlos, during the summer of 2021, you were living apart, though, correct? Other than Vegas trip and when he visited you, you were home in Orange County.
Yes.
And he was in Tracy.
Yes.
It was in the fall of 2022 that you moved into the Ryder Apartments.
Yes.
We've already established that was on Olive Drive.
Yes.
All right. And you had apartment 414.
I believe so.
And if you were in your apartment and you looked out the window, could you see the railroad tracks?
Yes.
Initially, you had one roommate,
When I first moved in, yes.
and then was it a 3-bedroom or 2-bedroom?
2-bedroom.
So you initially had your own room.
No.
You shared it with another roommate.
Yes.
Okay, and what was the other room used for?
At that time, it was pretty much meant to just be left vacant for whoever might be coming in. They let us know eventually someone would be moving into that room.
So where you slept, your roommate shared that room with you?
Yes.
And Carlos moved into the Parkside Apartments.
Yes.
And his roommate, there's a 3-bedroom apartment on the Parkside.
Yes.
His roommate was Nathan Riego de Dios,
Yes.
Calvin Din,
Yes.
and someone by the name of Jared.
Yes.
You recall Jared's last name?
I think it started with a T, but I don't remember what it fully was.
Jared Tiamzon.
Possibly.
Now, Jared, to your knowledge, had he even been on campus the year prior, or had he been in Southern California attending classes virtually?
I can't remember.
Was he part of your friend group freshman year?
No.
Did you ever see Jared at any point your freshman year?
No.
And you don't know how it was that Jared came to share an apartment with Calvin, Carlos, and Nathan?
I can't remember.
When he moved into the Parkside Apartments, there were times where you would smoke cannabis at the Parkside Apartments with his roommates.
Yes.
That included Nathan,
Yes.
and that included Jared.
Yes.
And you would smoke as a group.
Yes.
So you were smoking the same type of cannabis.
Yes.
If you recall, was Jared the one who was providing the cannabis?
I can't remember.
So you have memories of of smoking with both Carlos, Nathan, and Jared.
Yes.
You're all smoking the same cannabis.
Yes.
You also have memories of smoking with just Carlos and Jared without Nathan being there.
Yes.
Jared seemed to be at the apartment a little more often.
Yeah.
And to be clear, were Jared and Carlos ever friends?
Objection, calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled, based on what you know.
At what point? When they moved in together, or?
Well, when they moved in together, to your knowledge, Carlos ever even met Jared?
No.
Okay. And you have memories of them of smoking marijuana as a group, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever see Carlos do anything with Jared outside of the apartment?
I can't remember.
Okay. But it was clear that Carlos was friends with Nate and Calvin.
Yes.
That had already been established.
Yes.
Even though Carlos shared an apartment with a room with Calvin, Calvin would spend most of his time at his girlfriend's apartment.
Yes.
That's Cynthia.
Yes.
So Carlos more or less had the room to himself.
Yes.
And so you would spend a lot of nights at Carlos's apartment
Yes.
because the two of you had privacy.
Yes.
Because at your apartment there was a roommate.
Yes.
So you started spending how many nights a week there? 3, 4, 5? What do you think? When you first moved in?
I would say probably around about 3 to 4 to 5, around there.
Talk about Jared. Did Jared ever touch you in a way that made you feel uncomfortable?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes, yeah. Actually, no. Kaylee, we have more questions for you. Tried to get it done today, but it's important, and both sides have a right to ask questions. Mr. Hutchinson has a few, and then Mr. Keon may have some follow-up. So I'll do my best to keep it moving along.
Thank you.
Okay, but I need you here tomorrow at 9:30, okay?
9:30? Okay.
Okay, if you could be here a couple minutes early, I like to, as the jury knows, I like to try to get started right on time.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so thank you. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clara. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
All right, so this is the part, Nosy Rosie, you were talking about. So let's hear this. Did Jared touch you inappropriately?
Generated by each individual in the aerial view of interrogation. Exhibit 26A and 146 with a question mark. Minus fingerprinting. Minus time alone. That's 8:18 to 8:24 p.m. And past fingerprinting.
I don't understand.
I'm at a loss. I'm going to make a copy of this for both of you. Does it? The prosecution doesn't ring any bells?
I understand exactly what he means.
Well, tell me.
The video had movement sensors, so whenever detectives moved and there would be a box around them. Mr. Dominguez.
Oh yeah. Okay. We went over this in the first trial. It wasn't asked about here. That would have been a question you might have asked.
And I still have Detective Muscardini coming back.
Okay.
But basically what he's trying to figure out is Mr. Dominguez didn't move at all during the 7 hours unless he was directed to. And he wants to know how many times he actually moved.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's no way to do it without them counting themselves, which they can if they want.
The piece I missed was when you referred to aerial. Wednesday, regular calendar day, trial day.
That's all I get. That's all I get, Nosy.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so thank you. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clara. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'll see you tomorrow for Wednesday, regular calendar day, trial day.
That's all I have. Maybe live it was different, but that's what they have on this. He sends the jury home, and then they start.
And I'll read it.
That's all I get.
Because it's hard to understand. I'll read it to you
Anything
now.
after this?
Can we automatically, in parens it says manually is too much work, tally the bounding boxes generated by each individual in the aerial view of interrogation, exhibit 26A and 146 with a question mark, minus fingerprinting, minus time alone, that's 8:18 to 8:24 p.m., and past fingerprinting.
I don't understand.
I'm at a loss. I'm going to make a copy of this for both of you. Does it? The prosecution doesn't ring any bells?
I understand exactly what he means.
Well, tell me.
The video had movement sensors, so whenever detectives moved and there would be a box around them. Mr. Dominguez.
Oh, yeah, okay. We went over this in the first trial. It wasn't asked about here. That would have been a question you might have asked.
And I still have Detective Muscardini coming back.
Okay.
But basically what he's trying to figure out is Mr. Dominguez didn't move at all during that 7 hours unless he was directed to. And he wants to know how many times he actually moved.
Yeah.
And, I mean, there's no way to do it without them counting themselves, which they can if they want.
The piece I missed was when you referred to aerial view of the interrogation. Now I understand he's saying the view from the ceiling camera. Okay, so I'll make a copy of this to you, and then I'm going to draft a short answer that basically says that they'll have access to any exhibit that's been admitted into evidence. And then both of you are on notice of that, so if Muscardini comes in, you can ask him about those boxes. So let's do that, make a copy. Thank you. All right, so the other issue was Jared.
So, okay, we'll get to Jared. Okay, now here comes Jared here. All right, so during the interview, there was boxes. Whenever they would move, they had the two detectives, trial fans. So during the interview, which I don't think we're going to play. We're not going to play it today. I'm not sure because it's like 3 days or something. It's really long. During the interview, Carlos doesn't move. Carlos he's like this for like 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, however long it is. But the other detectives, they move, and there's a box that kind of follows them. I guess it's like a facial tracking or something like that. So a juror asked something to that effect. So that's what that was about. All right, so next up is Jared. Wow, Rafa. Tell me how you really feel. Are you hungry? Do you want lunch? Do you want lunch? Do you hear him? Do you want lunch? All right. Okay, so now we're going to get into Jared. Did he touch Kaylee inappropriately? What?
Jared T. And inappropriately touching the witness, Mr. Hutchinson.
So of all the roommates who the people intend to call, the only one who even arguably kind of helps the people's theory that this is all because of cannabis is Jared. And my position is Jared is basically just speculating and guessing. That's clear from the interview. But one of the things he says is that Mr. Dominguez falsely accused him of touching Kaylee. And what Kaylee will testify to is she does remember Jared touching her. She doesn't remember exactly what it was, and she did communicate that to Mr. Dominguez. And Mr. Dominguez did confront him about that. So Jared's trying to say this is just him acting mentally unwell. Jared's going to probably claim it's due to cannabis, but it really happened. His girlfriend told him that his roommate touched her, and he confronted Jared about that. They are not friends. Jared, of all the people here, Jared has the most bias against Mr. Dominguez, and I should be entitled to explore that, particularly when Jared is misrepresenting their relationship. Now, Kaylee will testify she does not remember exactly what Jared did. She will say it wasn't something major, but she does remember communicating it to Mr. Dominguez, and Jared confirms that Mr. Dominguez confronted him about it. He's claiming it's evidence of Mr. Dominguez having mental problems. Argument is it's just him responding to what his girlfriend told him.
Is this evidence, Mr. Keon, that you tend to elicit on direct examination of Jared?
No, and frankly, it's an irrelevant area. I have no interest in getting into allegations of improper touching. And frankly, we were already sensitive to Ms. Gallardo's emotions. This is certainly not going to be an appropriate thing to do. This is not relevant to any of the elements. I have no interest in getting in with Mr. Tienzon as far as the allegations of improper touching.
So, Mr. Hutchinson, if the prosecution doesn't go into that incident where Mr. Dominguez confronted Mr. Tiazan, then we don't need to go into
Absolutely, it goes to bias. Jared, quite frankly, listening to his interview with the DA, he's a liar. He is completely misrepresenting many things. He was the one providing the marijuana. He was the one who had the medicinal card. He was the one bringing it to this group. And he is just quite frankly an outright liar. And he's biased against Mr. Dominguez. And they're going to put him up as their star witness of all the... And I'm entitled to explore the bias between the two of them. They were not friends. They were just roommates. And they obviously had no relationship after Mr. Dominguez confronted him. So,
Okay. All right. We'll take it up tomorrow at 9:25. It'll just take a few minutes to finish the discussion on anything else.
Yeah, just briefly, Your Honor. Candidly, there is no relevance. If you want to explore bias, generally fine, but getting into specific instances of conduct of an allegation that he improperly touched Kaylee, or however way, that's going to derail this thing. I have no interest in getting into it. And frankly, if Mr. Hutchinson wants to get into Mr. Kienzo was the provider of marijuana, then the people can get into the fact that the defendant purchased a large amount of quantity of marijuana from Mr. Alvarez, because that's where over $4,000 worth of amount of marijuana got into.
they're calling Mr. Alvarez as a witness. We're going to deal with that.
Yeah, but as far as the sexual...
All right, 9:25 tomorrow we'll finish up. I need to let everybody go. Thanks for previewing the issue. I haven't made any ruling on it, and I'll do that.
And if I could just say 10 seconds, all that I would have looked at is she said, he touched me something I don't remember, and I communicated it to Carlos. That would be the extent of it.
Yeah, okay, thanks for that clarity. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Off record. Sorry to be
Ooh, so interesting stuff. Thank you. Yeah, Nosy Rosie, thanks for giving me the heads up, because I would have just ended it after Kaylee's testimony and then gone on to her next section. So good one, Nosy Rosie. Thank you for that. Let's see. Hold on a sec. Let me just make a note there. Okay, so yeah, so now Kaylee's still on the stand. She's coming back. So let's continue on with Kaylee, and then I think we're going to get to Jared. I think Jared is the next. Is Jared the smiley guy? Is that Nosy Rosie? Is Jared the smiley guy? Because he's who I have next up. I think it's him I have next up. Live, laugh, live, love, laugh. I really enjoy this chat. Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, that was a good one. Thanks for that heads up. And Kaylee and Jenny are also. Yeah, I would have just stopped it after Kaylee went home, or after they ended. All right, so this is Kaylee's. She comes back, as we heard. She's coming back for more cross and more than redirect.
Jared T. is.
So let's get. Okay, so Jared is the smiley guy. All right, we'll get to smiley guy. I think he's either next, or I have two friends. I think I have two friends. Yeah, I have the 23rd, then the 24th, and then I have the 30th, which I think is the guy who sold him stuff. I'm not sure if he was the dealer or not. So we still have a little bit to go here. All right, cool. Thank you. Good job, Nosy Rosie. Very, very smiley. Yeah, very smiley. Yeah, it's a huge deal. CJ says, yeah. Huge. All right. Okay, so here's Kaylee. This is more Kaylee.
Biased against the defendant. So that's the court's ruling in that matter. And then Mr. Keon or Mr. DeMora, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. A couple things. One, we went through and we have no statements or anything related to this type of groping or any type of inappropriate touching. So both Mr. DeMora and I are unsure if there's any additional statements by Kaylee, by Mr. Canzon. We're not sure where this is coming from. So we would ask immediate disclosure of any statements that relate to this before we get into it, for us to actually adequately review and so not at a disadvantage. Secondly, briefly, 11.1c, as Your Honor highlighted, is to attack or support the credibility of a witness. This is with Kaylee. The people believe that this would be better fit for Jared rather than Kaylee because her credibility with this is not being attacked or supported. This is mainly as a stepping stone towards the potential impeachment of Jared. Whether she acknowledges or not is inconsequential. Frankly, it'll confuse a jury under 352. It's not an issue that is tantamount to the case, but the most important thing is we just want to have some basis to understand the context of this, of where this is going, because Mr. DeMore and I are unclear where this is coming from.
Okay, defense.
They made a decision to call all the defense witnesses as their own witnesses. Therefore, any new statements I have are not statements of witnesses I intend to call, but statements I intend to use on cross-examination. I've made this clear to them. If they decide not to call any of the roommates, they need to let me know so I can then make disclosures. I have interviewed all of their witnesses. I have additional statements. I have no obligation to turn them over unless I intend to use it for impeachment. I have spoken to Kaylee as an offer of proof. She remembers Mr. Tiamazon touching her in some way that made her uncomfortable. She said it was nothing big, and then she told it to Carlos, and that is all I'm seeking to get out.
Right. Okay.
And, they are calling, I don't have to give them statements I take from their witnesses, and that's black letter law, and they know that.
If we're going to go into an area that the people have no understanding or context, then at least a 402 to be able to explore, because people believe if he's intending to use this statement, there should be reciprocal discovery, because it's not for impeachment at this point.
So I think I understand Mr. Cann's argument in the sense that this is outside the scope of direct, and so therefore, this wasn't within the bounds of them calling their own witness. This is new.
They asked about Jared about smoking marijuana with Jared. They brought up Jared, not me. And I'm asking that. And so at this point, I've disclosed all I know about Kaylee and Jared.
The discovery's been made.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks. All right. The ruling stands. Thank you. Let's get the objections overruled.
One other area, does your partner want to know about this, the redirect, or this time no?
Right. Have you met and conferred?
So,
Go ahead.
Yeah, real briefly, there was a question directly to Ms. Gallardo about Nate and the defendant were freestyling, making up their own songs. I was simply going to ask, freestyling, what does that mean? What kind of songs were they making? And leave it at that, because that was brought up on cross-examination. And so I wanted to
What kind of songs? I've already shut this down.
Well,
What kind of songs? We're not getting into that.
When they're talking about freestyling, and she mentioned they're making up their own songs while they're smoking.
Okay. And I'm not getting into creative expression. I mean, that's as far as we're going. That of what they were doing, not the content of it. And as soon as you start talking about the content, it's 352.2, and we're done. Okay. So I don't think any door's been opened on that regard. You haven't gone into the content of any creative expression.
It was just why she remembered that incident, because they were singing. That's
right.
Why she remembered it. That's it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's get the jury. Thanks. Okay. Off the record. Thank you, Rob. California versus Carlos Dominguez. Prosecutors DeMora and Keon, Defense Attorney Hutchinson, Carlos Dominguez present, 16 members of our jury present, and we have Ms. Gallardo. Ms. Gallardo, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good morning to the jury. Thank you for your service today. Let's go ahead and get started. Let's get to work. And we're in cross-examination by Attorney Hutchinson of the witness. Mr. Hutchinson.
Good morning, Ms. Gallardo.
Good morning.
And same rules as yesterday. I'm going to ask you questions, almost all of which can be answered with a yes or no response. But if you don't know the answer, don't remember, that's what you should say.
Okay.
I don't want you to guess or speculate.
Yes.
Yesterday, we asked you some questions about cannabis use during your freshman year. You recall that?
Yes.
At some point during the freshman year, Mr. Dominguez began to rush a fraternity.
Yes.
And rush, that is a process by which a person gets to know the fraternity members and can ultimately join.
Yes.
If you recall, did he begin the rush process as fault word?
Yes.
when he formally joined the fraternity was at his winter quarter.
I believe so.
So UC Davis has 3-quarter systems,
Yes.
okay, or 3 quarters for the academic year,
Yes.
not counting the summer quarter.
Correct.
The fall quarter is usually late September until mid-December.
Yes.
Winter quarter is that early January until late March.
Yes.
And then the spring quarter is that late March, early April until June.
Yes.
And if you know, were members of his fraternity, were there people who were cannabis users, if you know?
Yes.
On occasions, did you see members of his fraternity use cannabis?
Yes.
So, as a general matter, do you believe his cannabis, Mr. Dominguez's cannabis use increased when he joined the fraternity? Specifically freshman year.
Timing wise, there was a slight increase initially, yes.
And a slight increase from what you had observed freshman fall before he actually joined the fraternity.
Yes.
And despite this cannabis use your freshman year, did you see any, so prior to the sophomore year, so prior to the beginning of the next year, did you see any changes in Mr. Dominguez's behavior or physical appearance that caused you concern?
No.
You testified yesterday about Mr. Dominguez making music.
Yes.
Music was important to him.
Yes.
He wrote music throughout his freshman year as well.
Yes.
You recall yesterday when the prosecutor asked you if Mr. Dominguez solely made music when he was under the influence of marijuana? You recall being asked that question?
Yes.
And you answered no, he would make it when he wasn't as well.
Yes.
Ms. Guillory, are you familiar with how certain entertainers or musicians may have a one-word stage name? Have you ever heard
Yes.
of that? Okay. Did Mr. Dominguez have a one-word stage name as a musician?
Yes.
And that name was Flames with a Z.
Yes.
You actually, at the beginning of your sophomore year as a gift, purchased him a custom LED sign with the names Flames on it.
Yes.
And you, on your phone, you were able to find the receipt for that purchase.
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit YY. Ms. Guillory, this is an order confirmation.
Yes.
And did you find this on your phone?
Yes.
And it appears you ordered a laser engraved LED light up display / sign, custom night light, desk lamp.
Yes.
You paid $28 for that.
Yes.
That was was that custom LED light delivered?
Yes.
Did you give that as a gift to Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
And it seems the order was made on September 16th of 2021.
Yes.
That would have been either right at or right before the beginning of your sophomore year.
Yes.
Mr. Dominguez, his interest in music existed as long as you knew him.
Yes.
Now, turning specifically to your sophomore year, this would be the 2021-2022 school year. You testified yesterday that you had a car,
Yes.
and you indicated that when you would visit Mr. Dominguez at the Parkside Apartments, you would drive.
Yes.
You testified Carlos rode a bike.
Yes.
If you recall, at some point during his sophomore year, was his bike stolen, if you recall?
I can't remember.
I'm sitting down because I'm going to show you some more exhibits. You testified yesterday that you would spend maybe 3, 4, 5 nights a week at the Parkside Apartments.
Yes.
So you were familiar with the Parkside Apartments?
Yes.
And even though you said you're not the best at looking at maps, you think you would recognize it if you saw it on the
Yes.
satellite? I'm going to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit P. And Ms. Gallardo, does this appear to be the Parkside Apartments?
Yes.
It's a large apartment complex,
Yes.
and I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Do you recall the general area where Carlos's apartment was?
Yes.
You have a little laser pointer?
Yes.
Using the laser pointer, could you please point the general area where Carlos's apartment was?
It was around this area right here.
So you're pointing, that would be the southeast corner of the apartment complex?
Yes.
This entire area that is bounded by F Street, a bike path, and H Street, is that the Parkside Apartments?
I believe so.
And Ms. Gallardo, just to the east of those apartments, are there train tracks running along H Street?
Yes.
Are those train tracks visible in this photograph?
Yes.
I'm going to show you another exhibit. I'm going to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit Q. Ma'am, do you recognize this as a map of Davis?
Yes.
You can see the Parkside Apartments up here in the middle, top center where I'm circling.
Yes.
And at the very bottom, next to the words Olive Drive, that appears to be the Ryder Apartments where you resided.
Yes.
So, zoom in a little bit more. If a person were to follow H Street or the railroad tracks south, that runs basically directly to the Ryder Apartments, and then before the tracks turn east along 2nd Street. Do you agree?
Yes.
And when Carlos would come to your apartment sophomore year, it was either on a bicycle or walking.
Yes, or I would pick him up.
He never had a car your sophomore year.
No.
Beginning your sophomore year, you and Miranda were fostering a kitten.
Yes.
You got that from, was it like an animal rescue type organization?
An animal shelter, yes.
And you brought that kitten to the Ryder Apartments.
Yes.
When Mr. Reales Dominguez was at the Ryder Apartments, he would spend time with that kitten.
Yes.
Over time, he became very fond of that kitten.
Yes.
And you observed him play with and interact with that kitten.
Yes.
And that kitten's name was Ember.
Yes.
That's E-M-B-E-R?
Yes.
Who gave Ember that name?
Carlos did.
And Ember was a boy?
Yes.
And on your phone, you took, there are probably many photos of Carlos with Ember on your phone.
Yes.
Just one moment.
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope. I have a question.
Say that again.
Outside the scope.
Outside scope. Mr. Hutchinson, briefly.
They're talking about, you want me to approach or?
Just if you can do it briefly in one sentence.
They've asked about symptoms of marijuana use.
Okay. All right. Overruled.
Showing you what's been marked Defense Exhibit O, photo 10. Is this a photo you took, Ms. Gallardo?
Yes.
And it shows it was on Olive Drive on October 15th of 2021.
Yes.
And that is Mr. Reales Dominguez with Ember.
Yes.
And ultimately, because you were fostering the kitten, the goal was to have someone adopt the kitten.
Yes.
And the kitten was ultimately adopted.
Yes.
It was adopted by Carlos.
Yes.
And he took Ember with him to live at the Parkside Apartments.
Yes.
And at least when you first adopted a kitten, was there anything about the way he cared for the kitten or interacted with the kitten that caused you any concern?
No.
Now, given the frequency that you stayed at the Parkside Apartments, when Carlos would smoke cannabis, you would generally smoke with him,
Yes.
at least initially, when
Yes.
the beginning of the sophomore year. So you would smoke the very same cannabis?
Yes.
Okay. The same, basically the same frequency. If you were with Carlos and he was using, you would use.
A majority of the time, yes.
And based on your observations, did Nate appear to be a regular user of cannabis?
Yes.
Based on your observations, did Jared appear to be a regular user of cannabis?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Garrett, I want to ask you a question, listen very carefully. Do you have a memory of at some point Jared physically touching you in a way that made you uncomfortable?
Yes.
Objection to the previous.
Thank you. The objection is overruled.
And you don't exactly remember what that touch was, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But did you communicate that to Carlos?
Yes.
Was Calvin a regular user of cannabis, or was he just with his girlfriend so often you couldn't tell?
He was with his girlfriend a majority of the time.
So although Calvin split the rent with Carlos for the room, Carlos essentially got his own room for half price.
Yes.
At the beginning of your sophomore year, when you first saw Carlos again after the summer break, initially you did not notice any changes in him that caused you any concern.
No.
But at some point during your sophomore year, you began to notice changes in Mr. Dominguez that caused you concern.
Did you say the beginning of sophomore year?
At some point.
At some point in sophomore year, yes.
You can't pinpoint exactly what month you first began to notice these changes.
Correct.
But you noticed he did not want to go out.
Yes.
He just would spend a lot of time in his room,
Yes.
drawing or making music,
Yes.
writing songs.
Yes.
And he did this typically every day.
Yes.
He started skipping his classes.
Yes.
You noticed he was not turning in his assignments.
Yes.
He started to eat less.
Yes.
You noticed that he was skipping meals.
Yes.
You noticed that he started to lose weight.
Yes.
And you noticed that his hair started to be unkempt.
Yes.
He was no longer staying clean shaven.
Yes.
And just because Carlos doesn't have much of a beard at all when you dated him.
Yes.
When he didn't shave, it would just be a mustache and then some hairs coming out of his chin.
Yes.
Maybe a few hairs on the side.
Yes.
But you notice he stopped shaving.
Yes.
And you also notice that he stopped interacting with his friends and roommates.
Yes.
He was not talking to them as often.
Yes.
You notice he was not interacting with them.
Yes.
And you notice changes in how he cared for Ember.
Yes.
He started to be negligent with things such as cleaning the litter box,
Yes.
feeding Ember,
Yes.
making sure that Ember had fresh water.
Yes.
And you recall seeing instances where Mr. Dominguez would just stare at a wall,
Yes.
or started to just stare off into space.
Yes.
And you talked about, by the time you broke up, Mr. Dominguez really wasn't leaving his room at all except to go to class, if he went.
Yes.
But prior to that, earlier in your sophomore year, you noticed instances when you and Mr. Dominguez would be outside in Davis where he would believe that people were talking about him.
Yes.
You two would be out and he would pass a group of people
Yes.
and he would say something under his breath that those people were talking about him.
Yes.
And based on your observations, you knew that these people were not talking about him.
Yes.
They were either engaged in their own conversations
Yes.
or they hadn't said a word.
Yes.
And this happened so many times where he thought people were talking about him that you can't even give an estimate of how many times.
Yes.
And so this will be your sophomore year. You're only 19 years old at this point.
Yes.
You turned 19 the summer before your sophomore year.
Yes.
You didn't have any experience or training on recognizing symptoms of mental illness.
No.
But you began to be concerned that Carlos may be suffering from a mental illness.
Yes.
Lack of foundation, false regulation.
Overruled. And at some point, did you express to him that you were concerned about his mental health?
Yes.
And he thought he was okay.
Yes.
I assume at this time you had heard of schizophrenia,
Yes.
but you didn't know anything about the symptoms of schizophrenia?
No.
You didn't know what the negative symptoms of schizophrenia were?
Just the very basic definition of what it was.
In terms of, have you ever heard about what are the positive symptoms or negative symptoms? Had you ever heard about that?
No.
Lack of foundation.
Overruled. So when you saw this was it gradual decline in Mr. Dominguez's mental health over your sophomore year?
Yes.
So when you saw this gradual decline, at least at one point you considered reaching out to his parents.
Yes.
You knew his mom doesn't speak English, you knew that, correct?
Yes.
But you knew his dad, although not fluent, was proficient in English. You knew that, right?
Yes.
And you had met his parents previously, given the Vegas trip?
Yes.
But you decided that reaching out to his parents would not be effective.
Yes.
And you made that decision because, based on your observations, his parents did not seem to be present in his life like your parents were in yours.
Yes.
But as you testified yesterday, you had not seen, based on your own observations freshman year, that Mr. Dominguez was very close to his siblings.
Yes.
You'd met his siblings.
Yes.
Okay. He had a brother named Dylan,
Yes.
and he had a younger sister named Mia.
Yes.
And during your freshman year, he would text, call them, or FaceTime them very regularly.
Yes.
And over your sophomore year, when you saw this gradual decline in his mental health, you noticed he stopped reaching out to them.
Yes.
He would not talk about them.
No.
You did not see him FaceTiming them or talking on the phone.
I did not.
And this was concerning for you
Yes.
because you knew how close he was to his siblings.
Yes.
And with this gradual decline in his mental health, and as he became more and more isolated, you were basically the only one he was still interacting with.
Yes.
Okay? And so you found yourself in this room alone with him in the dark.
Yes.
And you felt that started to impact your mental health.
Yes.
So you started to have thoughts about ending the relationship.
Yes.
Ms. Guillory, as a 19-year-old sophomore, when you saw this gradual decline in his mental health, did you know what specific steps you could take to try to get him help?
No.
And you testified yesterday that you liked to be around people,
Yes.
and by the middle of your sophomore year, it seemed the only person Carlos wanted to be around was you.
Yes.
And you wanted to be out in the sunshine,
Yes.
and Carlos no longer wanted to do that.
Yes.
And in addition to be concerned about your own mental health, you felt yourself start to get depressed.
Yes.
And then there was you recall an incident sometime in either March or April of 2022 at the Ryder Apartments where Mr. Dominguez got into a conflict with another man at the apartment complex.
Yes.
You and him were coming back from some location to the Ryder Apartments, you and Mr. Dominguez.
Yes.
So he had gone outside. He still went outside on some occasions.
Yes.
And as you were walking back into the Ryder Apartments, another couple, man and woman, came in behind you.
Yes.
When I say man and woman, they appear to be a young couple, college student age.
Yes, college student age.
And Carlos said something about the man had said something about him.
Yes.
You were standing right next to Carlos.
Yes.
Had the man said a word?
No. Not about him.
And after Carlos mentioned the man had said something, he turned around and confronted this man?
Yes.
He said something to the effect of, "What did you say about me?"
Yes.
The other man appeared confused.
Yes.
said, did you tell Mr. Dominguez that he had not said anything?
Yes.
And for whatever reason, Mr. Dominguez appeared to view this other man as a threat.
Yes.
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. And Mr. Dominguez, you observed Mr. Dominguez push this man with his hands,
Yes.
and then Mr. Dominguez attempted to tackle this man to the ground.
Yes.
And he wasn't successful in tackling this man to the ground.
No.
The man managed to push Carlos off him.
Yes.
You were trying to verbally separate them.
Yes.
You wanted to get Carlos upstairs to your room.
Yes.
And ultimately, you were able to get between them and they were separate, correct?
Yes.
And you began to try to take Mr. Dominguez up to your room.
Yes.
But this man who observed this behavior, he started to be concerned about your safety, or he verbalized that to you,
Yes.
asking you if you were safe to go with Mr. Dominguez.
Yes.
You're safe. Overruled.
And so when Mr. Dominguez hears this man saying that, he gets even more upset.
Yes.
And somehow, when you get him into the elevator, Mr. Dominguez ended up withholding your phone.
Yes.
You don't know how he ended up with your phone.
I do.
But before the elevator closed, he took the phone and then threw it across the room,
Yes.
and it shattered.
Yes.
Ultimately, you were able to get Mr. Dominguez to calm down a little bit,
Yes.
but he was still clearly agitated.
Yes.
And he never specifically told you what this man had said.
No.
So you decided the best thing was to try to take him home to the Parkside Apartments.
Yes.
So you got him in your car,
Yes.
and you started driving back to Parkside.
Yes.
And while the car was moving,
Yes.
Mr. Dominguez was repeatedly trying to open the door and get out
Yes.
while the car was moving.
Yes.
And you were concerned for his safety and were trying to stop him from doing that.
Yes.
And this attempt by him to get out of the car while it's moving, that continued as you drove toward Parkside.
Yes.
And ultimately, you ended up having to stop a few blocks from Parkside because he kept trying to get out of a moving car.
Yes.
And he got out
Yes.
and he walked out into the night.
Yes.
Didn't say anything.
No.
Did he ever contact you that night?
No.
Did you try after you went home to did you go back to the Ryder Apartments?
Yes.
After you got back, did you try texting and calling Mr. Dominguez to see if he was okay?
Yes.
You were worried?
Yes.
You've never seen him act like that before.
No.
You had seen multiple times when he believed people were saying things about him.
Yes.
This was the first time you'd ever seen him act on it.
Yes.
And when you text him and call him, did he ever respond that night?
No.
And did you repeatedly try to contact him?
Yes.
Going into the early morning, did he ever respond?
I can't remember next morning.
Not saying the next morning, daylight hours, but after midnight or anything, did he ever respond?
Not after midnight, no.
And you started to be concerned that he could have harmed himself.
Yes.
And then finally, the next morning, you were able to reach him.
Yes.
You tried to discuss what had happened,
Yes.
and he became upset.
Yes.
He didn't want to discuss it.
Yes.
And at that point, after seeing this incident, you realized that as much as you cared for Mr. Dominguez, that you could no longer be in a relationship with him?
Yes.
And it was sometime after this incident that you ended your relationship with Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
You didn't do it immediately the next day?
No.
And when you told Mr. Dominguez ultimately that you wanted to end the relationship, you didn't mention anything about his mental health or the incident with the man?
No.
Those were concerns you had?
Yes.
Was that a huge motivator in why you had to end the relationship?
Yes.
But you didn't want to tell him that?
Yes.
And you told him that you didn't think you were interested in men?
Yes.
And as you said yesterday, Mr. Dominguez was aware throughout, at least when you were dating, that you had an interest in both men and women?
Yes.
That was never something you kept from him?
No.
But obviously, when you ended the relationship, he was hurt?
Yes.
You said he was upset,
Yes.
but not in an aggressive manner.
Correct.
It was upset because he didn't want to end the relationship.
Yes.
At that point, you were basically the only person at Davis who was close to him.
Yes.
And so you continued to see him as friends after you ended the relationship?
Yes.
Not as frequently?
Yes.
But just after you broke up with him, the physical intimacy, that aspect of your relationship, that ended?
Yes.
And for maybe a couple months after your relationship ended, Mr. Dominguez would do things that kind of suggested he wanted to resume the relationship.
Yes.
He tried to kiss you a couple times.
Yes.
Tried to get close to you.
Yes.
Somebody would drop by unannounced.
Yes.
And you made it clear to him that the relationship was not going to resume.
Yes.
And he accepted that.
Initially, not as much, but eventually, yes.
Eventually, he stopped kind of making those efforts to try to reach
Yes.
I'd like to show you just one moment. I'd like to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit O, Photo 11. Ms. Biardo, this is a picture of Mr. Dominguez with Ember.
Yes.
Ember is now a full-grown cat.
Yes.
And this photo indicates it was April 4th, 2022 in Central Davis.
Yes.
Looking at the apartment, which apartment was this photo taken in?
Parkside Apartments?
And so you described the incident with the man. That was either in March or April. So this photo was either taken shortly after or shortly before this incident happened?
Yes.
Now, at this point, you can see Mr. Dominguez. Had you noticed that he was losing weight at this point?
Yes.
And his hair's not too long, but had you noticed a decline in hygiene?
Yes.
And at this point, even though he's obviously interacting with Ember, you were concerned he was not caring for Ember properly.
Yes.
You testified about his pristine hygiene freshman year. Would you started to notice Mr. Dominguez having body odor?
Yes.
And that was something you never noticed freshman year, correct?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit 12. This is a photo that was taken on May 16th, 2022.
Yes.
This was taken after you broke up.
Yes.
It was taken on the UC Davis campus.
Yes.
It was outside a restaurant called Latitude, if you recall.
Yes, it was nearby.
And was this an incident where you just happened to see him on campus, that you crossed paths?
I believe so.
And I'm going to zoom in a little bit. His hair, it appears, it's not long, but it appears to be getting longer.
Yes.
And you can see, if I zoom in, he has the mustache and the little hairs coming out of his chin.
Yes.
And once again, this was, when Carlos Dominguez didn't shave, this is what it looked like, right?
Yes.
The mustache and then random hairs on his face.
Yes.
And was this just an incident where you ran into him, you talked to him, you decided to take a photo together?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked. Defense Exhibit O, photo 13. Ms. Garda, you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
This was taken on June 12th, 2022.
Yes.
And once again, this is after you've broken up with Mr. Dominguez.
Yes.
But you're continuing to see him as friends.
Yes.
Is one of the reasons you wanted to continue to see him as friends because you knew he didn't have anybody else?
Yes.
Cause for speculation.
Oh, really? And this is dated June 12th, 2022.
Yes.
And is this Parkside or Ryder? I'm sorry.
Ryder Apartments.
And you can see from this photo, he appears to be a lot skinnier.
Yes.
You can see the longer hair.
Yes.
You can see the facial hair.
Yes.
And once again, during this period, you're noticing the body odor,
Yes.
and his hair is unkempt.
Yes.
And you indicated even when you would go and see him and you were together, you really wouldn't talk or interact much.
Yes.
He would just spend time drawing,
Yes.
writing music,
Yes.
or making beats.
Yes.
So you found yourself just kind of sitting there watching him.
Yes.
And when, on occasions when he would smoke cannabis, you would smoke cannabis with him.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked. Defense Exhibit O, photo 14. Ms. Garda, you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
It was taken outside the Ryder Apartments.
Yes.
It was taken on July 2nd, 2022, if you recall.
I can't remember the exact date.
When's your birthday?
July 2nd.
Did you see Carlos Dominguez on your birthday of 2022?
Yes.
Did you go to a sushi restaurant?
I believe so.
And did you take a photograph of Mr. Dominguez in July of 2022?
Yes.
Does this appear to be that photograph?
Yes.
I'm going to zoom out first. He is noticeably thinner than the man you had met a year earlier, correct?
Yes.
And once again, the hair is getting longer,
Yes.
and looks like he's wearing Crocs
Yes.
with black socks,
Yes.
shorts.
Yes.
It looks like a jean jacket with the word Playboy on it.
Yes.
And once again, zooming in. zooming in, you can see the facial hair.
Yes.
We spoke yesterday about how Carlos tried to be a stylish dresser and his clothing was important to him.
Yes.
When you saw the decline over the sophomore year, did that change as well?
Yes.
And so, once again, this is what you wore to go out to celebrate your birthday.
Yes.
And man, this was the last photograph you ever took of Carlos Dominguez.
I believe so.
So, you moved out of the Ryder apartments in either September or October,
Yes.
and Mr. Dominguez actually helped you move out.
Yes. He helped me move into my new apartment.
So he didn't help move the stuff out of Ryder,
I can't remember.
but he did help you move into your new apartment.
Yes.
And by that time, he was living at the 762 Hawthorne residence.
Yes.
And you testified yesterday, you did visit him at that Hawthorne residence.
Yes.
And when you saw him at Hawthorne, you previously indicated that was the worst you'd ever seen him.
Yes.
He was extremely thin.
Yes.
The hygiene was at the worst you'd ever seen.
Yes.
He had very noticeable body odor.
Yes.
He did not appear to be showering based on your observations.
Not as often, no.
His hair was very long,
Yes.
completely unkempt.
Yes.
He was not shaving,
Yes.
and his hair was just hanging in his face.
Yes.
And in total, do you think he probably went to parks, the Hawthorne, approximately maybe 10 times? Give or take?
Yes.
And it was upsetting for you to see Mr. Dominguez in that condition, correct?
Yes.
Because this was someone you at one point been in love with.
Yes.
And even though you'd ended a relationship, you still cared about him?
Yes.
You still worried about him?
Yes.
And so that was one of the reasons you were going over there basically to check on him.
Yes.
And when you saw him at Hawthorne and you would be in his room with him, most of the time he wouldn't even talk to you.
Yes.
Okay. You would just sit there with him,
Yes.
and he would either be working on music or writing things.
Yes.
And on the occasions when he smoked marijuana at Hawthorne, you do remember smoking with him at
Yes.
Hawthorne? Now, he took Ember with him to Hawthorne.
Yes.
But at Hawthorne, you'd spoken about, you had concerns about how he was caring for Ember previously at the end of his sophomore year at Parkside. You had those same concerns when you saw Ember at Hawthorne?
Yes.
Ember had previously been an indoor cat.
Yes.
Okay. And are you a cat person?
Yes.
You know, it can be very dangerous for former indoor cats to suddenly become outdoor cats. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Because they're not used to it.
Yes.
You work in the veterinary field?
Yes.
Okay. Outdoor cats can get injured, can get hit by cars. It's dangerous for outdoor cats.
Yes.
And you notice that now at Hawthorne, Ember was going outside.
Yes.
The litter box was outside.
Yes.
But there wasn't even a litter in the box.
Not all the time.
He did not appear to be feeding Ember.
No.
Did Ember appear to be skinnier when you saw Ember?
I can't remember changing his weight.
Okay. But you didn't notice, do you recall seeing a food bowl with food in it or a water bowl with water in it?
No.
And you actually, as a person who is a cat person, you actually discussed with him how he needs to take better care of Ember.
Yes.
He wasn't receptive to that, was he?
Yes.
Was he receptive?
He was not receptive.
And you noticed that Ember previously, you noticed that Ember was very bonded with Mr. Dominguez, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ember, based on what you saw, appeared to love Mr. Dominguez.
Yes.
Okay. And then, and that was back when he cared for him at Parkside, or initially at Ryder and then at Parkside.
Yes.
But when you visited him at Hawthorne, you noticed that Ember started spending time with the other roommates.
Yes.
It was specifically Mark Capito, if you remember.
Yes.
And you became aware that Mark Capito was feeding Ember.
Yes.
Did that upset you that Mr. Elsdinger was no longer caring for this cat that he had been so close to?
Yes.
Now, by December of 2022, you had stopped visiting Hawthorne.
Yes.
You were then exploring a new relationship,
Yes.
and ultimately that person became your partner.
Yes.
Now, the last time you had any communication, last time you saw Mr. Dominguez, that was when he gave you the Christmas present.
Yes.
And so that, you had, when you were at Davis, did you always go home for Christmas for Orange County? Was there ever a time you didn't go home?
Not that I can remember.
So, did Mr. Dominguez give you this present when you got back from Orange County?
Yes.
He texted you and said he had a present for you?
Yes.
You drove over to the Hoffman residence to pick it up?
Yes.
Had you got a present for him?
No.
But given that he said he had a present for you, you wanted to accept it?
Yes.
You didn't want to hurt him?
Yes.
And he gave you, it was in a shoebox?
Yes.
And it had the writing, which you saw as like a figure with horns on it, or a drawing?
Yes.
Inside there was lingerie?
Yes.
A pair of thong underwear?
Yes.
And the lingerie was the thong underwear?
Yes.
And then there was a long sleeve shirt with Playboy on it.
Yes.
It seemed like a very strange gift for him to be giving you.
Yes.
And you accepted the gift?
Yes.
And you left?
Yes.
And prior to seeing him in court later, that was the last time you saw Mr. Dominguez in person?
Yes.
And I want to ask you about, first, how he looked that last time you saw him. He was, once again, extremely skinny.
Do you mean in court or?
No, the one we gave you the gift.
Yes.
And he had the long hair hanging over his eyes.
Yes.
So, seeing him in that condition and then getting this bizarre gift, that was upsetting for you.
Yes.
Now, at some point in February of 2023, did you receive messages from Mr. Dominguez's siblings, Mia and Dylan?
Yes.
Did you know they had your phone number?
I can't remember.
I know you don't know their exact birthdays, Dylan and Mia.
No.
Right? Generally, how much younger is Dylan than Mr. Dominguez, if you know, and how much younger is Mia, if you know?
I would say Dylan's maybe about around 6 years younger, and Mia was probably closer to about like 10 years younger around there.
So they were considerably younger than him.
Yes.
So when you talked about he was the big brother to these younger siblings.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked defendant's exhibits R and the defendant's exhibits S. Take a look at those, Ms. Guillory, and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, I recognize
Are
those.
those screenshots of text messages between you and Dylan and Mia?
Yes.
Did they both text you separately?
Yes.
And they did it basically 1 minute after the other?
Yes.
There's an objective hearsay on these exhibits.
And then for these, are these going to be posted up there? Are you going to be able to cover their information, like their phone number and things like that? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks. The objection is overruled. Non-hearsay.
So, the first,
Relevance is not hearsay.
Overruled.
the first person who texted you was, let me back up. The first person who texted you at 9:09 p.m., that was his younger sister, Mia.
Yes.
And you think she was at least more than 10 years younger than him.
Yes.
So this is a little...
Cover that number. Ed.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is, and she told you, "Hi, Kaylee, this is Mia. I'm not sure if you remember me. Carlos hasn't been answering me in a few days, and we want to make sure he's okay. If you see him anywhere, can you tell him to call me or any of my family members? Thank you." That is what you first received from Mia.
Yes.
And then a minute later, you received a message from Dylan.
Yes.
And he said, "Hi, Kaylee, how are you doing? My brother hasn't been answering my calls. If you see him, can you tell him to call us back? Or if you get a hold of him, thank you."
Yes.
So when you saw this concerns you.
Yes.
To have his younger siblings reaching out to you saying they couldn't reach him, that caused you to be afraid something may have happened to Carlos.
Yes.
And so, even though you noticed he'd stopped contacting his siblings regularly, the fact that he wouldn't respond to them at all, that concerns you.
Yes.
So you reached out to Philip Hahn.
Yes.
That was one of the roommates at Hawthorne.
Yes.
And you told Mr. Hahn that Carlos's siblings had contacted you,
Yes.
and they were worried about that he could not reach Carlos.
Yes.
And you asked Mr. Hahn to check on Carlos.
Yes.
Your Honor, this next is not was offered for its truth, but for the effect on the listener to explain what she did next.
I understand.
Okay. At some point, did Mr. Hahn get back to you?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
I can't remember specifically what he told me.
But did he tell you that Carlos was in his room or something to that effect?
I can't remember.
Did he communicate to you that Carlos was alive?
I can't remember.
But you, after you heard from Phil, you did respond to both Kaylee, as you responded to both Dylan and Mia.
In the text messages?
Yes.
I can't remember.
So I'm going to show you once again, this is Defendant's Exhibit R. This is a response to Mia. I'm going to, and you write, hey, I just called one of the people he lives with, and he said he is in his room. I told him to tell you to reach out. If you ever need to get a hold of him, you can call one of his people he lives with. Here is his number. You see that?
Yes.
And I'm not projecting the number here, but you did provide them a number.
Yes.
And that was Phil Hahn's number.
Yes.
And that number is listed, is shown on the text message, even though I didn't project it.
Correct.
And after you texted Mia, you also responded to Dylan,
Yes.
and you basically told him the exact same message that you gave to Mia.
Yes.
Did it seem strange to you that it was his siblings who were reaching out to you and not his parents?
Yes.
Because you talked about how your father drove up to Northern California and back 2 times just to take your boyfriend home for a visit.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And you knew, think of your own father, if he had been trying to reach you in text message and you were not responding, he would be in that car driving up from Orange County to Davis. You knew
Yes.
that. Did Carlos's parents ever reach out to you at any point? Or was it only his siblings?
During that time period or when?
During that time period?
Around the time when when his siblings had reached out, no.
But it did seem strange to you that it was these 2 little kids who were reaching out, not the adult parents.
Yes.
And after the last time you saw him, when you gave him the gift, or he gave you the gift, he texted you, you think maybe a couple times wanting to hang out,
Yes.
and you said you did not want to hang out, or you did not agree to hang out.
Yes.
You didn't save those text messages. You don't have those still saved, do you? Not the final one, but the interview.
In between, I don't believe so.
But you do have saved your final text message with Carlos Dominguez,
Yes.
showing you what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit T. Gallardo, is that an accurate screenshot of your final communications with Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
Mission Publisher.
Granted.
So it looks on
On Wednesday, April 19th, he texts you, says, hey, WYD. Does that stand for what you're doing?
Yeah.
And then and that first was texted at 7:40,
Yes.
and you did not initially respond to that.
Yes.
And then at 7:46 p.m. on April 19th, he texted you, you free tonight, question mark, you down to hang?
Yes.
And you did not respond to either of those on the night of April 19th.
Yes.
And then the following morning, April 20th at 9:51 a.m., you texted him, out of respect for my girlfriend, IDT, it's a good idea for us to hang.
Yes.
IDT stands for I don't know.
I don't think.
I don't think, excuse me. And then later that afternoon at 3:42 p.m., Mr. Dominguez texts back IGHT.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Okay.
Height, is that how it's called? And he had asked if you wanted to hang tonight, night of April 19th, and you chose not to respond until the following day.
Yes.
Was that intentional?
Yes.
And that was the last communication you ever had with Carlos Reales?
Yes.
Ms. Gallardo, at some point you were aware of the Davis stabbings when they were happening?
Yes.
You heard about them in the news?
Yes.
And at some point you became aware that Carlos had been arrested for 2 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder.
Yes.
And when you learned that it was Mr. Dominguez, I believe you said you were a mess.
Yes.
You cried a lot.
Yes.
You asked your parents to come from Orange County to get you.
Yes.
And did they come?
Yes.
Did they come immediately?
Yes.
It was very overwhelming for you
Yes.
because you had dated him for a considerable period of time.
Yes.
And you previously testified at one point you had been in love with him.
Yes.
And you recall officers coming to speak to you,
Yes.
and you were still kind of in shock. Would that be a fair statement?
Yes.
Do you recall telling the officers, quote, that's not the person I knew?
Yes.
Did you tell the officers that the person you had initially dated would never have done something like that?
Yes.
So for you, and this was just your feelings at the time, right?
Yes.
This is how you were feeling.
Yes.
And what you were describing to the officers, you were describing the Carlos Reales Dominguez you met your freshman year.
Yes.
Over time, you saw Mr. Reales Dominguez become very different than the person you initially knew.
Yes.
And in July of 2023, you had to testify in a hearing in this case.
Yes.
And you received the subpoena to testify. That was from my office.
Yes.
And you received that subpoena, you cried.
Yes.
You did not want to testify in this case.
Yes.
But you did come to court?
Yes.
You did testify?
Yes.
And when you were in court, you saw Mr. Reales Dominguez in court.
Yes.
That was the first time you had ever seen him in person since he gave you the Christmas gift.
Yes.
And he looked nothing like the person you had met freshman year.
Yes.
He had long hair covering his face.
Yes.
He seemed expressionless.
Yes.
He seemed emotionless.
Yes.
You never saw him look at you.
No.
Did you ever see him move during the entire time that you were testifying?
I can't remember.
And at this point, he seemed extremely thin from what you could observe.
Yes.
And he was not dressed in a suit tight. He was dressed in what appeared to be a suicide prevention smock.
Objection, Your Honor, as far as the words used.
I'll rephrase. Did he appear to be, was he dressed in clothing or was he dressed in some sort of smock?
I can't remember.
Just one moment.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked Defense Exhibit L, photo. Is it Defense Exhibit LL, photo 4? Ms. Guillory, is that how Mr. Dominguez looked when you saw him in court?
Yes.
Objection. Ambiguous as to time.
When you first tested,
Objection, so overruled.
when you testified in July of 2023, is that what Mr. Dominguez looked at when you sat on the witness stand and saw him?
Yes.
Was it difficult to see him looking like that?
Yes.
And the next time you saw him in person was when you testified for a second time in May of last year.
Yes.
At that point, he looked different.
Yes.
His hair was cut.
Yes.
He was clean shaven.
Yes.
He had gained weight.
Yes.
He was wearing a suit.
Yes.
And other than being older, he looked much closer to the young man you met freshman year.
Yes.
And prior to coming, you have not seen Mr. Dominguez in person since you testified last year?
Yes.
But you see him in court today?
Yes.
And other than being another year older, he looks much closer to the young man you met freshman year.
Yes.
Now, Ms. Guillory, the two previous times you testified, after I asked you questions, did prosecutors get an opportunity to ask you questions?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
If you recall, on either time you testified, in July or last year, did they ever ask you a single question about cannabis use?
No.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
No.
Overruled.
The answer is no.
The answer is no, they did not.
But then, in late October of last year, around Halloween, October 31st, 2025, did you have a telephone interview with Mr. DeMora from the district attorney's office and an investigator named Aaron Moe?
I had one, but I can't remember the date.
Was it back in the fall?
Yes.
And was it with Mr. DeMora and an investigator named Aaron Moe?
Yes.
That was probably, and they spoke to you on the phone?
Yes.
And you assumed they would be recording that conversation?
I don't believe I was aware.
But they probably spoke to you for maybe a little less than an hour?
Yes.
And basically, during the entire conversation, the only thing they really wanted to talk about was cannabis. Would you agree?
Yes.
and they remember. And at this point, when you testified last year, you testified to the physical, the mental health decline you observed.
Yes.
And they were asking whether he was under the influence of cannabis when all these things were happening. You remember them asking that?
During that interview,
Yeah.
yes.
And you told them you can't specifically remember if he was using cannabis at these times or not.
Yes.
And they also asked you if his hygiene, his longer hair, and his weight loss became worse with the increase of marijuana use.
Yes.
And you explained to them you don't know if that was even correlated at all. You recall saying that?
Yes.
And by correlated, you mean if there was any connection between the two.
Correct.
But you did explain to them how you'd seen his mental health just in general deteriorating.
Yes.
Asked and answered.
Now, Ms. Guillory, I want you to listen very carefully to these next questions. Only answer yes or no. Do not volunteer additional information. Okay?
Okay.
When you and Mr. Dominguez were in a relationship, did he ever speak to you about things he experienced as a child? Yes or no?
Yes.
Once again, yes or no. Did he speak to you about a maid in El Salvador?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance lack foundation. And hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
So he spoke to you about a maid in El Salvador.
Yes.
And by maid, I'm referring to like a domestic worker.
Yes.
Yes or no? Again, when talking about experiences as a child, did he talk to you about his father?
Yes.
So, and this again, yes or no? Based on your relationship, you had information about Mr. Dominguez's experience as a child, based on his conversation with you, correct?
Yes.
When the district attorney called you in the fall, did they ask you any questions about Mr. Dominguez's childhood experiences?
No.
Objection, relevance. Overruled.
They were only interested in cannabis.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. That's cross. Mr. Keon, redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. We going to 11?
Yeah, hard break at 11.
Good morning, Ms. Guillory. So I just want to take a moment. I know this is difficult to be here and have to experience all this. It is not any of us intent to cause any stress. We just start asking just simple questions, get out what you recall, okay?
Yes.
So if I show you anything, if it's triggering, just let us know.
Okay.
So to start off, I'm going to kind of jump around a little bit based on the cross-examination, okay?
Okay.
To start off, during cross-examination, you had talked about, based on your recollection, Mr. Dominguez's relationship with his parents. How did you characterize his relationship with his parents?
They weren't very close.
When you say they,
Both of his parents and Crows were not very close.
is that opinion based on your time together, or is that something that he told you?
It was based on everything that he told me as well as the interactions that I had known of.
The interactions that
I had known of.
So you said based on the interaction you had had with Mr. Dominguez?
Correct, yes.
During your relationship, how often did you meet his parents?
In person, maybe 3 to 4 times.
And is that on the, I guess, on the ceiling scale, or at most 3 to 4 times, or you think at a minimum 3 to 4 times?
On average, 3 to 4.
Okay. When would you meet his parents? Or, I mean, was it in Northern California, in Davis, or was it more so in Tracy, or was it in Vegas? Was it in Southern California?
In Vegas, I did. I had gone to Tracy to visit his family, I want to say about 2 times, and I think they came down to Davis once as well.
Okay. And so, to your recollection, those four moments were the ones that you recall meeting them?
Yes.
With those 4 that you recall, do you recall them ever giving their phone number to you, or you conversating via phone with them?
I can't remember.
Do you recall ever talking to them on the phone?
At what point, or do you mean ever?
Throughout your relationship?
I can't remember.
Do you recall ever sending text messages between either of his parents?
I can't remember.
Is that something that, when you say you don't remember, is it possible you may have, or you just don't have an existing memory of it?
I can't remember if I did or not.
Okay. During the relationship, do you recall having phone conversations with Mr. Dominguez's siblings?
Yes.
Was that on one occasion or more than one occasion?
More than one occasion, but from what I can remember, they had called Carlos and I was there, so that's how we communicated.
And was that primarily via phone, voice, or was that through text message or FaceTime? How would you communicate?
If I was a part of the interaction, it would typically be through FaceTime or phone call, again, via Carlos.
So, just so I understand, I don't want to misunderstand. You're saying that your interactions with his siblings were primarily through Mr. Dominguez when he would talk to them?
Correct, yes.
Did you ever have any direct communication with his siblings, just you and them through your phone?
I can't remember.
The text messages that were shown to you from Dylan and Mia, was that the first time they had texted you?
I can't remember.
Do you recall having their numbers saved?
I can't remember.
Do you recall interacting with them in Davis? So we know the 4 times that you were with his parents. I'm going to assume that his siblings were there too.
In Davis or for all 4 times?
All 4 times.
I know for the 3 times, the 2 times in Tracy, the 1 time in Vegas, they were, I can't remember regarding Davis or not.
So outside of the 3 times, the Vegas and the 2 times in Tracy, do you recall ever physically interacting with his siblings in person?
No.
And then prior to your relationship with Mr. Dominguez, is it fair to say you didn't know his family?
Yes.
Did Mr. Dominguez specifically communicate to you his relationship with his parents prior to you knowing Mr. Dominguez?
What do you mean by prior to me knowing him?
So you said you met Mr. Dominguez in the fall of 2020?
Correct.
Prior to you meeting Mr. Dominguez in the fall of 2020, did Mr. Dominguez communicate to you whether he had a good or bad relationship with his parents specifically?
When you say prior to us meeting, I assume that means prior to us communicating, so I'm a little bit confused about how before we communicated he would have ever said anything to me, if that makes sense?
Right, so just to be more pointed,
Yeah.
When he's you're with him, did he tell you, hey, before I knew you, Kaylee, I had a great relationship with my parents, I had a bad relationship with my parents, or we just had an okay relationship. Before I knew you, we just had a strained relationship. Did he communicate this?
Vague, outside scope, 52.
Do you mind repeating that?
Sure.
Did he ever convey to you what his relationship with his parents was, whether it was good, bad, strained, in the years, months, weeks leading up to going to UCS?
I don't think so.
So when Mr. Dominguez communicated with you about his distant relationship with his parents, how did you interpret that?
You mind repeating that?
Did Mr. Dominguez tell you he had a distant relationship with his parents?
I can't remember if he told me specifically. Again, it's just through, stories and things like that I heard, as well as just kind of seeing how often they reached out to him, is how I formed my opinion.
Stories from Mr. Dominguez?
Correct.
About his parents?
Correct.
What stories are you referring to?
Things he had kind of told me that had occurred in his childhood, specifically.
About his parents?
Correct.
Okay. And based on those stories he had told you, were you inferring or making an interpretation based on that, what his relationship was?
Correct.
So, is that solely your basis for believing he was distant with his parents?
From the way that they interacted with him when I knew him, as well as what he had told me from the past, yes.
How did they interact with Mr. Dominguez when you were with them?
When I was in person with his family,
Yes.
a lot of the time they spoke Spanish, so I honestly didn't really know much of what was talked about. Overall, though, when I was present with them, again, I really don't know much of the topic of conversation a lot of the time, so I'm not 100% sure how that went along.
Got it. Do you know whether either of his parents communicated with Mr. Dominguez via text, via phone, or FaceTime, or any other means?
What? Just
during
in
the time
general?
you knew them?
Yes.
Okay, stop there, mark your note. Okay, Ms. Blatter, thank you. We need to take a break. Okay, there's a few more questions for you.
Okay,
All right, thank you, and I'll see you in 15 minutes.
Looks like that's that. Yeah. So they had more questions for her, but see, now you know my frustration level with this trial. They didn't come back, so we don't get to see the rest of that. All right, so that was June 17th. We're going to jump ahead to June 23rd. This is Jared. I'm pretty sure this next witness is Jared. The one who inappropriately touched Kaylee. So let's see if we can find his name. I think this is Jared. All right, pretty sure this is Jared. So Kaylee's off the stand now. All right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Jared. Yes, Nosy. I found Mia. I found Mia and then her dad, and then dad comes back the next morning. So I found them. Yeah, we'll save them for the defense. We'll save them for the defense. Missy, yeah, Jared touching her inappropriately. That's new. State's going hard on the whole cannabis marijuana use. That's new. I don't think we heard from Jared. Did Jared? Hold on a sec. Did we hear from Jared the first time? I don't think we did. If I can get his name spelled right. How do you spell his name? Jared, maybe? Yeah, I don't even have him down as that was talked about. We heard from Nathan. We heard from Philip. We heard from Mark. Those are all the people we heard from last time. For the defense. So for the defense, it was Nathan, Mark, who was a frat roommate, and Philip. We heard Philip's name a lot. So Yeah, I don't see Jared. So all right. So this is Jared. I'm going to try and catch his name.
And my last name is spelled Tiam as in Mary, Zon, Tiam.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dumort, direct examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
How old are you?
23.
Are you currently employed?
No.
What is your sort of chosen profession if you were working?
I just finished a project, so I'm not currently working as of this moment, but before I was an instructional designer. That would be in somebody who helps in education.
So you're 23. Did you go to UC Davis at some point?
Yes.
When did you graduate?
I graduated in 2024.
What was your major?
I was a human development major.
Now, during your time at UC Davis, did you meet someone by the name of Carlos Dominguez?
Yes.
And do you see him in court today?
Yes.
Can you point to him and describe what he's wearing?
That guy, he's wearing a suit and tie today.
Okay. Off to my left, your right.
That is correct.
So I'm going to ask you some questions about how you and Mr. Dominguez came to meet. What year what school year did the two of you meet?
In person or not in person?
Well, let me ask you, did you somehow meet prior to meeting in person?
Yes.
How so?
We exchanged some messages in a study group before. That was about it.
And what year was that?
2020 to 2021.
Was that what year of school was that for you?
That would be my freshman year's college.
And was Mr. Dominguez a freshman as well?
I believe so.
Were you living in the dorms at that time?
No.
Where were you living?
I was living at home in Los Angeles County.
Is that because that was a COVID year?
Yes.
Do you remember how the two of you ended up on this sort of like group message or group project that you just described?
Yes.
How so?
I knew a prior high school friend that we had started college at UC Davis around the same time. We all started but I think she and her own friends that were in the dorm started a friend group, a study group, and invited me to it just because I was kind of away and I didn't really have a chance to make friends, so I felt like they were kind of pitying me. But then I ended up taking more action within the study group and getting to know everyone.
Okay, and so, yeah, and that was a hard time, I take it, for a lot of college students to make friends and connect at that point.
I believe so.
Do you remember what quarter that was?
That would be my spring quarter and winter quarter of my freshman year.
So January till about June of 2021?
That's correct.
Outside of that friend group, prior to meeting Mr. Dominguez in person, did the two of you individually exchange any messaging?
Not that I can recall.
So I'm going to move to your sophomore year. Was that the 2021-2022 school year?
That is correct.
At that point, going into that year, were you still living in Los Angeles or did you relocate?
I relocated to Davis.
And where were you living?
I was living in Davis, specifically off of F Street in the northern section of Davis.
Have you heard of the Parkside Apartments?
Yes.
Did that sound familiar to you?
That would be the name of the place I was living, yes.
When you moved into the Parkside Apartments, was it just you or did you have roommates?
I had roommates.
Who were your roommates?
I had my own room, but I shared the apartment with Carlos Dominguez, a man by the name of Calvin, and a man by the name of Nathan. Last name, I can't quite remember.
Did you see Nathan yesterday?
Yes.
Is David sound familiar?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to go through this in a little bit. Okay, so I said, did you have roommates? But I guess I should have said, did you have housemates first? Because you said you had your own room. Focusing on the individual rooms themselves, was Mr. Dominguez sharing a room with anyone?
Yes, I believe that I recall that he shared a room with Calvin.
How did the four of you end up deciding to room together?
I was kind of lacking on my roommate search, and I know that Calvin, Nathan, and Carlos had been a closer-knit group as being part of the dormant people. And Calvin had started dating my friend from high school. So then me and Calvin got closer, and then Calvin was like, oh, if you're still looking for a place to live, we talked about budgets, what we're looking for, and then we found out, oh, I'm kind of suitable for where you guys are looking for. And they didn't end up finding another roommate, so then I was a perfect option for them, I believe.
Either way, you ended up moving in with all of them.
Correct.
Now, was that just prior to the start of the academic year in 2021, 2022?
Yes. Yes.
And at that time, since UC Davis was on the quarter system, what month were classes starting?
I believe in September.
When you moved in to the Parkside Apartments, was that the first opportunity you had to meet Mr. Dominguez in person?
Yes.
When you first met him in person, prior to meeting him in person, did the two of you have any communication during the summer leading up to that?
Nothing that I can recall outside of any group chats that were likely about living together.
What was your agreement with you and I'll interchange between housemates and roommates when I ask you questions about this, but what was your sort of agreement in terms of how the rent would be split?
The people with the bigger rooms and their own rooms would pay more. I think we did it by who had the better lighting or square footage in the room would pay the most. And then between Carlos and Calvin, although they're splitting a room, that room wasn't divided equally. It was worth more than the other two rooms because it had an attached bathroom, so they split that room. And then that agreement came about because we decided that splitting the rooms evenly and halfway wasn't suffice for the common areas of the apartment.
Do you remember how much the total rent was before you split it?
No.
Do you remember how much you paid?
Less than $1,000.
You say less than $1,000. So we'll start with less than $1,000. Was it more than $500?
Yes.
Was it more than $700?
I believe so.
Right. More than $800?
I think it was between the $800 to $1,000 range.
And to what you recall, were you paying the most, sort of in the middle, or the least?
I I believe I was either paying the most or the second most. I'm not sure if me or Nathan was paying more.
Wait, can you say that again?
I'm not sure if me or Nathan were paying more, but I believe it was between Marianne with the silvers.
Understood. Who would handle the money to then pay the apartment complex, the landlord?
I believe it was Calvin.
Now, when you first met Mr. Dominguez, do you remember that interaction?
Yes.
Describe it.
I remember meeting one of his parents, and I don't remember if it was his mom or dad. Can't quite recall. I remember saying hi, trying to leave a good first impression. I remember being excited to finally meet the other person I was living with. The second person I had seen that was my own age in a very long time. And all I can remember was being excited about looking forward into my college years. And then specifically what I remember about Carlos would be that he had a lot less stuff than I thought he would bring.
And a question on that, why did that catch your attention, or why does that stand out?
I just think that I was comparing it to myself. Maybe I was feeling a little insecure about overpacking.
So you came with a lot of stuff.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, he lived here the year prior, and I was like, oh, that's all he needs. Maybe I'm the one who needs too much.
Was this, because you had a COVID year where you lived at home, was your sophomore year sort of your first real college experience?
Correct.
Do you remember how Carlos, how he dressed, his appearance?
Check
Yeah.
Vegas the time.
Overall. And was that a yes?
Yes.
How? Describe that.
He just wore a t-shirt and some shorts, sweat shorts specifically, and some sandals and socks. That was his usual attire. Not just that day, but for most days I saw him.
Was he well-groomed, like clean and everything like that?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
How did he appear? How did his hygiene appear?
He appeared pretty clean for the most part, I would say. Gets haircuts pretty often, but a little bit less often, but not as a hygiene thing, more as, I would say, like a financial thing.
Objection, foundation, speculation, move the strike.
Sustained. The answer is stricken.
Did he get his hair cut often?
Objection, foundation.
Sustained.
Could you see times where he had longer hair?
Yes.
Could you see times where he had shorter hair?
Yes.
How frequently would you see, well, and you've had a haircut before.
Correct.
Are you able to tell when someone gets a haircut?
With some consistency.
And based on that, were you able to tell about how frequently Mr. Dominguez was getting haircuts?
I wasn't keeping track, no, not throughout the time we're living, but I would be able to recognize it upon seeing him.
Now, I want to talk generally about this sophomore year, and I'll narrow it down to some more specific questions. During the course of the 2021-2022 school year, did you, Mr. Dominguez, and the other roommates all stay at the Parkside apartment?
For the most part, yes.
Did anyone move out mid-year?
No.
Now, at the end of, and was this a one-year lease?
Correct.
So it goes August to August?
I believe so. August, actually. Yeah.
At the end of that year, did you and the other roommates renew the lease, or did any of you move out?
Well, by the end of the year, we had chosen not to renew the lease because one of our roommates had decided had already decided that they were going to move out of the house, and I think it was upon the rest of us individually decide where we were going to live. And I, at that point, when I had found that out, decided to look for my own separate set of roommates again.
So at the end of the lease, everyone moved out of Parkside.
Yeah, I would say that was around summer, but I would say the deciding of when, who, and why, and where we're going to live was around spring quarter.
Was there any type of falling out between any of the roommates, including yourself, that led to the decision to not room together for another year?
Not that I was made aware of.
All right, so let's focus on the fall quarter of 2021. Now, during that fall quarter, how did, generally speaking, you and the other roommates get along?
I would say we got along pretty well enough that for the most part, whenever those of us had similar classes or around the same class, or sometimes we're choosing our classes, we would choose either the same or similar classes just to build relationship with one another.
Were you taking your general education classes, or were you getting more into your major specific classes at that point?
At that point, I was taking my general ed classes in my fall quarter.
How much time during that fall quarter were you and the other roommates spending at Parkside?
Objection, compound.
Yeah, you need to narrow it down. Do you mean all four, everyone's together?
Correct. How often were the four of you, just hanging out in the apartment?
For that first fall quarter, I would say we hung out at least most weekends.
And what would you do?
If we weren't talking, every once in a while we might go out and see a movie, and then we generally enjoy talking a lot, and then every once in a while we would partake in a little bit of late night drinking and smoking.
Okay, when you say smoking, are we talking about smoking marijuana?
That is correct.
Prior to moving into the Parkside apartments, had you consumed marijuana before?
Yes.
Getting into that fall quarter, how did it come about? Oh, excuse me, strike that, step back for a second. Four roommates, including yourself, in there. How many of you smoke marijuana?
I would say all of us smoke marijuana.
How did it come about that you learned this?
I learned it because when we were all moving in and we were all situating some of our belongings, I would see paraphernalia about from my other roommates scattered about. And when inquisiting about what their peculiarities, what they liked doing, what they didn't, I saw that we had some shared interests in smoking, so one thing led to another, and we smoked together every once in a while.
So when you're talking about particularities and their interests, was that specific to marijuana consumption?
That specific, I'll be correct.
So you said paraphernalia. What type of paraphernalia are you talking about?
As I said earlier, Carlos moved in, I saw that he owned like a bong, which is like a glass pipe that you used to smoke weed. And I myself own some devices that you can use to smoke weed.
So at this point, this became something that you and other roommates would do as kind of one of your activities together.
Objection, meeting. Over.
You can answer.
Sometimes.
And when you weren't together with the roommates, would you smoke, and focus on fall quarter, would you smoke individually?
Yes.
From what you could tell, based on your own observations, whether you saw it, smelled it, heard it, could you tell if other roommates would smoke individually?
Not if I wasn't present.
When you say if you weren't present, does that mean not present at the apartment or not in companionship with them, not accompanying them?
In proximity to be able to use those senses to alert myself to marijuana being around.
I guess I should ask it this way. Were there times where you weren't smoking, but one of the other roommates was?
Objection foundation.
Sustained.
Were there times where you were present in the apartment complex, not smoking, and you could see or smell one of your roommates smoking?
Yes.
Now, narrowing it down, were there times where you could tell Mr. Dominguez was consuming marijuana when you were not?
Yes.
Now, getting into the particularities of this, was there a specific type of marijuana that you enjoyed consuming?
Yes.
What was that?
I preferred indica hybrid. Those are the strain I prefer.
Right, and what is that?
I would say it leans towards more of a body high, kind of like relaxing your muscles, less anxious thoughts, stuff like that, rather than a more of a euphoric high is what sativa people, I believe, chase.
Are you familiar with the potency, the THC content of the marijuana that you were consuming?
I've read some news articles about it.
Did any of those things that you read help you make your decision on what you wanted to consume?
Yes.
How so?
It made me steer clear of things that obviously contain pesticides, stuff that weren't regulated by California's legalized market, and stuff that was in the black market was just not certified sellers.
So speaking of that, you mentioned the black market. Where would you get your marijuana from?
The dispensary located around Stizzy or online dispensary.
Wait, what was the first one?
Oh, the dispensary is located around Davis, like Stizzy, or online dispensaries.
Is Stizzy spelled S-T-I-Z-Z-Y?
No, it's spelled STIIICY.
I was way off on that one. So, at the time, just doing some quick math here, you were under the age of 21.
Correct.
How were you purchasing your marijuana if you were under the age of 21?
I had a medical marijuana card.
Now, were your other roommates, you mentioned that you believe Mr. Dominguez was a freshman when you started as well.
Correct.
Were your other roommates the same year in school that you were?
I believe so.
Were you the one purchasing the marijuana for all your roommates, including yourself?
No.
Who else was purchasing or providing marijuana?
I would say everyone had their own means of accessing marijuana.
Why do you say that?
Because I would argue that many times all of our roommates would come with their own marijuana to smoke rather than having to always be provided by one or the other roommates.
Do you know how your other roommates were getting their marijuana?
Objection foundation.
I think that's what he's asking. Oh.
I can't recall beyond speculation.
All right, and that's fine, and I'm glad you mentioned that because if you don't know something, let us know you don't know, and don't guess or speculate about your answers.
Yes.
And saying you don't know is a perfectly acceptable answer. Right, now, With the, like, if you weren't purchasing the marijuana, or was it your own marijuana, did you know, or were you able to tell what type of marijuana you were consuming?
Without a label, no.
Were there instances where you would smoke and you were able to see a label that had like the THC content or something like that?
Correct.
Based on, and we're still in the fall quarter, based on your experiences, what type or what was the THC concentration of some of the marijuana you were smoking?
Anywhere from 20 to 90%.
Was there a difference in the high you'd feel for something that was 20% versus something that was 90%?
Depends on the way you smoked it.
How so? Explain that.
What you find in the higher percentage concentrations of THC would be smaller concentrates of what we would call weed, still weed, but it's not the flower anymore. It's resin that's extracted from the flower in a higher concentrate. That which some people argue, say, make them feel more high than smoking weed or flower. Some people argue that smoking weed, which tends to have a lower THC content per capita, would end up making them feel more high. So it's really a subjective feeling.
It's user specific.
Correct.
Now, once you learned in your fall quarter that you and your roommates shared an interest in smoking marijuana, did the four of you, as we're moving into the winter quarter, start smoking marijuana more frequently?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
How often were you and your roommates smoking marijuana from the fall quarter leading into the winter quarter?
Objection, compound foundation as to roommates.
Sustained.
Well, let me ask this more specifically to you. Once you found out your roommates were smoking marijuana as well, did you yourself start smoking more at the apartment?
Yes.
Did you observe, let's focus more specifically on Mr. Dominguez. Did you observe how often he was consuming marijuana during the fall quarter when you were present, either at the apartment or with him?
I wasn't taking progress reports, no.
I'm sorry?
I wasn't taking progress reports, no, even if I was present.
Well, could you give us an estimate per week?
Objection, foundation. Overruled.
No, I was not keeping count.
Did you stay at, during winter break, between fall and winter quarter, did you stay in Davis or did you go home?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, during winter break, did you go back to Los Angeles or did you stay in Davis?
I didn't stay in Davis, but I didn't go back to Los Angeles either.
Did you have any interactions with Mr. Dominguez?
Nothing outside of maybe leaving for winter break and then coming back. Some highs and lows.
Right now, we get to winter quarter. When's that start?
It should be in January of 2022.
So January 2022. When you get back, and just generally speaking, are you and your roommates, do you observe them, or are you still smoking marijuana in the apartment complex?
Yes, except Nathan started smoking less. I recall this.
Do you know why?
I think he was focusing on boxing at the time.
Did any of the other roommates, including yourself, from what you could tell, start smoking less?
Not that I could tell.
From what you could tell, did they start smoking more?
Not that I could tell. I would have rated them as about the same level of use as what I had my first impression of them as.
Would you and Mr. Dominguez during winter quarter still on occasion smoke marijuana together?
Yes.
Do you recall how often the two of you together, just the two of you, would smoke marijuana on average per week?
I could estimate, but it wouldn't be credible.
How about during the Monday through Friday school week? Would you, the two of you, ever smoke marijuana together?
Yes.
On the weekend, would the two of you smoke marijuana together?
Yes.
Would you smoke more than once a week?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you mean together or just
Together.
Yeah. No.
How about you, Mr. Dominguez, and one or two of the other roommates together? How often?
At least once a month.
Now going back to what the question I had previously asked, were you ever present around Mr. Dominguez where you were not consuming marijuana, but he was?
Yes.
During that winter quarter, do you recall, and if you need to estimate, that's fine, how many times you would observe him consuming marijuana when you were not?
So you're asking if I can estimate, or if you're asking, I can estimate. I would say
Object foundation, speculation, personal knowledge.
I would say my estimate would probably be every other night.
Did the two of you, and focusing on winter quarter, did the two of you ever have conversations about you picking up marijuana for him, or, and actually I'll stop that and ask a follow-up question, of you getting marijuana for him?
I believe that we've planned picking up marijuana together.
Were there ever times where Mr. Dominguez would, similar question, reach out to you and ask you what you wanted?
I believe that we had many back and forths of what our preferences were in strains, kind of like what our preferences would be if we were choosing dinner.
Did you know what his preferences were for marijuana?
Objection foundation.
At the time, I probably did, but I can't recall now.
Now moving into spring quarter, similar set of questions. How often actually the first question is, were you, Mr. Dominguez, and your other two roommates still consuming marijuana?
Yes.
And were you and Mr. Dominguez on occasion consuming marijuana together?
Yes.
Were you, Mr. Dominguez, and at least one or two of the other roommates on occasion consuming marijuana together?
Yes. In spring quarter, correct?
From what you remember in going from winter quarter into spring quarter, did you and Mr. Dominguez increase, decrease, or keep the same the number of times the two of you would consume marijuana together?
I personally decreased, and in lieu of that, I believe that the times that
Okay, sustained. His personal answer stands. The rest is stricken.
Okay. So you personally decreased. From what you observed and how often you either saw Mr. Dominguez consume when you weren't, or how often the two of you consumed together, did he increase, decrease, or keep the same?
my impression was that there was neither increase or decrease.
Lay a foundation for it. Yeah. A sustained answer stricken.
Were you spending, how much time were you spending at the apartment when Mr. Dominguez was there? Spring quarter.
Spring quarter, probably less than winter quarter.
Which would be how much?
I had gotten a new girlfriend at the time, so there were many more nights I wasn't there. So I would say if I was there most nights, I went from being there most nights to being there less of a week than I was there at night.
Winter quarter, stepping back to winter quarter, how many nights a week were you spending at Parkside?
At least 5.
And so fall quarter, or excuse me, spring quarter, less than 5 nights a week?
Yes.
During that time, were you still, when you weren't at the apartment, were you still talking with Mr. Dominguez?
Yes.
When you were at the apartment complex with him, the few nights that you were there, during spring quarter, were there times that the two of you would consume marijuana together?
Yes.
And were there times actually strike that, when you were there during the week, how often on average would the two of you consume marijuana together?
When I was there, I would say maybe 1 out of every 5 times I was there, I would consume marijuana with him.
Now, going into the summer, did you stay in Davis at the end of spring quarter?
Yes, for summer, correct. Yeah.
When did spring quarter end?
Spring quarter ended at May.
During that 2021-2022 school year, were you taking summer session?
Yes.
Did Mr. Dominguez stay, or if you remember, did he stay or did he leave Davis during summer session?
I don't recall if he was around.
Did you see him at all that summer?
I don't believe so.
Right. Now, with the marijuana, going back to purchasing it, so we're going to talk about generally the whole 2021-2022 school year. How did you pay for the marijuana that you purchased?
I got a personal stipend for food, money, rent, and my medical marijuana from my mother.
Did any of the roommates ever give you money when you would buy marijuana?
Yes.
And when, going back to when you and Mr. Dominguez would talk about marijuana, were there occasions where, did you ever give him money?
Yes.
did he ever give you money?
Yes.
When he give you money, did he ever express a preference for what he wanted you to buy?
I believe so.
Do you recall any of the specifics?
No, and I also recall not always listening.
Let me ask you about that. When you say you recall not always listening, what do you mean by that?
Sometimes I would get stuff that I preferred. I recall that being in contrast to what Carlos preferred. Only because I just remember, otherwise we wouldn't have had a conversation about it. And that was like the only conversation I remember.
So you had your preferences, he had his preferences. Do you remember what the difference in your preferences was?
I would say that my preferences
Go ahead.
My preferences are similar to what I described my preferences were earlier today. They're still the same. And I would say that his preferences...
Object foundation, personal knowledge, already testified, do not remember.
Sustained.
His preferences from that conversation...
Objection sustained. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Moore, I think.
Did he ever express those preferences to you?
Yes.
I don't want you to guess or speculate about it. Do you remember what those preferences were?
Nothing besides that they were in contrast to mine.
Now, when the two of you were either smoking together or in a group setting where the two of you were present, did you ever tell how Mr. Alex Dominguez was when he was smoking marijuana? The effects it had on him?
Sometimes I couldn't tell whether or not he had smoked.
When you could tell that he had smoked, if you need a second to come in.
No, go ahead.
If, when you could tell that he smoked, how could you tell?
Some obvious signs like red eyes, but less obvious signs specifically for Carlos would be if you ever listen to him talk, he sounds like he's from the ghetto, and he sounds even more like he's from the ghetto when he gets more high.
When he's more high?
Yeah.
How would he behave though, other than the way you speak? How would he behave?
Behavior-wise, I would see him sometimes stumble, sometimes, trip up on his words, sometimes stare off into space. Sometimes I would see him just holding up his cap for 20 minutes. Kind of like stuff I attributed to being too high.
You said stare off into space. How many times did you see that happen you can give an estimate?
I would say it was less common than any of his other behaviors, like staring off. And I would say a number estimate would be maybe 1 every 10 times.
Did you ever just let him stare off to space, or did you do anything to try to get his attention?
I would always follow up any check-in with asking if the person is okay, saying something like "you did," and that if I got a response, I would then kind of dismiss my worries, and then if I didn't get a response, then I would either press harder or something.
Was that a common thing to do amongst your group of roommates at the time, sort of do check-ins with each other?
Yeah, I would say we pretty often said what's up to each other and just to say hi. Not that it would be check-ins in our feelings or anything, just to say hi.
Okay, so said he holds his cat up, said for like 20 minutes or so. Can you describe, I guess, can you show us?
Yeah, it was very like Simba, Lion King situation where he's laying, imagine yourself laying on a couch and you got your legs up and you just got your cat like this and he would just hold up his cat like this looking at him. If I had a cat, I'd probably do that too. And if it was as cute as Umbra, I'd probably do that too.
So you spent some time with this cat?
I did. I would say besides himself, I was the primary caretaker of the cat.
Did you like that cat?
Yes, I did.
And just to go back for the record, you were describing that motion of holding the cat. You were leaning back in your chair. You had your arms extended fully, sort of not over your head, but in front of you, kind of over your head. Did I get that right?
Yes.
All right. Were there any other things you observed about Mr. Dominguez when he was consuming marijuana?
Not that I found pertinent to mention.
Now, during this time frame, during your sophomore year, so talking about the whole year of 2021, 2022, did you ever ask Mr. Dominguez how the marijuana would affect him, like the high he was getting from it? Ask him to describe it.
Yes, but I was also likely high, and I can't remember what we said. It's kind of just talking just to talk.
When you weren't high and not smoking, but you observed him smoking, did you ever ask him, or did he ever volunteer, what it was he was seeing or feeling?
I believe he's described it to me, but I can't recall what those specific things were.
And Mr. Cams, on back in May of 2023, were you interviewed by an investigator with the district attorney's office?
That likely happened.
Well, do you remember talking to someone about Mr. Dominguez?
Yeah, I talked to many people.
And do you remember talking to someone about Mr. Dominguez shortly after he was arrested?
Yes.
And did you talk to someone sort of in the fall of 2025 about Mr. Dominguez as well?
I don't remember it happening around that time, but I know I've been called many times.
And do you remember that an investigator and myself were on a phone call with you sometime in the last year?
Yes.
Now, at some point, do you remember being asked about what Mr. Dominguez would see or experience when he was smoking?
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a portion of that statement and see if it jogs your memory?
Objection, improper, refreshing memory.
Hold on just a second. Approach. Thank you. Off the record, feel free to stand up and stretch. Just take a second.
Yes.
Fresh memory would go at it.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yep.
Put your hands on. I'm going to show you a paragraph. Read this to yourself. Let me know if it refreshes your recollection. If it does not, let me know that as well.
Can I see it, please?
Yes.
That's an essential step. Remember, you gotta put this bowl of spaghetti so the other attorney can smell it and look at it first. Even taste it. Right. I thought he was familiar with it.
Am I the curveball?
So you're going to read that to yourself, and the question is whether that refreshes your memory as to the question at hand, which the counsel will restate again. He's read it, Mr. DeMar.
Mr. Camden. Awesome. Mr. Camden, does that refresh our questions?
It helps me recall that interview.
Okay, but does it help you recall what you said during that interview?
Yes.
Did Mr. Alex Dominguez explain to you what he was seeing or feeling or experiencing when he was smoking marijuana?
Sometimes.
And when he would explain that, what would he tell you?
I felt that he told me some the kind of stuff that you would see if you looked into a kaleidoscope.
Did he ever explain what that meant?
No, other than using the word trippy without many Y's.
With that many Y's or not without?
With that many Y's specifically.
Wait, say that again?
Trippy with at least 4 Y's.
Did he ever explain whether he would see anything?
Yes. During these hallucinations, you mean?
Yes.
Or during these visions you're talking about?
When he would smoke marijuana, would he express to you that he would see things?
Yes.
What would he say that he saw?
Other than certain kaleidoscopes, I would say that he saw a lot of words.
Foundations, speculations.
I don't want you to say what you think he saw. And I don't want you to interpret what he said. What did he say he saw?
Words and images.
Did he ever tell you what type of images?
Images, yes. Words, no.
Okay. The images, what did he see?
Kaleidoscopes and like black wings and stuff, so.
You say black wings. Did he explain that? Did he give it context?
He described it as both angelic and demonic at the same time.
When you say angelic and demonic, did he just say wings, or did he say what those were attached to?
He said that they'd be like flapping. Oh, I see wings flapping. That's what I recall.
What, if anything, did he say about specific images that may or may not have wings?
said, "Oh, I feel like I'm being lifted up." I recall that. Pertaining to wings, nothing more than that.
When you say angelic and demonic, did he ever say he saw angels?
Objection leading. Assisting.
Were there other images that he told you he saw when he was consuming marijuana?
Yes, but I would say they're not images.
What would you say they are then?
Sometimes he'd be like, "Oh, you look like a cyclops." So, distorted reality, maybe?
Did he ever say you look like anything else?
No.
Any other images? Or things that you just described?
Not that I experienced.
When he wasn't smoking, or excuse me, were there instances where the two of you would have conversations during the year where the two of you, I can rephrase this for a minute. Did the two of you have conversations during the school year where you were not smoking?
Yeah.
Did you ever express any of these, seen any of these images that you just described, words, images, and things like that, to you when he was not smoking?
Yes, but not actively. More of like a looking back at, like, "Oh, yeah, I said that. I remember when I said that." Or, "Oh, I said that."
Object speculation foundation.
Not like a...
Wait, hold on.
No, overall, being pitched.
All right. So what were you saying?
Not as you were just asking me before, where they were actively describing what he's seeing. It was more like, "Oh, you remember this?"
When he would say that, to your recollection, or to how you perceived it, was he referring back to the time the two of you smoked, or he smoked?
Most of the time it would be me referring back, saying, "Do you remember when you said this?" And most of the time it would be him saying, "No, what did I say?"
Would you bring it up to him like, "Hey, you said you saw this?"
Mm-hmm.
Or, excuse me, you said you saw this?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
What was his response when you do that?
That's cool. Maybe I'll draw it. Sometimes like that. Maybe I'll make a beat based on it.
You say a beat, are you talking about music?
Yes.
During the time that you and Mr. Dominguez lived together, did the two of you, or excuse me, did he draw or paint or anything like that?
I recall him drawing and making music.
I'm sorry, are you nervous today?
Not really.
Okay. Just saw you flipping your sunglasses.
Oh yeah, I just fidget because I am bored.
We'll try to pick it up. All right. During your time with living with Mr. Dominguez, did you know him to have a girlfriend?
Yes.
What was her name?
I would call it being Kaylee.
Did she ever come over to the apartment?
Oftentimes, yes.
Did, at the time you said, I think in winter quarter, you got a new girlfriend?
Correct.
Prior to that, did you have a girlfriend?
No.
did you, your new girlfriend, Mr. Ellis Dominguez, and Kaylee ever socialize together?
As a group of four, maybe very rarely, once or twice.
During that time in 2021, 2022, when Mr. Ellis Dominguez would, when Kaylee would come over to the apartment, did you see how Mr. Ellis Dominguez and she would interact?
Yes.
Describe it. What was their relationship like from what you could observe?
I would say from what I recall, my best description would be that they were just a brand new couple, fresh and young, and having wholesome moments in the house as college kids do.
Now, I'll show you a series of exhibits. You may approach, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cams, I'll show you starting with People's Exhibit 161. You recognize that?
I recognize this phone number.
Okay. And starting with the phone number, that's 1510 or plus 1150
Yes.
8968.
Yes,
Is that your phone number?
that would be my phone number.
And showing you People's 162. You recognize that? You're nodding your head. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Is that text message from your phone number as well?
Yes.
And showing you 163. You recognize that? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And showing you 164. You recognize that?
Yes.
Are all of those exhibits from your phone?
Yes.
Now, on 161, excuse me, you see that third text message, the second blue one, does that say this Carlos?
That does say that.
Do you remember texting Mr. Ellis Dominguez on your phone during the time from when you met to the time that you stopped living together?
I don't recall every message that we exchanged, but I recall that we texted.
Did you ever text about marijuana?
Pretty regularly.
Can you give me that one? Thank you.
Permission to publish?
I'm checking insufficient foundation at this point.
Foundation.
He says he recognized the numbers. He hasn't necessarily the numbers, these text messages.
All right, lay a foundation.
And recognize the number, is that number that you frequently send text, excuse me, is that your number still today?
Yes.
Is that your phone number in 2021, 2022?
Yes.
Are these your text messages? Is this your text messages with the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
And permission of public 161?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. All right, now, Mr. Dion, looking at the first text message on there, you described 8968, that is your number.
That is correct.
And so back in September 5th of 2021, were you texting Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Is that the end of the question?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so off after the group texting or the friend group, at some point you started texting individually with him?
You could say that.
I'm sorry?
You could say that, yeah.
All right, one thing that I want to ask real quick, we can keep the lights off or the shades down, lights off for a second, when we switch back to the exhibits. Did the two of you ever go to 762 Hawthorne Lane?
Yes.
Why?
He wanted to introduce me to some of his friends because I was not very socially savvy. I don't know if you noticed, but there's a trend with me needing help making friends. So, he introduced me to those friends, and I got to know them a little bit. And I would say, if anything, that those friendships I made kind of tapered off. So, just to try to make some friends in my sophomore year.
Okay, let's stop there.
Okay, thank you.
Mark in it. Mr. Thompson, thank you. We've got more questions for you. We're going to take a mid-morning break, okay? And so I'll see you in 15 minutes. You're excused at this time. Thank you again. To the jury, thank you. Remember, three-part admonition: don't discuss, don't research, don't form hard opinions until you're deliberating. See you in 15. Thank you. Thank you, counsel. Off the record.
All right, so they do come back. All right, they do come back. Let me just grab that. Yeah, Jared, he's interesting. That last face he made, he looked over at the jury first before he made it. So, make what you will out of that. Is he playing to the jury? Is he, what's why look over at the jury before you make an expression like that? All right. Here we go. He's only on the stand. Oh, actually, he's on the stand for quite a while here. He's on the stand for another hour. we get another hour of Jared here.
Do you recognize those?
Yes.
All right, are those text messages between you and Mr. Reales?
Yes.
I'll take that from you. All right, so we're going to go through some of these. I'll show you the first one, and that was with you and this Carlos. I'm going to show you the second one. It's going to be people 162. Now, I asked you earlier whether you and Mr. Dominguez communicated about marijuana, and you saw some of those text messages in here, correct?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to show you 162. Permission to publish on?
Granted.
Thank you. Zooming out. This this a text message from March 13th of 2022?
I believe that's what the date says. I can't quite read it from here.
Let me zoom in. How about that?
Yeah.
Now, is this a message you sent or received to Mr. Dominguez?
I believe that is. I'm not sure, actually.
Okay.
I'm not sure if I took that picture or Carlos took that.
I will stipulate that the gray is from Mr. Timazon. So this is something he sent to Mr. Dominguez. I will stipulate to that.
Thank you, Warren.
I'll accept that stipulation.
Okay.
Right now, hands on this picture, zooming in, what are we looking at here?
That would be an array of the different types of marijuana we purchased,
And
laid out in a very aesthetic format for a picture.
okay, so a couple questions on this. Is this marijuana you had in your possession?
Yes.
Is this marijuana that you purchased?
Yes.
Do you remember, is this marijuana that you provided to Mr. Dominguez?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what happened with this marijuana?
It was likely smoked.
Say likely smoked. Did you ever just keep marijuana and do nothing with it?
No.
Now, zoom in. All right, so a couple questions to zoom in. Are you familiar with, look at that middle image, are you familiar with flowercompany.com?
Yes.
Are you familiar with it?
I used them pretty regularly during college to order weed, marijuana.
Okay, and so this middle image, we're looking at right here, it says indica. What is that?
Yes.
What is it?
Oh, that is a type of strain indicator of a type of weed.
Zoom in further. Are you able to see the THC content on there?
I can make out the first two numbers, not the second.
Okay, what are the first two?
It says, I think, 26.
Now, zooming out, looking at the image on the left, this package, what is sativa?
Yes, that one would be a sativa.
What is that?
The opposite to indica.
What's that do?
I
Objection
think,
foundation.
I'm not sure. I'm not qualified to really say the entire what that does.
THC content, are we able to see that right there? It's like a vision test. Is this better one or better two?
Oh, are you asking me to look at something right now?
Yeah.
What is it?
THC content. Can you see that?
Yes.
What is it?
I think the first two numbers, 25.
What is the sort of like greenish liquid back here?
Taco Bell cup.
Zoom it out. What is this sort of tray right here?
Tray has weed. It's called a rolling tray.
What's a rolling tray?
Use it to assist and having a flat surface so that you can roll marijuana into what we would call joints and blunts.
Is that something that you would do when you lived at Parkside?
Yes.
Would any of the other roommates, including Mr. Dominguez, do that as well?
Yes.
Zooming in.
Looks like some Reggie, dude.
Does this say hybrid, this package right here off to the right?
That does.
What's that?
A mix of sativa and indica.
And zooming out, just another sativa blend. At the bottom right.
I believe so. Sorry. This little corner is in my way.
I'm showing you the second page. This is a zoomed-in version of what we saw in the first photograph of the hybrid.
I'm not sure.
Let me flip. This is like the eye test. Better one, better two. Here we go.
No. No, to answer your question. That's a different package.
Okay, but same tray that we have up here, that look like it?
Correct.
So all of that marijuana was in the two photographs was basically one display. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Is that marijuana, if you recall, that you purchased or obtained back in March of 2022?
Most likely around that time, if that's when the picture was sent.
All right, now, I'll show you 163. I mentioned Hawthorne.
Yep.
And at some point, looking at these text messages down here, Mr. Dominguez provided you the Hawthorne residence or address at some point.
Yes.
Going back up to this text message, your G, I air, rolled the blunt. Is that from your phone?
That is.
Okay. What does that mean?
That means you're good. I already rolled the blunt.
But it's still here for whenever. What's that mean?
That means we don't have to smoke it right now.
And was this to Mr. Dominguez?
That is true.
What does his response, I'm sliding RN. What's that mean?
I'm coming over right now.
And WIA, what's that stand for?
Where are you at? Now, this text message from, I went back in time a little bit, it's September 26, 2021. You're good, I already rolled the blunt. Were you rolling marijuana to share with Mr. Dominguez? Yeah, you said that's in September?
Yes, does this look like September 26, 2021?
Yes, around that time I was.
Now, while we're talking about Hawthorne, did you know Mr. Dominguez to be in a fraternity?
Yes.
When you would go to Hawthorne, actually, how many times during the 2021-2022 school year did you go to Hawthorne?
I can't give an accurate count, but I would say more than once.
When you would go there, what would you do?
I would smoke, talk to the frat members. Sometimes there'd be a party going on. Sometimes they'd have like festivities, like barbecues going on. And most of the time they were social events.
When you go over there to smoke, would you smoke by yourself or would you smoke with other people?
I never went over there to smoke by myself.
Who would you smoke with, if you remember?
Usually some of the brothers of the fraternity, or including Carlos, or some of their like non-member friends.
Were you a member or a non-member?
I was a non-member.
When you would smoke over there, or when people would smoke, on an occasion, would you ever bring marijuana to Hawthorne?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Dominguez bring marijuana to Hawthorne?
On occasion.
I'm going to go through People's 165 with you. Permission to publish?
Okay.
This is 5 pages. Mr. Hands-on. Gray text messages are you.
Mm-hmm.
So yes?
Yes.
Sorry, that's just for the reporter to take down, just as a note.
Gotcha.
So, first text message, who's Christine?
That is my girlfriend at that time.
So, when the first couple text messages, 5 text messages, are you and Mr. Ellis, do you know what conversation you guys are having, what you're talking about?
Yes, I can get a gist.
What is it?
I'm coming back to the house and we're thinking of smoking some weed.
Now, these text messages are from, I'll zoom in, April 6th of 2022. See that up there?
Yeah.
Do you know what quarter you were in? Was it winter or spring?
Spring.
Now, zooming back out. Website down here. This is text message number 6 on the first page. We talk about flower company. Is that company we just discussed about where you would order weed and it'd be delivered?
Yes, that's that online dispensary service.
The next text message to Mr. Ellis Dominguez is look at THC. Do you know why you said that at that time?
Yes.
Why?
When I was younger and less informed about drugs, I thought that the bigger number meant better drugs.
At the time, were you buying marijuana based off of a higher number?
To a certain degree, yes.
Is that based on what you could afford?
Objection leading. Overruled.
No.
What was it based off of?
Based off of the strains and stuff like finances and stuff like also just the way it looked,
So
like visual appearances.
Okay. Now, Mr. Ellis Dominguez responds with 2 question marks after that, and this appears to be you sent on the 6th and he responded on the 7th.
Yes.
Looking to the second page. Zooming in, looks like there's a little box up there. Do you know what your response was?
It's probably an emoji, but I wouldn't be able to tell you what it was.
All right. Looking at Mr. Ellis Dominguez's response to that, what does 41 damn with emoji mean?
That would probably recognize that he looked and clicked on the link that I sent and probably looked at the THC numbers.
Is 41 something that would be a THC concentration?
Yes, if you put a percentage after it.
Ounce, question mark. Talking about that, what weight denominations would you purchase marijuana in?
Usually ounces, sometimes eighths.
What's an eighth?
It is about 1/8 of a quarter pound.
And you said, yeah. Mr. Ellis Dominguez said, how much? You said same as usual. What, excuse me. What does same as usual mean?
I think that's, for me, that just means I'm picking up the same amount of weed as I'm usually getting.
And what was that?
At the time it was probably 2 ounces and some spare change.
so this next group of text messages, all gray, so those all came from you on April 7th of 22. Is that right? You nodded your head, is that a yes?
Yes.
I'm going to check Foundation if he has any memory of this. Or is he just speculating?
Sustained.
Do you remember having this conversation, or
I do recall having this conversation.
looking at these and asking you about this? I want to ask you about some of the context and what these terms mean. Right? You want to get that one that has more THC or perp. Excuse me. What's perp?
Purple leaves. So back in the day, getting weed with purple leaves was a rare occurrence because it's a genetic modification. It doesn't really lead to any different effects. It just looks cooler because it's purple rather than green.
So it's an aesthetic thing.
An aesthetically higher tier.
What do you mean here are the contenders IG?
IG would mean I guess.
Now, scrolling down to this super silver haze, what is that?
I would say that is the name of one of the strains.
And then next text, GMO. What is GMO?
An acronym for another name?
If only to remember, do you remember the THC concentration for these?
No.
Going to the third page. What is GSC?
Stands for Girl Scout cookies.
Now, are we talking about actual Girl Scout cookies, or are we talking about a strain of marijuana?
That would be a strain of marijuana.
And do you remember what the THC concentration of this was?
No, I don't remember.
And did you ever get this kind?
Yes.
Do you remember what effects then you had on you?
No, I recollect that it was one of my preferred strains.
When you say you recollect with one of your preferred strains, the things you are sending are those things that you either had tried or were interested in?
Yes.
Garlic butter, all caps. What is that?
Another strain, one of the ones I didn't enjoy.
If you didn't enjoy it, why did you put it in the text message?
I hadn't known that at that time.
Okay, so it was later on you realized you didn't enjoy it.
Yes, looking back at hindsight, I do not enjoy garlic butter.
All right, so then I'm going to knock out two at once. Is it Gushments
Yes.
and Gelato 41?
Yes.
Same questions. Are those THC strains?
Yes.
So, Mr. Dominguez, after you text message bombed in response, I'll check the pits are ending right now.
Yes.
Now, you'd already mentioned your next text message. You already mentioned these three strains of marijuana. Said I think were my top three. Are these the ones you're suggesting to purchase?
Yes. Suggestion is kind of... I would have bought them anyways if you said no.
Good. Based on what you said earlier, is that consistent with what you said? Sometimes you would go against what Mr. Ellis
Actually,
thought?
Yes.
That's right.
Oh, sorry.
Curated.
Now, Gushments, you said to get out a good amount of perp. If it's aesthetically pleasing, but doesn't have a higher THC concentration, why buy it?
For when you share it with other people, it is aesthetically more like wowing, as if you were giving somebody a water bottle and you give it to them in a plastic bottle versus a glass bottle. It's just more aesthetically pleasing.
Now, and garlic butter and GSC I chose because of the description in THC. Do you remember the THC concentration of those?
No.
What was it about that THC concentration, if you remember, that led you to pick these?
I do remember actually. It was, I think I had like a minimum. I wouldn't buy anything that was less than 20% if it was flower for these certain types of strains. And I think that those ones had just recently released and were, they used to have these grown, it was grown on these dates on the site. So it would tell you how fresh it was. So that was also part of the taste. Like I can taste how dry the weed is. Does that make sense?
I think I'm following you. I think I understand that. So it's really based on, correct me if I'm wrong, the freshness and the concentration that you wanted at that time.
Yes.
And now, the rest of the text messages are all you. Mr. Dominguez hasn't responded at this point. When this text message right here in the middle, actually never had Barca weed testing that high. I'm Jay trying to see if it's a lot. Break that down for us. What does that mean?
So what that actually says, I actually never had flower coat weed. Pause. Testing that high. Pause. I'm just trying to see if it's all that is what that would translate to.
When you say testing that high, what do you mean?
Just trying to see what effects that has when I smoke it.
I'm sorry?
What effects the flower has when I smoke it.
And when we're talking about flower, I don't think I asked you this, what part of marijuana are we referring to?
That would be the buds, not the stems.
Have you heard of keef before?
Yes.
What?
Keef? What's that?
That would be the grounds from grinding a bunch of said bud, and then as you grind it, those little dust particles will fall. You can call that an accumulation of that keef.
Is that something you can consume, or is that, well, what is that? Is it something you can consume?
It is a byproduct that can be consumed.
Does that get you high?
It can get you high.
All right, so scrolling down, 3 ounces in a gram of dab. What is dab?
That would be a extracted concentrate of cannabis resin.
And is ABT, what's that mean?
ABT is about, so I think there should be another text after that.
Scrolling this page actually said wanted to break down what all those terms meant. Now, with your hands on, when as we're approaching the end of your time at Parkside with your roommates, did you notice anything about Mr. Dominguez's personal appearance, how he was holding himself out?
I made daily observations, but I wouldn't compound them into any conclusions.
Well, let me go to the full scope of the year, of the 2021-2022 school year, where you lived there. Did you ever notice if he lost weight?
No, I wasn't keeping track.
Did you ever notice that his hair got longer?
I probably did, but I can't remember when.
You mentioned earlier this morning about haircuts. From your observation, to hear that Mr. Dominguez had starting to get his haircut less frequently?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you think about that?
I think that I remember what I thought about it at the time. I was like, Expo really letting them go. Meaning that I thought that the fraternity had aesthetic standards that you had to uphold yourself to, and I thought that they were letting that go when I saw his hair getting longer.
Did the two of you have any sort of change in how you interacted with one another? Meaning, did Mr. Ellis Dominguez stop talking to you at some point?
Not anything that I felt was unnatural given our schedules.
Was there any reason why you were concerned with him? Well, it sounds like there wasn't a sort of a decline in the frequency of communication. Was there anything that you could see or observe that caused you concern?
I can name a lot of things that caused me concern. What about specifically?
Well, when you say a lot of things that caused you concern, were they about Mr. Ellis Dominguez or were they about other things?
They were about what I did, a lot of what was going on in my life at that time.
Okay, but focusing specifically on Mr. Ellis Dominguez, is there anything that you could see that, like, hey, this is concerning for me?
My biggest concerns regarding Carlos at the time was how he was taking care of Ember, his cat. So sometimes I would kind of like step in and be like, hey, I can feed him here, look after him here, let him out of the room here, just in case that I could lend a hand there. But other than that, I didn't feel that it was necessary to look into or find anything concerning. And if I was keeping track, I think that would make me the weird roommate.
Was there, how is it that he was, or why did you feel the need to volunteer that you could take care of Ember?
Because I really like cats.
Or what was it about what did you see that made you, other than you really like cats, volunteer to take care of Ember? What was different?
Oh, just sometimes I saw Ember like alone a lot, and I felt that not only do cats that are raised without siblings need more social attention, as a fact I knew, but also just whenever I saw the cat alone, I'd be like, oh, I wish I was around to play more, and then I would step in and be like, oh, while I'm playing, I can also do this or that.
Did you think he was neglecting Ember?
No.
Was there anything about Mr. Ellis Dominguez's relationship with Ember that changed from the time you moved in together to about the time you all moved out?
Yes.
How?
Ember matured into an adult cat, so the need to care for him was not as great.
During this time of 2021-2022, did you have any classes with Mr. Ellis Dominguez?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever see each other on campus?
Yes.
Did you know his class schedule?
I don't know it now, and I don't think I knew it back then either. Every time I wondered about, our roommates wondered about each other's classes, we would just ask.
Now, in 2021-2022, did you know how Mr. Ellis Dominguez got around town, got around Davis?
Yes.
How?
From my recollection, he biked around for the most part.
Did he have his own bike, or did he have like a pool bike where everyone kind of used it?
I recall him owning a bike, but I believe it was given to him, not purchased. And then sometimes I used it, but it wasn't my bike.
Do you remember what type of bike it was?
It was a blue bike. It was a more mountain bike than a road bike.
Yeah, one moment. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. That was direct examination. And Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination?
Yes.
Okay. That's it.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
My name is David Hutchinson. I'm going to ask you some questions this morning, all of which can be answered with a yes or no response. Okay? But if you do not know the answer, or you do not remember, I don't want you to guess or speculate. It is absolutely appropriate to say, I don't know or I don't remember.
Yes.
And unless I specify, I'm asking about what you personally observed, what you personally saw. Do you understand?
Yes.
You're making a grimace with your face. What's going on?
Oh, that was me adjusting my nerves.
Adjusting your nerves? You previously said you were bored. Now you're nervous?
No.
So, once again, unless I specify, I'm asking about what you personally saw, what you personally heard, not what others told you. Do you understand?
Yes.
If I'm interested in what others told you, I will specify that, correct?
Yes.
Sir, you were interviewed by an investigator by named Aaron Moe, back on May 11th of 2023, approximately 8 days after Mr. Dominguez was arrested. Do you recall that?
No.
Do you recall having a telephone interview with a law enforcement officer about a week after Mr. Dominguez was arrested?
Yes.
Do you recall telling that officer that although Mr. Dominguez's other roommates didn't want to be involved, you wanted to be a witness in this case?
Yes.
You wanted to come in and testify about Mr. Dominguez. You recall telling him that?
No.
You recall telling the officer, quote, but like something that I wanted to say, like, I don't know anybody else offers this, but if you need like a character reference for the trial, or somebody to come in for a witness for the trial, like, although I didn't know him very soon up until like when he actually did the incident. So if you guys need a character reference to come into that type of stuff, I'd be willing to do that, because I know, like a lot of my other roommates are, and Kaylee are very like not into doing that. You recall telling the officer that?
Yes.
So you knew that all the other people who knew Carlos didn't want to be involved in this case.
Yes.
But you wanted to testify.
At the time.
And you told them the reason you wanted to testify is you didn't want them, law enforcement, to struggle with their case. You recall telling them that?
No.
You recall telling them that you wanted to help the families of The people who'd been killed and injured?
No.
Did you tell the officer, yeah, if you guys like need that thing because like I don't want you guys to struggle, like trying to piece this stuff together and help the families and stuff. You recall telling me that?
I don't recall saying that.
Did you want them to struggle?
No.
Did you want to help the families?
Yes.
And so, but despite your desire to be a witness, you never testified in either of the prior two proceedings in this case, did you?
Object, relevance, lack of foundation, ask to approach.
Okay, I'll hear argument. Thank you. Okay, feel free to stand up, Judge. Give me a second. Thank you. Okay, off the record.
Where many of Carlos's roommates and fraternity brothers and girlfriend testified. You recall that?
Lack of foundation.
Overruled.
I do.
Because you watched it on the computer.
I did.
You watched these witnesses when they testified in court like you're doing today.
I did, yes.
And then you became aware that last year in June of 2025, there was another trial. Do you recall that?
Not quite as well.
You recall there being another proceeding last year in May and June?
Not quite as well.
You have some memory of that.
Some.
Were you called as a witness in that case?
When was the date?
Last year, May or June?
No.
Okay. Did the district attorney ever even serve you with a subpoena for that trial?
No.
But you watched some of Mr. Dominguez's roommates and Kaylee testify. You watched that on the news?
Yes.
You read about that trial in the media and online?
Yes.
And just yes or no, this is a yes or no answer. You are aware of the outcome of that trial a year ago?
Yes.
Okay. And remember how you previously indicated you didn't want the district attorney to struggle?
Objection, this state's testimony.
Sustain.
When you told Mr. Moe, yeah, I don't want you guys to struggle, what did you mean by you guys? Who are you referring to?
Objection, lack of recollection.
Overruled.
Everybody who has to deal with the consequences of all these actions, whether they're on the defender's side or the prosecutor's side.
So when you said, when speaking to a DA investigator, and you said, I don't want you guys to struggle trying to piece stuff together and help the families, that you're referring to everybody, not just law enforcement?
Yes.
You mentioned wanting to piece stuff together and help the families. You didn't mention anything about trying to help Mr. Dominguez, did you?
Did I?
I know, you remember?
No.
Based on what you read and saw about that trial last year, it appeared to you that the prosecution had struggled during that trial, correct?
Objection, argumentative, improper question.
Overruled.
I wasn't paying close enough attention to see.
But from the time you had that first interview, about a week after Mr. Dominguez was arrested, you didn't talk to law enforcement for another 2 years and 5 months. Is that correct?
If that's the next time they call me, then yes.
You remember having a phone call about a week after Carlos was arrested? Do you remember that?
No.
Do you remember speaking with someone from the district attorney's office about 8 days after Mr. Dominguez was arrested?
I recall that, not exactly 8 days.
Within a week or two? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And do you recall having another phone conversation with Mr. DeMora and that same investigator, Mr. Moe, in the fall of last year, October of 2025?
I don't recall it was them, but I remember being called.
Did you speak to two people?
I think so.
Was one an attorney?
To me, you're all lawyers.
Based on hearing Mr. DeMora ask you questions today, do you recognize his voice as having spoken to him before?
No.
Before you had that interview with the two people, did that investigator contact you just one-on-one to like schedule that interview?
No.
So did he text you?
No.
So there was in October of 2025, when they called you up, that was just out of the blue. It hadn't been scheduled?
Yep, cold call.
Excuse me?
It was a cold call.
Had you had any contact with law enforcement from in the time between that phone call in May of 2023 and that cold call you said you got in October of 2025?
Not that I can remember.
But you recall them telling you that they needed more information for their case?
I recall them calling me a couple times over the years, and I recall complying every time.
We established two phone calls, one in May of 2023, and then you said you had the cold call with two people in October of 2025. Were there any calls in between that, or text messages in between that?
I wouldn't be able to recall.
Did they tell you they needed more information for their case?
No, I just made that assumption.
So was your assumption that the purpose of the interview was to help build their case?
My assumption was that the DA needed help.
Objection, speculation, we can strike.
Overruled. And you wanted to help the DA?
As much as I could.
Because, sir, although for about a 3 month period in fall of 2022, you and Carlos, you'd hang out fairly regularly during your fall quarter?
I don't think so.
Okay. So you two weren't really friends, were you? You were roommates who had a mutual interest in weed. That was basically your relationship.
You could call us estranged after we moved out.
You were estranged before you moved out. Would you agree?
No.
Do you recall one point in late fall that he confronted you about touching Kaylee inappropriately?
Yes.
Did he appear upset with you?
Yes.
So that obviously, at that point, once he accused you of touching his girlfriend inappropriately, that had to impact your relationship, wouldn't you agree?
To some degree, yes.
You rushed the fraternity for at least a month and a half.
Yes.
Then in mid-November, you dropped out of the fraternity.
That is correct.
And once he tried to initially encourage you to continue on the rush process,
I believe so.
but you were upset about something that Sydney Selesky had done to you?
I don't remember if that person was the person I was upset at, but I know I was upset.
There was a time where you were supposed to go to the fraternity for study hours. Recall that?
I do recall study hours.
And you were in class at that time.
That is correct.
And they gave you 2 demerits for not going to study time when you were in class.
Yes.
And you thought that was ridiculous because you were in class.
Yes.
And after that happened, you told Mr. Reales, I'm dropping from this rush process.
That is the beginning of that slope, yes.
So you did actually continue for a little bit longer?
Yes.
When did you actually finally drop the rush process?
I believe in the beginning of winter quarter that year.
And in winter quarter, is that after Mr. Reales Dominguez has accused you of touching Kaylee inappropriately?
That is after, yes.
So you would agree, sir, after you dropped the rush of his fraternity and after he accused you of touching his girlfriend inappropriately, the 2 of you didn't associate as frequently. Would you agree?
Yes.
You continued as roommates?
No.
I'm talking about winter.
In winter, yes, we continued until the end of the lease.
But you wouldn't consider yourself friends, would you?
Oh, at that point, I would say that we were friends up until the end of the lease. That was my impression.
Even after he accused you of touching his girlfriend, even after you dropped the rush of his fraternity, you still considered him your friend?
Yes, because those are things that you can talk about, and we had talked about those things.
So you were still friends when you ended the lease?
Yes. I dropped him off at his new house.
And you never spoke to him again, did you?
No.
He never called you?
No.
He never, you never called him?
I don't believe so.
You still have your text messages with Mr. Reales Dominguez, right?
I don't think so.
Well, you mentioned didn't you mention during the phone interview in October that you'd gone back and reviewed your text messages?
Are you asking if I have the text messages now, or if I had them back in September?
I'm asking if you had them back in October when you spoke with the district attorney's office.
I likely had them back then. I got a new phone since then.
Same phone number?
Yes.
Sir, did you go back and delete your text messages with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
No, they might still be on my phone. I just wouldn't be able to certify that with any certainty right now because I got a new phone. You told me not to speculate, correct?
Yeah. So, because when you were interviewing with the police officers during those 2 phone calls, they never gave you that speech about don't guess or don't speculate, did they?
No.
You were doing a lot of guessing and a lot of speculating during those phone calls, wouldn't you agree?
Objection argumentative. Overruled.
I would say I was giving my feelings and impressions on the matter. Whether or not they stand to be as credible or honest or truthful.
Let's talk about to purchase cannabis from a dispenser or an online provider, you have to either be over 21 or be 18 with a medicinal marijuana card, correct?
Correct.
And you know that during the entire time you lived with Mr. Reales Dominguez, he did not have a medicinal marijuana card. You knew that, correct?
I don't think that was ever like an absolute that I knew.
Did you tell the district attorney that you knew he did not have a medicinal marijuana card?
I might have said that.
To your knowledge, sir, During the entire time you lived with Mr. Dominguez, did he have a medicinal marijuana card?
Not that I ever saw.
Was he over 21?
No.
But you had had a card since you were 18.
Yes.
That allowed you to purchase at a dispensary.
Correct.
That allowed you to purchase at Flower Co.
That is correct.
Mr. Dominguez could not legally purchase at a dispensary. You would agree?
Yes.
He cannot legally purchase over Flower Co.
Yes.
And when you spoke to the district attorney in October, they asked you how it was he was able to purchase marijuana when he didn't have a medicinal marijuana card and he was under 21. You recall them asking you that?
Yes.
And you lied to them.
Objection, argumentative.
You recall telling them, when I say he would order, it would usually be like a group order. So like, maybe like frat mate would, that was 21, would like order it under his frat mate's name, and then he put money in, stuff like that. You remember telling them that?
Yeah.
Okay. You never mentioned that you were the one who would order on Flower Co. and then he would put money in, did you?
Is that the only possibility?
Did you ever tell them that you were the one who was ordering from Flower Co.?
No.
Why did you lie to them?
I never lied to them.
Well, when you told them it was maybe a frat mate, you knew it was not a frat mate, that most of the time it was you, correct?
I knew that I was one of the people that he got weed from Flower Co., yes.
Because you know, in reviewing your text messages, some of which the prosecutor showed you, there were multiple instances of you ordering cannabis from Flower Co. and then asking him to give you money. You recall seeing those?
I do recall that.
Did you mention that to the investigators?
No.
Why not?
I assumed that they knew that already.
Well, they asked you how he got it, and you said it was probably a frat mate. Do you recall telling them that?
If you're asking me how he got that portion of his weed, obviously.
I'm asking, sir, when you spoke to the DA and the investigator in October, you knew that you were the person who was ordering from Flower Co., correct?
I was a person that ordered from Flower Co., correct?
And then you would ask Mr. Dominguez to give you money to get a portion of your order.
Correct.
Okay, let me stop you there. Mark your spot. Okay, Mr. Jansen, thank you for your testimony this morning. We have a few more questions for you this afternoon, and so I'd like you back here a few minutes before 1:30, okay? Thank you. All right, in your excuse, sir. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take our...
And I'm pretty sure that's all I get, because now we go to another friend. So they did not have the rest of that, of Jared's testimony, unfortunately. As far as I know. Yep. They didn't have the rest of his testimony. All right, so we're going to go on to now the next friend. Well, roommate, I should say. More of a roommate.
How'd you meet him?
All right, let me rewind this a little bit. Get us to the beginning. All right. So here's another roommate I'm sure is going to be continuing to talk about the cannabis use. Let's see. Not quite sure who this guy's name is yet. We'll find out who his name is.
To administer an oath. You're going to take the oath. After you take the oath, then have a seat here in the witness stand. We're going to have two lawyers ask questions, okay? Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause not pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You take a seat. Please state your first and last name for the record and spell them both.
Mark Capito, M-A-R-C-C-A-P-I-T-O.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Capito, can I have you move in, slide in a little bit closer to the mic? And yeah, that's perfect. Thank you, sir. All right, this is Attorney Matthew DeMora. He's going to ask questions on what we call direct.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Capito.
Only here so I don't get fined.
What's that?
What was that?
Good morning, or good afternoon.
All right, so do you know Mr. Carlos Dominguez?
Yes.
When did you first meet him?
And 2020.
Were you a UC Davis student in 2020?
Yes.
Now, the way UC Davis works, you have school years that are split between calendar years, so 2020, 2021, or 19, 20. Do you remember which academic year you met Mr. Dominguez?
Which of my academic years?
Yes.
2020, let's see, 18, 19, third year.
Right, your third year was, did the end of your third year was at 2021?
That would be the end of my third year.
Right, how did you meet him?
It was at a house party.
Do you remember your first interaction with him?
Might have been playing some beer pong or something.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
That's right.
Granted. Answer stricken. Let me just, Mr. Capito, just a rule of law. We don't want you guessing.
All right.
That's an example of where you were just trying to fill it in and so forth. So just stick to what you personally know, what you remember, and so forth. And the lawyers will remind you too. Okay. Thank you both, counsel. Go ahead, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Your Honor. After you met Mr. Dominguez, did the two of you develop a friendship?
Yes.
Did you guys hang out at some point?
Yes.
Were you involved in a fraternity?
Yes.
And is that Expo?
Expo, all right.
The time you met Mr. Dominguez, were you already a member of the fraternity?
Yes.
Was he a member of the fraternity?
No.
Did he rush for that fraternity at some point?
He did?
Were you part of that rush?
Yes.
Right. At the time when you met Mr. Dominguez in your junior year, describe his personality.
He was a cool guy. He was funny, nice, kind.
Right. And was he rushing, do you remember, was he, what year was he in school when he was rushing for the fraternity?
First year?
So you guys were 2 years apart?
Yes.
Did you live together in the 2021, or excuse me, the 2020-2021 school year?
2021. What was that? Huh. No.
Where were you living at the time?
That would be on Notre Dame Drive in Davis.
And we heard other witnesses testify about the Notre Dame address. Was that the Expo house at that time?
It was.
How often was did Mr. Dominguez go to the Notre Dame house at times?
Yes.
How often during your junior year, 2020, 2021, was he frequenting that house?
It was a few times.
A few times a week, a month, or a year?
I can't recall.
Right now, going into 2021 to 2022 school year, was that your senior year?
Can you repeat the years?
Yes, 2021, 2022.
That would be my 4th year, yeah.
And you say your 4th year, how many years did you say at UC Davis?
5.
So 2022 to 2023 would be your 5th year.
Yes.
Now, in your 4th year, did you move?
Yes.
Where'd you move to?
Hawthorne.
And that would be 762 Hawthorne?
Yes.
Did Mr. Dominguez move in with you?
No. Not at the time.
So not the time, when did he move in?
The next year? Yes, the next year.
How much time did the two of you spend together during your 4th year, that 2021-2022 school year?
Maybe a few times a week. We'd hang out.
You said hanging out, what were you guys doing? Just in general.
If it wasn't fraternity events, had to be related to music or something.
Is that something that the two of you did together, listen to music, make music, anything like that?
Yeah, sometimes.
Which one was it? 1, make music, 2, listen to music, or both?
More making music.
When you make music, how would you guys do it? Do you use instruments, computers, or something else?
Both.
Was Mr. Dominguez good at it?
Say so.
Why do you say that?
We're just having fun with it.
That's something that he, from your observations, he appeared to enjoy?
Yes.
Did you enjoy it as well?
Yes.
From your junior year to your 4th year, did you notice any changes in Mr. Dominguez's behavior?
No, not at that time.
Not at that time. Does that mean sometime in the future you saw changes in his behavior?
Yes.
When was that?
That would have had to start in the winter. I'll say like December of... Sorry, this is a while ago. I can't recall the year.
How about this? When you noticed changes in behaviors, did Mr. Dominguez live at the Hawthorne residence?
Yes.
And you said he lived in the Hawthorne residence in your 5th year, which was 2022, 2023?
That's right.
And so the winter, not talking about the winter quarter, but the winter, would that have been what you were saying was December?
December 22.
Okay, so leading up to December of 2022, had you and Mr. Dominguez sort of maintained this friendship where you guys hang out, you talk, and things like that?
Yes.
Was there anything that happened, actually strike that, you've heard from other individuals, Phil Hahn, Christian Ortega, and those individuals, do you know them?
Yes.
And those individuals live with you at Hawthorne?
Yes.
Leading up to December of 2022, was there anything that had happened, to your knowledge, between Mr. Dominguez and any of the other roommates?
Could you repeat that question?
Yeah. Was there anything that happened, like any incident, anything like that that happened between Mr. Dominguez and any of the roommates?
Not that I can recall.
Was there anything that had happened between you and Mr. Dominguez leading to December of 2022?
No.
At the time Mr. Dominguez lived at Hawthorne, was there a rental agreement between all the roommates?
Yes.
Did all of you give money to Christian Ortega to pay?
Yes.
So this is a yes or no. Were you aware of any issues with Mr. Dominguez paying rent?
He didn't pay me, so I don't know.
All right, so December of 2022, what happened that changed in Mr. Dominguez's behavior?
I'm not sure if the change in behavior happened exactly at that time, but that's when the toilet broke.
You say the toilet broke. What do you mean by the toilet broke?
The toilet in our house, which toilet was it? Well, one of the toilets in the house was broken. Yeah, in that time.
Okay, so let me ask about that. Were you present at the house when the toilet was broken?
Yes, I was in my room.
Was your room upstairs or downstairs?
Downstairs.
Was there a bathroom next to Mr. Dominguez's room?
Yes, that was our common bathroom between me, Carlos, and Phil.
Okay, so you shared that bathroom?
Yes.
Okay, so with that, good. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 69.
Okay.
Mr. Caputo, you have a laser pointer up there. Do you recognize this as sort of a sketch of the first floor of the Hawthorne residence?
Yes.
All right. Can you use that laser pointer to point to where your room was? So you had bedroom 3 that's marked as room E.
Yes.
And was bathroom 1, which is marked room C, the shared bathroom?
That would be it.
So, what'd you hear?
Just a loud crash.
We heard the loud crash. Did you hear any voices from anyone in the house?
No, just that noise.
What'd you do?
Got it to investigate.
Did you leave your room?
Yes.
What'd you see?
The tank of the toilet was broken.
Was anyone in the bathroom?
No.
Where was Mr. Dominguez?
I don't recall.
Was he present in the house?
Yes.
All right, so you see the broken toilet. What are your thoughts?
What the fuck happened?
Fair question. So, what did you do when you saw this?
I asked around. I don't remember who exactly was in the house, but yeah, I asked whoever was there what happened.
And who were you rooming with at the time other than Christian and Mr. Dominguez?
Phil.
from asking questions of, strike that, anyone else that was not a roommate at the time? Was there anyone else in the house?
Sid was there.
And when you were asking around, not asking what anyone said to you specifically, but of the people you asked outside of Ms. Dominguez, did you determine that those people were involved or not involved in the break-in of the toilet?
Not involved.
Did you ask Ms. Dominguez about breaking the toilet?
No.
Why not?
And the fingers are pointing at him.
So based on the information you had with talking to the other roommates, you believe Mr. Dominguez broke in?
That's right.
Why did you not confront him about it?
I don't recall.
Were the two of you still talking at that point?
Not much.
Why not? What had changed leading up to this?
And that's around the time he started isolating.
When he would isolate, how would he do that?
To be in his room.
Do you know what he was doing in his room?
Protection foundation.
System.
When you were at the house, was Mr. Dominguez around this time spending more time in his room?
Yes.
When you were present at the house, did you know what he was doing in his room?
No.
Could you ever hear what he was doing?
Sometimes.
And on those occasions you could hear him. Can you describe what you heard?
He would make music and play it out loud as he's making it.
Was he just playing instruments or was he singing as well?
He was making beats.
Did you ever go knock on his door and see why he was isolating himself?
At times, yes.
And what was the response?
Usually no response.
I take it his door was closed?
Most of the time.
Was that weird to you?
Yes and no.
Why do you say yes and no?
No, because I respect that. I'll give him the space. But yes, in the case of like, why was it so much isolation?
Because the two of you you would hang out together, you would do stuff together along with the other roommates.
You're right.
All right, so around the time Mr. Dominguez starts isolating himself to the time that you hear the toilet break in December of 2022, did he ever come out of his room?
Yes.
Did you see him?
Sometimes, yes.
What would he do?
Usually just walk straight into the kitchen and make some food or leave the house.
Did you say or leave the house?
Yes.
When he would walk into the kitchen, is there any specific thing that he would walk towards? Like the refrigerator, a pantry, the sink?
It would just be straight into the kitchen. I wouldn't watch him so much. But yeah, just straight into the kitchen.
Would he make any food?
Yes.
What would he make when you were there?
He'd use the stove. Like he'd cook food in a pan on the stove.
And then when you'd cook food, would you ever use a stove?
Yes.
On average, if you were cooking something on the stove, about how long would that take you?
About 30 minutes.
Would Mr. Dominguez leave the stove, or excuse me, leave the kitchen when he's cooking on the stove, or would he just stay there?
I did observe him standing there in front of the stove. We have a microwave. There was a microwave on top of the stove, and he would be just looking straight at the microwave.
When he's doing this, did he ever, from your observations, did he ever burn his food or overcook it on the stove?
I don't know.
The way he cooked, was there anything that caused you any concern or alarm?
Yes.
What was that?
It was a little odd that he was just standing there, not really observing the food.
Okay. But in terms of like how the food was prepared, was there ever an instance where something caught on fire, something overflowed, anything like that?
Not that I recall.
All right, so after, in just generally speaking, when he'd make food, where would he go after that?
Straight into his room.
Would he take the food with him?
I don't recall.
Did you ever see the food left on the stove?
I don't recall.
Did you ever talk to him when he was in the kitchen? Or try to?
Yes.
What was the response?
Probably a little mumble, like, what's up? Sometimes, but eventually became no response.
Okay, so back to this toilet. Everything leads you to believe that Mr. Dominguez broke it. What did you and your other roommates do about the toilet, if anything?
We got a new toilet.
Did you buy a new one, or did someone fix it?
We got a new one, and I think Phil's the one who installed it.
All right, so we're in December of 2022. Is that when UC Davis begins its winter break?
Yes.
Did you stay in Davis for winter break?
No.
Do you know if Mr. Dominguez stayed in Davis on winter break?
I don't know.
All right, when did you return to the Hawthorne residence? When did you come back to Davis?
I don't recall.
Did you eventually come back?
Yes.
Now, is it because you had you had winter quarter, you had classes to attend?
Right.
And do those usually start in mid-January?
Yes.
All right, so when you came back with Mr. Dominguez still living in the house,
Yes.
did you have any interactions with him?
Yes.
And can you describe those?
No.
I want to actually step back for a moment. You mentioned he would come out of the kitchen and then you said he would go out at night.
Yes.
And so this is back around the time of the toilet incident. Were there times when you were at the house, or excuse me, how do you know he would leave at night?
I'd hear his sliding door open and the front door open.
How'd you know it was him?
No one really goes in his room.
I'm sorry?
I mean, it was a door to his room. No one else really leaves around that time.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't hear your response. Right, so about what time on average would you hear him leave the house and go out at night?
I'm not sure. It was just late night.
What's late night?
Somewhere between 8 and 11
8, 11 p.m.?
p.m. Yeah.
Did you ever say anything like, hey, see you guys later, or tell you he was going out?
No.
On those occasions that he would leave at night, would you hear him come back?
No.
Did you ever hear him come back?
Maybe once or twice.
On those 1 or 2 occasions, what time did you hear him come back?
Like 3 in the morning.
And now are we still back in fall, winter of 2022?
Yes.
Did you know what he had done when he was out?
I knew he worked at Jack in the Box. And that's what I assumed he was doing.
You just figured he was going to work because he had a job.
Right.
Do you know whether or not he kept that job at Jack in the Box going into the winter and spring quarters of 2023?
I did not.
All right, so winter quarter, so we're in 2023. Does Mr. Dominguez still, to your knowledge, go out at night and come back around 3 a.m.?
I wouldn't know what time he would come back, but yes, that was happening.
Okay, he's still going out at night.
Yeah.
And not specifically at 3 a.m., would you ever hear him come back during what we could call sleeping hours?
I would be asleep.
Did you ever get woken up by the sound of someone coming back in the house?
No.
Was Mr. Dominguez more talkative with you and the other roommates at this time?
Less talkative.
The less than before in the fall quarter of 2022.
Yeah.
Did you confront him about it?
Not really confront, but I would try to engage in conversation with him.
What type of conversations would you try to have?
Everyday banter out, just regular conversation. Yeah, just a regular conversation.
Now, leading up to, and were you at the Hawthorne residence when Mr. Dominguez was arrested by law enforcement?
I was.
Okay, so were you in Davis between April 26th to May 3rd of 2023?
Yes.
And are you familiar, at least know about, each of the 3 stabbings that took place during that time frame?
Yes.
And generally, during that time frame, did you know whether, or excuse me, when Mr. Dominguez would leave the Hawthorne residence?
No, I wasn't at the house all the time during that time.
And where were you?
I was between the Hawthorne residence and another place on Anderson. Road in Davis.
And Anderson Road is a couple of blocks to the east of Sycamore Lane.
Yes.
Or excuse me, a couple of blocks east of Hawthorne Lane.
Correct.
When you were at the house, did you ever hear him leave?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever hear him come back when you were at the Hawthorne residence during that time frame?
During that time. No.
Now, around April 26 of 2023, were you aware that was around the time of the first stabbing, Davis?
Are you asking if I'm aware now?
Or were you aware then, or were you aware now?
Yeah, yes.
During that time frame, did you start to have concerns about Mr. Dominguez?
No.
Greater concerns about Mr. Dominguez, I should say.
No.
Were there things you were seeing around the house, either personally or brought to your attention, that your roommate started to express concerns about?
Object hearsay.
Sustained.
Does it affect on the listener?
Roll those.
Sustained.
Now, on May 3rd of 2023, how did you become aware that Mr. Dominguez had been arrested?
I was actually listening to the scanner, the police scanner, the radio.
On on your phone, one of those apps?
On my laptop. They're on my computer.
And when he got arrested, what did you do?
I actually drove by to see that he was talking to the police.
On the police scanner, like the actual police radios, it's just a little bit of a delay. Is that your understanding of them?
I'd assume so.
So you knew the location of where he was talking to police?
Yes.
Right. Did you see him?
Yes.
Right, so based on what you heard and saw, did you relay that information to your other roommates, or did you do something else?
I don't recall.
Right. Did one of you call the police?
I didn't call the police.
You did not?
Not me.
Did you know if one of your roommates called the police?
Section foundation, personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Did the police eventually show up to your house?
Yes.
Right, so leading up to, during the time of your friendship with Mr. Dominguez, you talked about him, or suspecting him of breaking his toilet. Did the two of you ever get in physical fights?
Fights, no.
Did one of you ever put your hands on the other in an aggressive way?
Yes.
When was that?
It was during well, aside from like playful wrestling, right? It was
Yeah, I'm
during,
talking about playful wrestling.
Yeah.
I'm talking about you guys are either heated in an argument, upset with each other, something like that.
Yeah, there was one time, it was one of the house parties we were hosting.
Do you recall about what time of the year that was?
I can't recall.
Was that before December of 2022?
I can't recall.
Was it at Hawthorne?
It was at Hawthorne.
Was Mr. Dominguez living at Hawthorne at that time?
Yes.
What happened?
I was called into my room because my room is where people hang out, and I observed him struggling with one of our fraternity brothers, and I came in to control the situation.
Okay, I'll stop you right there. Did you see how the struggle between Mr. Dominguez and the fraternity brother started?
No,
Was there anything being said between the two of them?
no words.
When you say struggling, are they standing up, like arms wrapped up, or are they on the ground?
Standing up.
What are their emotions like? How do they appear?
Carlos looked angry, and I can't recall.
So what'd you do?
I grabbed him to control him.
You say him, are you talking about Mr. Dominguez?
Right.
How'd you grab him?
At his shoulders.
Behind him or
In front.
in front of him?
In front.
How do you react?
He did take a swing at me, but it didn't connect.
I'm going to tell you, I know what that means when he says take a swing, but describe it. What do you mean?
He threw a punch at me.
Right hand, left hand?
I can't recall.
Did it connect?
No.
Did you have to move out of the way?
Yes.
After the swing, did he actually lay hands on you?
I was able to control him after that.
How so?
I was able to pin him down, maybe with the, with the help of the other brothers that were present.
Did he struggle?
Yes.
Did he say anything?
I don't recall.
Was that the first time that he had reacted like that, or excuse me, behaved like that towards you?
Yes.
Did you ever apologize?
No.
Were you cool with the fact that he had swung at you?
At that time, no.
At that time, no, but at some point, did you?
I guess I just forgot about it.
Mr. Pino, did you have a bike at the Hawthorne residence?
I did.
And have a moment. You get the overhead. Turning people's 50, and it's 3 through 2.
That's my bike.
And did you let Mr. Dominguez ride that bike?
I didn't know he was riding it.
You didn't know at the time, or you didn't know, or excuse me, you still didn't know to this day that he was riding the bike, or you didn't know at the time he was riding the bike?
I didn't know at the time that he was riding the bike.
All right, so I want to ask you just a couple more questions on another topic. We've talked with some of your other roommates and friends. about this as well. But back in May of 2023, you were interviewed by law enforcement. You remember that?
Yes.
On more than one occasion?
Yes.
And on one of those occasions back in 2023 about whether Mr. Dominguez used marijuana.
Yes.
To your knowledge, from what you saw, observed, or participated in with Mr. Dominguez, did he use marijuana?
Yes.
And do you know where he got it from?
Section, foundation, personal knowledge.
Sustained.
Do you have knowledge because he either told you or you saw it or you got this marijuana from?
He brought up this online source that would deliver marijuana.
Do you have any other places or people that, to your knowledge, that we knew you would get marijuana from?
I wouldn't know.
Do you know, based on what you were told by him or what you observed, how much marijuana he would have in his possession, either because he bought it or receive it at a time?
I can't recall.
From your personal observations, do you know how often during a week you would smoke marijuana?
Section Vegas at the time.
Do I sharpen?
I will. Was Mr. Dominguez, did he, the time you knew him, starting in your third year, did he smoke marijuana?
Can you repeat the time?
Yes, your third year. So 2020, 2021, when you met him.
Yes.
Did the two of you smoke marijuana together?
Yes.
At that time, how often did the two of you smoke together?
This is around the time I met him?
Yes.
It was several times, but not too much.
All right, when we say several times, is that during the total year you say several times, or is that in a month period or a week period? And if you don't remember, you don't remember.
A month.
I'm sorry?
In a month.
In a month. Now, going into the 2021-2022 school year, your fourth year, did you and Mr. Dominguez smoke marijuana together then?
Yes.
Did you smoke more together than the previous year, less, or about the same?
I can't recall.
Now, going into the 2022-2023 school year, even though you mentioned Mr. Dominguez is isolating himself, did the two of you smoke marijuana together at any point?
Maybe once or twice.
Would you fair to say that was probably in the earlier part of that academic year?
Yes.
After he started isolating himself, do you know, based on things you saw, smelled, or heard personally, not from other people, was Mr. Dominguez continuing to smoke marijuana?
There was a time I was in my room and I could smell it.
And when you say you could smell it, does marijuana have a distinct odor?
Yes.
What's it smell like?
Like marijuana.
Again,
similar
very
to,
answer.
I guess, like skunk spray, because they both have like similar chemicals. Yeah, skunk spray.
Okay. And so you smelled that on at least one occasion coming from what you believe to be Mr. Dominguez's room?
Yes.
at that point, if you remember, had the two of you stopped smoking together when you smelled it coming from his room?
Yes.
At any point up to about the time Mr. Dominguez isolated himself, would the two of you smoke marijuana more than once a day?
Sorry, when was this?
Up to the time that Mr. Dominguez started isolating himself from you.
What did we?
Would you smoke more than once a day?
Maybe not more than once a day.
Can you say that again?
Say maybe not more than once a day.
And to your knowledge, based on your personal observations, would Mr. Dominguez smoke with other people when you weren't smoking?
Checks in Vegas at the time.
Specifically in 2022 in the fall quarter.
I can't recall.
How about in the year prior?
Yes. Question.
And I'm going to move back to your bike for just a second. Were you riding that bike up to the time that Mr. Dominguez was arrested on May 3rd?
No, it was way too high in Davis.
How are you getting around?
Driving.
You and some of the other roommates had cars, right?
Right.
And Mr. Dominguez did not.
Right.
If you remember, did your bike have any mechanical problems with it?
Yes, it did.
What were the problems?
That's the best way to describe it is when I would pedal, it would skip a beat.
So like the chain would skip?
Right.
And did you leave that bike on the side of the house on Hawthorne?
You're right.
When was the last time you saw Mr. Dominguez when you drove by on May 3rd when he was with the police?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. We've got more questions for you. All right. Yeah, that's why I'd like to tell the witnesses if they don't come off, and it's going to be two lawyers. I'm going to stand up and stretch. Feel free to join me. We're going to take a hard break at 3 o'clock. Feel free to stand up. Record, Mr. Hutchinson, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pito.
Hello, Don.
Good to see you again. This is now the third time you testified.
Right.
You testified at a proceeding back in July of 2023.
Yes.
And you testified at a trial last year in May of 2025.
Yes.
So today is the third time you're testifying.
That's correct.
And you're doing a good job of it, but I just want to clarify some rules which you've already heard. I'm going to ask you some yes or no questions, almost all of which can be answered with a yes or no response. If you don't know or you don't remember, don't guess or speculate. Absolutely appropriate to say I don't know or don't remember. Correct?
Yeah.
And you already know that.
Right.
You began UC Davis in 2018.
That's right.
In your freshman year, you rushed the fraternity Cairo Omicron.
Yes, in spring.
That is abbreviated XPO.
Cairo Omicron, yeah, in English letters, XPO.
It is a multicultural Filipino-based fraternity.
Right.
You are of Filipino descent,
I am.
but it's a very diverse group of fraternity members.
Yes.
You have many members who are not of Filipino descent.
Yes.
And you indicated you joined in the spring. Did Christian Ortega join at the same time?
Yes.
Did Sidney Zaleski join? Well, did he join shortly after you and Christian?
Shortly after.
But it was the same year?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Phil Hahn, he's actually older than you,
He is.
but he rushed the fraternity the same year that Mr. Dominguez rushed the fraternity.
Correct.
Before they rushed the fraternity, you met Mr. Dominguez through someone named Nathan.
Sounds about right.
Was that Nathan Riego de Dios?
Yes.
Did he initially rush the fraternity as well, at least initially?
Yes.
But were Phil Hahn and Mr. Dominguez the only two who completed the rush process and became members?
That's correct.
I want to talk to you about your observations of Mr. Dominguez when you first observed him.
Okay.
You described him as a nice kid.
Right.
He had a sporty build.
Right.
By that you mean he had some muscle on him.
Yes.
But he was quiet.
Yes.
But even though he was quiet, he could still hold a conversation.
Yes.
You'd see him laugh.
Yes.
You saw him joke around.
Yes.
And you saw him show emotion.
Yes.
And the rush process that he and Phil and at least Nathan initially participated in, that involves them doing things to get to know other fraternity members.
Correct.
For example, they will accompany you when you do outreach.
Yes.
There was a time where you went and had lunch with some World War II veterans.
Yes.
And you recall there being song and dance requirements.
Yes.
If you remember, did Mr. Dominguez and Phil have to do a song and dance requirement?
They had to, but it wasn't completed.
Okay. Were they trying to do Sugar Sugar by Baby Bash?
Yes.
Was the plan for them to ultimately perform that for a sorority?
Yes.
But before they performed it for the sorority, did they perform it for the brothers?
Yes.
Was it terrible?
I believe so.
So was it decided that Phil and Mr. Dominguez would ultimately not perform this for the sorority?
Sounds right.
Are you familiar with an old Starburst commercial for berries and cream?
I am.
Does that involve someone dressed in like a leprechaun costume, doing a little dance while clapping berries and cream, I'm a little lad who likes berries and cream?
That's the commercial.
Was Mr. Reales given the assignment of doing the berries and cream dance?
Yes.
Did he do it?
Yes.
And this was not done to humiliate people, it was done for fun, to get to know them, correct?
And to build his confidence.
To do something that's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And other fraternity brothers would be there, and so this would be bonding time.
Right.
And then some of this bonding time included playing sports.
Right.
You played basketball and volleyball with Mr. Dominguez on at least a couple occasions.
Right.
Was there, I'm focused on freshman year, the year he's rushing, was there anything unusual about the way Mr. Dominguez moved, ran, or stood that you observed?
Nothing.
And ultimately, he did join the fraternity.
Yes.
But to join the fraternity, he had to be tested on Filipino culture and history.
Correct.
He had to study that.
Yes.
And in having them study Filipino culture and history, you're encouraged to draw parallels to their own cultures.
That's correct.
And he did that.
Yes.
He passed the test,
Yes.
and ultimately he and Phil were selected to join the fraternity.
Right.
Now, you did not have a set fraternity house that, you did not have a set fraternity house. Would that be a correct statement? And you know how some fraternities have a house that is the same from the 80s on?
Right.
That during the rush process that Mr. Dominguez was rushing, it was the Notre Dame residence that was serving as a fraternity house.
Yes.
Did you live at the Notre Dame residence?
Yes.
And so this would have been, did you have 3 roommates?
Yes.
And it was, in addition to yourself, it was Sidney Selesky,
Yes.
Christian Ortega,
Yes.
and someone named Timmy.
Sounds right.
What's Timmy's last name?
Duan.
Juan. So I'd like to, during, once again, his freshman year, when he's in the rush process, there were times the two of you would hang out.
Yes.
And other than him being somewhat quiet, you did not notice anything unusual about him that first year. Would that be a correct statement?
Correct.
You did not observe any problems with his personal hygiene?
No.
You enjoyed hanging out with him?
Yes.
You considered him a friend?
Yeah.
Now I want to direct your attention to sometime middle or end of this first year. At some point did Mr. Dominguez, when the two of you were together, ask you if you had ever heard voices?
What was the time frame?
It would have been sometime his first year.
Yes.
And if you don't remember this, that's fine, but was it somewhere in the middle toward the end of his first year? If you recall.
I can't recall.
Now, sir, you've testified about this incident previously, correct?
Correct.
Do you think it may refresh your memory to read your prior testimony about this, about when it occurred?
Yes.
Okay. Once again, sir, if you don't remember it, just let us know. Don't just say if it's in the transcript. Does that make sense?
Correct. Yeah.
So, I'm going to have him read from, this is from the trial transcript, May 20th, 2025, page 253, line 13. To line 25 on page 2354. So, sir, I'm going to have you begin here on line 13. Read that page, and then continue over to line 25. Don't read it out loud, and just let us know when you're done, okay?
Does reading that refresh your memory as to when this conversation took place?
Yes.
And when do you recall it taking place?
Yeah, towards the end of that school year.
That would be his freshman year?
Yes.
And when he asked you if you had ever heard voices, you asked him if he did,
Yes.
and he told you he did.
Yes.
And so you asked him if he wanted to talk to somebody about it,
I did.
and the conversation did not go beyond that.
All right.
So this would have been in the spring of 2021, sir. How old were you at that time?
21.
So I assume this was not a conversation you were expecting to be having at that time.
You're right.
And you never followed up with him about that conversation that you recall.
Right.
And when you asked him if he wanted to talk to somebody about it, he just kind of shrugged it off.
I did.
Once he became a member, would that have been sometime the spring semester when he officially becomes a member? Or would that have been the winter, the spring quarter or the winter quarter when he completes rush and becomes a member?
Around winter.
Winter. So rush, if I understand, it begins in fall, continues into winter, and then at the end of winter they become formal members.
Each class has a different timeline, but
Do you remember the timeline for Phil and Mr. Dominguez?
forgot how many days it was, but
During the following year, you moved from the Notre Dame residence into the 762 Hawthorne residence.
yes.
At that time, your roommates are Sidney Zaleski, Christian Ortega, and Philip Hahn.
Yes.
And that became the new fraternity house.
Yes.
Were you going to school full-time that year?
Yes.
Were you also working?
Yes.
Did you have a girlfriend?
Yes.
Is that Naomi?
Yes.
Were you, once again, this is when you move into Hawthorne, would you, even though you lived at the Hawthorne residence, did you spend a considerable amount of time at Naomi's residence?
Yes.
Would you stay the night at Naomi's
Yes.
on a regular basis?
Yes.
And what street did Naomi live on?
Anderson.
So, sir, this is, again, we're focusing on the first year you live at Hawthorne. On average, how many nights would you sleep at Hawthorne a week compared to Anderson on average?
About half and half.
And so you were at Hawthorne, at least at night, basically half the time. You would generally only see Mr. Dominguez at fraternity events,
Yes.
but when you would see him, you would still interact at fraternity events.
Yes.
There was less contact this year, given that he's not going through the rush process.
Yes.
Because the rush process there's actually activities planned out for them to spend time with brothers.
Right, right.
At this point, he had become a brother.
Yes.
So you recall that at some point Sydney moved out in the summer of 2022?
Yes.
And it was agreed that Carlos would move in.
Right.
You wanted to have another fraternity brother move in? as opposed to some random roommate.
Yes.
But your chapter in the summer of 2022 was a relatively small chapter,
Yes.
less than 10 active members.
You're right.
Do you recall having any contact with Mr. Dominguez that summer before he moved in?
Not that I recall.
Did you stay at Davis that summer, if you recall? Or did you go,
I went home.
and home is in Hercules?
Hercules.
When Mr. Dominguez first moved in, you noticed he lost weight.
Yes.
You noticed his hair was longer.
Yes.
And do you recall an incident after he moved in when he said something to you about hearing voices?
Yes.
He asked you if you could hear something to the effect of if you could hear people talking.
Yes.
Could you hear any people talking?
No.
At least when you first moved in, there was still interaction between you and Mr. Dominguez.
Yes.
You think you may have smoked marijuana together on maybe one or two occasions?
Yes.
You have at least one memory of smoking from a bong with Mr. Dominguez? At Hawthorne.
A bong or a wood?
But you have a memory of at least one time smoking with him.
Yes.
And sir, I want to go back. The prosecutor asked you a lot about cannabis. During your time at UC Davis, you were a regular cannabis user?
Yes.
You used multiple times a week?
Yes.
And there was a period of time where you used every day?
Yes.
You can't pinpoint when exactly that was?
Hazy memory.
But Phil was also a regular user of cannabis, Phil Pond? I'm sorry?
Yes.
And so was Sidney Selesky?
Yes.
And Christian was a regular user until he stopped due to medical reasons?
That's right.
So you had been around Mr. Dominguez at times when he smoked cannabis with you?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to Rush, there was actually, you had an event called High Night. Do you recall that?
Sounds familiar.
Well, is there a night where the pledges smoke cannabis and then are asked to do activities,
Yes.
such as a push-up contest?
Push-up contest.
You don't recall?
I don't recall.
Mark, spot. Okay, you have a few more questions?
I do.
Okay, all right. Mr. Caputo, thank you for your testimony. We're going to take a 15-minute break, okay? And then we got a few more questions for you.
Okay.
Did I mispronounce it? Is it Caputo?
Capito, that's right.
Caputo, yeah, I mispronounced it.
And he kind of kept his feet low. I was asking about times you smoked cannabis with Mr. Dominguez. Over your time at UC Davis, would it be fair to say you smoked cannabis with many people?
Yes.
You've seen how people often react when they smoke cannabis.
Right.
And you described Mr. Dominguez as getting, quote, chill when he smoked cannabis.
Yeah.
Is that a fairly common reaction for many people to get chill when they smoke cannabis?
I'd say so.
I want to go back to after Mr. Dominguez moved into the Hawthorne. We asked you previously about when you play sports with him, freshman year, if you ever observed anything unusual about how he walked, moved, or carried himself? Recall that?
Yes.
But at some point after moving in to Hawthorne, did you appear to notice a change in how he walked?
Yes.
His regular stride turned into a stiff strut.
Yeah.
He would walk with his arms barely moving at his sides.
Right.
So in other words, he'd hold them at his sides, but they wouldn't swing in a normal manner.
Yeah.
And his posture would be very straight and stiff.
Yes.
And you saw this when he would exit his room and walk directly to the kitchen.
Yes.
You described he would stare about, kind of looking like a yard in front of him, looking at the floor.
Yes.
And he kind of kept his feet low, kind of to the ground without minimal movement.
Yes.
So he's not taking big steps.
Right.
This was unusual to you.
Yes.
You've never seen him walk this way before.
No.
How big is the time?
Prior to observing this walking, after he moved to Hawthorne, had you ever observed him walk like that before?
No.
And you would try to engage with him when he would exit his room?
Yes.
Sometimes you got a little reaction,
Right.
but most of the times he just ignored you completely.
Yes.
Did you see other roommates attempt to do the same?
Yes.
Did he ignore them completely?
Yes.
Let's talk about his pet. Did he have a cat that he brought with him to the Hawthorne residence?
Yes.
Was that cat's name Ember?
Yes.
Ember?
Yes.
All right, heads up. We may find out what happened to Ember. In the first trial, he says what happened to Ember. So just be forewarned. He may say what happened to Ember. So I think this might be it.
At some point, did you notice that a cat appeared to be getting skinny?
Yes.
And would you see the cat on the counter in the kitchen trying to get into human food?
Yes.
Did you actually see claw marks on human food where you could tell that a cat had been scratching at it trying to get in?
Yes.
And you noticed that the cat started going outside?
Yes.
Were you aware that it had previously been an indoor cat?
I was not aware.
And so ultimately, a little bit before, well, at some point you started feeding the cat yourself.
Yes.
You and Naomi both would feed the cat.
Yes.
And the cat started spending time in your room with you and Naomi.
Yes.
You also spoke about seeing Mr. Dominguez in the kitchen cooking food,
Yes.
and he would stare straight into the microwave.
Yes.
Prior to when he basically cut off communication, do you recall him, would you have regular informal house meetings just to discuss things that needed to be done?
Yes.
Would you see him staring off into the distance?
Yes.
By December of 2022, had he stopped communicating with you entirely?
I wouldn't say entirely, but mostly.
You spoke about how you would try to engage with him to get a response
Yes.
Be fair estimate that you probably got a response maybe 10% of the time?
Yes.
And when he gave you a response, would he even make eye contact?
No.
And did you continue to see this strange walk when you would see him exit the room?
Yes.
I'd like to talk about the incident at the party. Did you host a party at your house sometime in the fall of 2022?
Yes.
And during this party, was it, and if you recall, was it Sid who came and alerted you that something was happening with Carlos?
Yes.
And Sid directed you into a room?
Yes.
Whose room was it?
My room.
And when you went in to the room, you saw Carlos, some sort of physical struggle with some housemates?
Yes.
One was Christian?
I believe so.
Was the other one Phil?
I believe so.
And he didn't seem to be shoving any person in particular. It just seemed like he was in some sort of physical struggle.
Yes.
Church is in state's testimony. Overruled.
And you tried, well, you began to restrain him,
Yes.
and he pushed you initially.
Yes.
And then that was the first time, other than joking around, that was the first time Carlos Dominguez had ever pushed you.
Yes.
And you'd never seen him push Christian or Phil before.
Right.
You guys were friends.
Yes.
And then he took a swing at you, but missed.
Yes.
And you were able to restrain him.
Yes.
He didn't say anything.
Not that I recall.
You had no idea why your friend was pushing and swinging at you.
Right.
And after you stopped restraining, he just got up and left.
Yes.
You just saw him kind of walk and disappear into the crowd of the party.
Yes.
That was, would it be fair to say that was a very confusing experience for the housemates?
Yes.
Before you left for winter break, you became aware that the toilet had been broken, if you recall.
Yes.
But you did not personally observe that. You heard something, but you did not personally observe the toilet be broken.
Right.
But since speaking with Phil, you knew that it was Carlos.
Yes.
But given all that you'd been seeing with him, you made the decision, no, we're not going to confront him about this.
Right.
You just left him in his room.
Yes.
So I'd like to go back, when you come back from winter break, supposed to be in January 2023, you talked about you would still hear Mr. Dominguez leave the house.
Yes.
You hear him leave the house late at night.
Yes.
But there was basically no communication at all after January.
Yes.
Was there any communication after January that you can call?
I can't recall.
You continue to feed the cat,
Right.
and he basically just stopped even participating in these housemaid meetings.
Right.
At some point, you, Phil, and Christian had a conversation about what you observed with Mr. Dominguez.
Yes.
Now, sir, At this time, had you heard of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Did you have at least some basic knowledge of potential symptoms of schizophrenia?
I learned about it.
During this conversation, did you express your concern that Mr. Dominguez may have schizophrenia?
Yes.
Do you remember thinking to yourself that he may have schizophrenia?
Yes.
Do you recall if there was an agreement that one of the housemates would reach out to him and try to talk to him?
Sounds familiar.
Was it you?
Can't recall.
Was it supposed to be Phil, if you recall?
That sounds about right.
Because Phil had actually rushed with Mr. Dominguez.
That was his line bro.
It was his...
Line bro.
What's a line bro?
Line bro is someone who is engaging in the process at the same time as you, next to you.
So in terms of probably spending the most time between you, Christian, and Phil was probably the one who had spent the most time with Mr. Dominguez. Would you agree?
Correct.
Okay. Phil is also the oldest of you.
Yes.
Like to direct your attention to when you became aware Mr. Dominguez was arrested. You actually drove by and saw that?
Yes.
And later that day, officers came to your house and conducted a search?
Yes.
They took all of your pocket knives?
Still don't have them back, but yes.
You had multiple pocket knives in your room?
Yes.
They were legal knives?
Yes.
Okay, but they took them all?
Yes.
You said you still don't have them back?
Yes.
You didn't really understand why they were taking your pocket knives, correct?
Yeah.
And they also took your bicycle?
Yes.
At the time, you didn't realize Mr. Dominguez had been riding your bicycle?
Correct.
So you didn't know why they were taking your bicycle?
Yes.
Ultimately, after obviously Mr. Dominguez never returned to the residence. At some point, did his parents come and take all his belongings?
Yes.
Were you there when his parents came?
Yes.
Did they clean out his room?
Most of it.
Were you still caring for Ember?
Yes.
Overall. Did his parents make any offer to take Ember with them?
Not that I remember.
So Ember stayed with you and the housemates?
All right. I think it might be coming up. So if you are sensitive to Ember, pretty sure it's coming up here.
Yes.
And shortly thereafter, Ember was hit by a car and killed.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
We approach.
Okay, yeah, sure. All right, folks, feel free to stand up for discussion.
Call for record.
Yeah, I'll... Thanks.
Sorry, not human alert. That should have been Amber alert. I don't know why did it come up as Ember alert, not human alert? How bizarre is that? All right, so poor Ember. Yeah, poor Ember. I remember when that happened the first trial. All right, he's still on the stand for a few more minutes, and then we're going to get to, I think, a dealer. I'm not quite sure. So poor Ember.
And sir, having testified now 3 times, is that something you ever wanted to do?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Nope.
Just want to back up. Do you remember, it would have been the year after Carlos rushed, someone named Jared Tamzon rushing fraternity?
Yes.
Did he become a fraternity member?
No.
Did he drop the rush process?
Yes.
Did that upset you that Jared dropped the rush process?
No.
But sir, even though you didn't want to testify, have you done your best to testify to what you remember and what you saw to the best of your ability?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so that was cross-examination. Mr. Demora, redirect.
Your Honor. Now, Mr. Tito, when Mr. Dominguez's parents came to the Hawthorne residence, did you tell them that Ember was his cat?
I didn't engage with them.
Was there any way at the time for you to know whether they knew Ember was Mr. Dominguez's cat?
I didn't have that conversation with them.
Now, going to your bike, you said you didn't realize that Mr. Dominguez had been riding your bike. When was the last time that you rode it or you used it? And
It would have been several months before it was taken.
was that in 2023 still?
Yes. Sorry, I changed. It was probably in 2022.
That skipping or the jump that you described, when did that start happening? When did you notice that?
About a year into my use of the bike.
When did you get the bike?
After my first bike was stolen in my freshman year.
And I'm going to go back to a couple of questions that you were asked on cross-examination. And when Mr. Dominguez first asked you about whether you heard voices, did he ever tell you what exactly he was hearing?
I can't recall.
Did the two of you ever have any further conversations about that?
Besides those times mentioned, no.
And when he first asked you that question, the first time he brought it up to you, did you notice, or excuse me, were there any changes in his behavior that you saw?
At that time, no.
Did the two of you have any classes together?
No.
What was your major?
Psychology.
And as a psych major, is that where you learned, you described some of the signs of schizophrenia?
Yes.
How many classes did you have that talked about that?
A few.
No one class, did any single class itself focus on schizophrenia, or was it just part of the curriculum?
Just part of the course curriculum.
Excuse me?
It's part of the course curriculum.
And that was because of, as you described on cross-examination, some of the changes in behavior, like he became isolated, the way he was walking and things like that.
Could you repeat that question?
Yes, and you believe, you thought about schizophrenia for Mr. Dominguez because of the observations you had made about his isolation, his walking and things like that.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
More so the voices and isolation, so yes.
And the voices on those, how many occasions did he tell you he had either asked you about whether you heard voices or expressed to you that you heard voices? How many occasions?
Twice.
Twice over the 2 years that the two of you were friends?
Yes.
Now, with those classes though, if you strike that, with going back to smoking marijuana, you said Mr. Dominguez, he was chill. And we've heard other witnesses use different slang terminology and different things to describe different appearances, different mannerisms, and things like that. So what does chill mean?
It's more laid back. Less. It's more laid back.
More or less talkative?
That one's gonna have to be both.
It depends.
It depends.
Depends on what?
In person and the moment.
How about for Mr. Dominguez? Would he be more talkative some occasions and less talkative on others?
Yes.
When you would observe him smoking, would he ever just sort of stare off?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
When he was in December of 2022 and moving into 2023, when you see him walking out from his room into the kitchen, did you know what he had been doing in his room prior to coming to the kitchen?
No.
Did you know if he'd been smoking?
Oh, I know.
Yeah, did you know if he was under the influence of marijuana?
I don't know.
But when you'd see him, approximately how many times can you estimate you would see him come out of his room from 2022 to the last time you saw him on May 3rd when you drove by? About how many times did you see him leave his room, come to the kitchen?
When I would be there, it would be a few times a week.
And when he'd come out of his room and you say he'd go to the stove and make food, did you see where he got the food from?
No.
would he come out on the occasions that you saw him? Would he be wearing different clothes or the same clothes?
In what time frame?
From December of 2022 to May of 2023.
I don't recall.
Do you remember seeing him, what he was wearing when he was with the police on May 3rd?
He's wearing black and the Adidas pants.
Is that something he wore every time you saw him go from the room, from his bedroom to the kitchen?
In what time frame?
December of 22 to May of 23.
No.
The conversation you had with the roommates about Mr. Dominguez, did the way he dressed ever come up as part of that conversation?
No.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demora. Mr. Hutchinson, any recross?
Briefly, Mr. Capito, the prosecutor was asking you about Mr. Dominguez's clothing. As time went on, did it appear that he wasn't changing his clothes very often?
Yes.
Sir, there are 2 showers in the Hawthorne residence.
Yes.
One is in Christian's room upstairs.
Yes.
The other is the shared shower on the first floor.
Yes.
That's the shower you would use.
Yes.
That's the shower Phil would use.
Yes.
Sir, after winter break, do you have any memory of Carlos Dominguez ever taking a shower?
Can't recall.
Nothing further.
Okay, Mr. Demora, anything on that?
No.
Okay, Mr. Capito, thank you for your testimony, your time today, and have a good day.
All right.
Thank you. You're excused. Okay.
All right, we have one more witness to go today, and then I'm going to call it. This one's about a half an hour, so I don't know if this is another roommate, I'm not sure who this is. I just saw this person. I listened to like the first few minutes, and I'm like, oh, they're talking about quantity.
Yeah,
Drug quantities, right?
They're talking about quantity of said substances. So I'm like, all right, this could be his dealer. This could be a roommate. I have no idea. So I have no idea who this is. So let's figure out. Let's. I don't think they announce who it is. Doesn't sound like he announces who he is. He just kind of, again, just is right in the middle of testimony. So this is on direct. This is the state on direct. Oh, am I going to give the spoiler? Oh, Nosy, go ahead. What's? I'm not going to play anything more after this guy. So if you want to give, I don't know if it's considered a spoiler anymore. If you want to go ahead and say what it is. What do you want to? I'll wait a sec, because I'm 20 seconds ahead of you guys. So I'll just wait. Oh, that is okay. All right, so this is all right. Then I guessed right. All right, so let's check them out.
Can be sold.
I mean, potentially, yeah.
Potentially, yeah. So if I say something, if I'm texting you and I say, hey, you got an OZ, do you know what OZ stands for?
Usually in science, it's an ounce.
In ounce, not only in science, but in drug quantities, right?
Yeah.
And so when we're looking at a text message right here, it says, damn, you ain't got an OZ, to your understanding, does that mean an ounce?
Yeah.
Now, are you familiar with different types of marijuana, like different names for it?
Yeah, but honestly, people rename everything. You can't really know unless you were the person who actually grew it and all that, you know?
So there's, fair to say, there are a lot of different names for marijuana.
Yeah.
Are the names, even though they change, are they connected to a type of potency, like high potency THC, a percentage?
Nah, I wouldn't say that. It's, nah, I wouldn't say that.
Now, we could get the lights one more time. Great. Now down here, you said your number was 1898. Dessert runs. Did I have that right?
Yeah.
What's that?
It's possibly a strain. Most likely a strain.
Most likely what?
A strain.
Strain of marijuana?
Yeah.
Are those dessert runs, is that a type of name or a type of way people name marijuana back in 2021?
Anything to make it sound enticing. Just, desserts sound sweet.
And you say it would be $240. Is that a price or is that something else?
That's generally what an ounce would go for back in those days.
$240?
Around there,
Now
yeah.
you say back in those days, so that's 2021, does the price of marijuana or any drug change over time?
Well, currently I'll say significantly cheaper.
So it's dropped since 2021?
Yeah, the price. In dispensaries and just everywhere.
And so, to show you, I don't know if you were shown this yesterday, but People's 177. All right, now, again, your number is 1898.
Yeah.
And there was a stipulation yesterday that this is an exchange between Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Dominguez. So this first text, what strains you got? When the term strains is used, based on your experiences and your knowledge, does strains refer to marijuana?
Generally, yeah, in that context.
Now, you say, I'm out RN, but I'm going to go check out new strains on Tuesday. So does that mean I'm out right now, but you go see what's available later on?
Yeah.
Right. Mr. Dominguez responds, IGTH. What does that mean?
All right.
And after that, he says, you back in Davis. And you respond, my bad, G. Didn't realize I never replied. I caught the Rona, so never went back home to pick up. I'll be getting it once I'm no longer testing positive. And then you follow up your text with, got another zip of the fried ice cream, $125 if you want it. So I'm going to stop on that text message right there. Term zip, what does that mean?
Generally, a quantity of marijuana.
Is a zip the same as an ounce?
It could be. It's sometimes a little bit lower, but it could be an ounce.
Fried ice cream, is that another name for strain marijuana?
Yeah.
$125 if you want it. Is that $125 for that price?
Yes.
Right. Now, we talked about zips, we talked about ounces. Can't be the same quantity. What is the difference in the price from the first text messages we saw at $240 versus the $125 we see in this one?
I would say probably mass production and growing and dispensary just being overall cheaper.
And so, does the time frame, because it's about 2 years difference, does the time frame, as you mentioned, come into play as well?
2003. It sounds about the time when everything was just kind of going downhill. Or not downhill, but just mass produced, more corporate.
More available.
Yeah.
All right, so Mr. Dominguez says what strains you got.
Go slowly, Councilman.
Will do. Then flipping to the next page, I have fried ice cream and jealousy, $125 for both. So we mentioned ice cream, or fried ice cream is a type of strain. Is jealousy a type of strain as well?
Oh, wait, what? I see.
Is jealousy a type of marijuana strain?
Yeah, I believe so. They call them anything, they just say any name.
I'm sorry?
That people generally call strains anything, they could say any name. Like, there'd be random words.
Yeah.
Do you remember back in 2023 where you were getting your marijuana from?
Just all local dispensaries.
And were those in Davis or were those Bay Area, Sacramento, elsewhere?
Around, well, Davis generally, just because I didn't have a car at the time. And then, Sacramento, they had deliveries, so I would get deliveries from Sacramento.
When you say deliveries, how was it delivered?
They would just show it to your door. It was through a website online.
And is that Weed Maps?
Yeah.
Have you heard of that?
Yeah.
Is that what you used?
Yes.
Going to the next text message. Fried ice cream is smaller nugs, and the jealousy has a couple seeds, but they're fire. What do you mean by smaller nugs?
So apparently when plants are grown, the things on the top closer to light grow bigger colas, bigger buds. Everything on the bottom that didn't get much light generally is lower potency, didn't get enough light, didn't grow, didn't fully develop. It's just smaller buds.
And jealousy has a couple seeds. What does that mean?
Something that gets seeded. All plants are have both male and female parts, so they could pollinate themselves. And that tends to lower potency because it puts all its energy into creating seeds rather than the bud.
Okay, so you said lower potency for jealousy.
Seeded strains generally.
But you said, but they're fire. What does fire mean?
They smell good.
You say smell good?
Yeah, they smell good.
Does fire also relate to the potency of the strain of marijuana?
I wouldn't say, not necessarily anymore. Like, things are kind of weird now. It's like everyone has crossed everything. People breed for different things. They breed for looks and appearance, not necessarily potency anymore. So nowadays, I wouldn't say that's true necessarily.
But not today. How about back in 2023?
They've been doing this, so I was even before the 2020s.
Okay. Now, going to the next text message, also have Kush Mints for $150, Clementine $160, Lemon and Solo Gelato $170, and Truffle Butter $170. We'll go down the line here and say that those are all strains of marijuana.
Yes.
Anything from what you recall about the potency or quality of those different strains?
No, I can't remember. It would be speculation, but it says something.
Is there anything that you can tell based on the price difference between them about their potency or quality?
So that generally is based off what has a better bag appeal, they call it. Whatever looks shinier, looks better, looks more enticing, I guess.
Okay.
What's more?
Enticing.
Now, you mentioned in the next text, Mr. Dominguez responds, you mobile right now, zip of the truffle butter, KUU. So is he asking for an ounce of the truffle butter, which was $170?
I believe so.
Do you recall how Mr. Dominguez would pay you when he buy marijuana from you?
Cash most of the times.
Would he use physical U.S. currency, or was he use one of the apps like Cash App or Zelle or Venmo?
It would depend. I wouldn't. Pretty sure I've used, got it from both.
And is that something when you sell marijuana, you didn't really care how you were paid? You would take it through app or through cash, but you would collect whatever someone was giving you.
Yes.
All right, your text message sounds good. I'll set that aside for you. I'm in class RN right now until 3. Could serve it between 3:30 to 4:30 if that works for you. And then Mr. Dominguez responds NVM, so that stands for never mind.
Yeah.
1/4 Kush Mints, Clementine, Lemon Solo, Truffle Butter, KUU.
Oh, can I have you say that again, please?
Yes. 1/4 Kush Mints, Clementine, Lemicello, he spelled it differently than before, Truffle Butter, KUU, KUU. And then his next text message to you was, I can pick them up, just let me know when you're free. Did he order, from what you can tell in that text message, did he change his order from truffle butter to looks like 3 different strains of marijuana.
Seems like it. It's not on the thing, but yes.
Probably help if I showed you that exhibit. Not trying to trick you, so I didn't want you to try to guess. All right, and flipping to the next page, you said, sounds good. I'll let you know when I'm free. $155 for that mix. Is that $155 total for what he ordered?
Yeah.
Now, why is it $155 for that mix when you'd given him prices above that were all kind of over $155?
Honestly, I don't know. I can't explain that one.
Were the quarters that he was, actually I should ask this, what's 1/4 mean?
Like 1/4 of whatever the zip would be, whatever quantity the zip is.
So with what he was ordering, does that equal a zip?
Based off that, it should. It looks like it.
And so flipping back to the next page, you said $155 for that mix. He says, you respond, you free RN for right now. And then respond to yourself, cool, if I drop it off at the spot, I'll need to head out right now. Do you remember what the spot is? What are you referring to?
Maybe their house. I would say their house.
Speculation.
It's this name story.
Yeah, don't guess. All right, don't guess. If you don't know, you don't know. That's a totally acceptable answer.
Well, at that time he was living at Hawthorne, I would assume it was that house, but it's not exactly sure.
All right, and like I said, don't assume. But when you say he was living at Hawthorne, did you know that he was residing at Hawthorne in April 2023?
I wouldn't be able to say dates. I'm bad with dates, but if he was living there, then that would be the spot most likely.
Did you know at some point that he lived at Hawthorne?
Oh yeah.
Now, at the time, did you live off, I believe, Drake Drive?
Yeah.
Now, to get to Hawthorne,
It's like an L shape. You just.
okay, how was I going to get there?
Oh, sorry.
Don't worry about it. It's like you knew my question before I got there. So, Drake Drive, if you leave where you live, do you hit Sycamore Lane?
Yes.
If you take a right-hand turn on Sycamore Lane, did that eventually get you to 8th Street?
8th Street. I don't know which street that is.
Okay, but have you been to 762 Hawthorne before?
Yes.
Going down Sycamore Lane, have you driven by or traveled by a park that would be off to?
Oh, the one that's on the right, like as you're driving down. Next to the school? The one next to the school?
That would be my question. Off to the right where there's a school.
Yeah, there's a park next to it.
And to get to Hawthorne, you have to pass that park.
Yes.
So, you said you're going to head out right now. He sends back, you free. And then, this was a couple hours later. In SF right now, I should be back in town around 11. And you respond to yourself, I'm back home if you still want it. So based on that text message exchange, it doesn't seem like you have delivered the marijuana to Mr. Ellis Dominguez and he has not paid you.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
So he says, I'm here. Your response is in the parking lot. Where, and with a question mark, based on that, and it's a yes or no, do you know where the parking lot is?
Yes.
Where's the parking lot?
There's a parking lot behind the complex I live in.
All right, so this was the exchange, the money for the marijuana was to take place in your parking lot at your apartment on Drake Drive.
Yes.
Now, there's a skip to April 23rd. Mr. Ellis Dominguez texts what strains you got, and you respond, I have truffle butter, limoncello gelato, clementine, Kush mints, black jelly, and fried ice cream. Many of those are the same strains as you had before, about 2 weeks before. You have that right?
Yeah,
Do you remember what black jelly is?
I did not.
He responds, Mr. Dominguez responds, zip of the black jelly coup. And then he says, responds to himself, I can pick it up. And you respond to that, sounds good, anytime after 2:10 works. At the time, were you a student at UC Davis?
Yes,
Was 2:10 is a very specific time.
that's probably when I got out of class.
I was going to ask,
Yeah.
did you have a class scheduled at that time?
Most likely.
He responds, says here, you say, give me 2 minutes. And that was on April 23rd, 2023. Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you remember if you, this is yes or no, do you remember if you exchanged marijuana and money with Mr. Dominguez on that date?
On that date, based off those text messages, I would say yes.
Objections, speculation, destroy.
Sustained.
I don't want you to guess about that, going back to what we said earlier. If you remember, you do. If you don't remember, you don't.
I would say yes.
Well, why do you say that?
Just based off those texts, it didn't seem like there was.
Objection, speculation, I'm going to strike.
Overruled. You can explain.
Okay. Yeah, as you were showing the previous text, like, it kind of shows that like the transaction didn't go through. That one, there wasn't any of those back and forth, like, the, hey, you're still available, you're free, you this. So I'm assuming it went through. Well, yes, it went through.
Objection, speculation, you strike.
Overruled.
And after April 23rd, 2023, Mr. Alvarez, you didn't have any further contact with Mr. Dominguez, correct?
No, I left out of town and I wasn't in town until like 2 weeks later.
And at that point, had you heard or did you learn that he had been arrested?
I didn't until I got back.
All right, thank you, sir. No further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Demora. That was direct. Mr. Hutchinson, cross.
Good morning, Mr. Alvarez.
Good morning.
My name is Dan Hutchinson. Thank you for being here this morning. Would it be fair to say that testifying about you selling marijuana is very uncomfortable for you?
Yes.
You remember when you were contacted by an investigator by the name of Karim Abou Najm?
Yes.
District Attorney's Office?
Yeah.
He brought you to court today?
Yes.
When you first met with Mr. Mo, you denied that you sold marijuana, correct?
Yeah, I was nervous.
No. And you're still nervous?
Yes.
Have you been promised any sort of immunity?
No, I have not.
All right. Are you concerned that you could still be criminally prosecuted?
Yes.
But, so you understand you're under oath?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that line under oath is a felony?
Yes.
Punishable?
Hold on, just a moment. Thank you. Counsel sidebar. Thank you. Off record.
So he is concerned. He is concerned he could still be legally prosecuted. I guess because they were minors. I guess it's. I would think there'd be a statute of limitations, but maybe not. So he is concerned that he could still get prosecuted.
Mr. Alvarez, you testified that you sold marijuana maybe one time. You sold marijuana many times, correct?
Don't want to speculate, but yes.
You don't have to speculate. Based on your memory, you know that you sold marijuana many times.
Yeah.
Okay. You would get cannabis from local dispensaries.
Yes.
You would use some of it.
A lot of it, yes.
You would use a lot of it.
Yeah.
You were a regular user of marijuana.
Yes.
Did you use marijuana during this time period, 21 to 23?
Oh, most definitely.
About every day?
Oh, yeah, damn near.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yes.
So
Sorry.
you used, during 21 to 23, you used marijuana damn near every day.
Yes.
Were there other people you knew at UC Davis who from 2021 to 2023 used marijuana damn near every day?
Wouldn't say I know if they specifically use it every day, but yes, I know friends that smoke with me daily
Did you
damn
know
near.
friends who used marijuana very regularly?
Yes,
And these were UC Davis students.
yes.
I want to ask you about some people you knew. You mentioned a Mark. You knew Mark Capito?
Don't know his last name, but yes, I know Mark.
Did you know a Mark who lived at Hawthorne?
Yes,
Okay. You had a OChem class with him?
yes.
Okay. And at times you sold cannabis to Mark?
Not to Mark. Mark, he had his own sources.
Okay.
Take a beat. Thank you.
You knew a person by the name of Aiden who was a member of that fraternity?
Yeah,
You sold marijuana to Aiden?
possibly, but no, I wouldn't. He wasn't living in Davis at that time, so during that time I wouldn't really say.
But before he was in Davis, you sold marijuana to Aiden?
Prior, I didn't really meet him until like probably 2020-ish. So prior to that, I wouldn't say that was my first time going to college.
Did you know a person by the name of Sidney Selesky?
It's just not ringing a bell.
Okay. Did you know a person named Sidney who lived at that Hawthorne residence at least at one point?
I was not aware a female lived at that
No,
property.
this is a male.
Sydney?
Sydney, yeah.
Nah, I don't know who that is then.
I want to direct your attention to sometime in March. We see in March of 2021 when he first contacted you,
Wait, who?
Mr. Riales Dominguez. Do you remember seeing that text?
Oh yeah, the first exhibit.
Okay. Do you know who Philip Hahn is?
Didn't he also live at the house?
Okay. Do you remember if back in when he first contacted you, whether he was there with Philip Hahn and they purchased some cannabis together? Do you recall that?
No.
And sir, it would be fair to say there's too many people for you to estimate as to how many people you sold cannabis for, too, correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. And what do you do for a living now?
Right now I'm working. So I worked with the USDA. So right now at the moment, I'm like in between housing, waiting to my lease to end it. So I don't have a job at the moment. But I did work with the USDA up until like December.
USDA?
Yeah, the United States Department of Agriculture.
And what capacity did you work with the USDA?
I was just a researcher. I was a lab assistant.
Okay, and what is your BA in? Bachelor's degree?
So I went straight to Davis on a 4-year. I never went to like a 2-year. So
I'm asking, what is your degree? Do you have a degree from Davis?
No, not yet.
Yeah, you're working toward it?
Yes, I'm on my final semester, final quarter.
And you have career aspirations?
Yes.
So that having to come into court and testify about stupid things you did a few years ago selling marijuana, that's uncomfortable for you?
Yes.
An argumentative.
Okay. But you really only had contact with Mr. Riales Dominguez when you sold him cannabis?
For the most part, or if I ever visited the house, I would see him passing by. He lived there as well.
There were a couple times, or a few times, you would see him at the house in Hawthorne, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as you told, and you think there may have been a couple times when you saw him smoke marijuana?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
And as you told Mr. Moe, Mr. Riales Dominguez had a depressed vibe every time you saw him.
I wouldn't say every time. Like I told Ermo, this was all assumption. I don't necessarily know. But
did you tell Mr. Moe, quote, that he always had a depressed vibe?
I don't know exact quote, but generally when I walked around, he wouldn't like say hi to me. He would just kind of nod his head, go like, "What's up?" Or kind of in a mumbly voice. So that kind of just came off as like. Well, also, I think that conversation...
Answer my question. Did you tell Mr. Moe that he always had a depressed vibe?
Sure. Let's say. I'll say yes.
Objection, speculation.
'Cause I think before that,
Try it again. Sustain. But you can ask to clarify.
So based on your memory, if you don't remember too, when you would see Mr. Riales Dominguez, Did he generally have what you would describe as a depressed vibe?
So, or am I able to explain what kind of I'm thinking?
What
Or
do
do
you
you just want a
mean by
yes and
depressed?
no?
When you use the term depressed vibe, what do you mean by that?
Well, initially I told him that he always gave me like a chill. He was
Sir,
always chill.
asking-
Oh, then I don't know. He just kind of seemed not loud in the voice. So.
Chavez, listen carefully to my question. We're almost done.
Sorry.
When you say depressed vibe, what does that phrase mean to you?
So to me, it generally meant that I said he wouldn't.
So, Mr.
Oh, then he's just not loud.
That's the term depressed vibe. If you were to say that guy has a depressed vibe, what do you mean by that? What does that term mean to you?
No, he's just overly quiet and not that social.
Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm like.
That's all right. You answered the question. Thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. And then Mr. DeMora, any redirect?
Yes, and Mr. Alvarez, on that depressed vibe, you just described it in general terms, but how would you see Mr. Reales Dominguez when the two of you were either at the spot or at the Hawthorne house?
So he, Dominguez generally would say what's up, and then he would walk to the room. So it was like me mainly hanging out with everyone else at the house. Him, it was just kind of just passing by.
And on cross-examination, when you'd say like, what's up, you gave a head nod, like, up, like that.
Yeah, I'm like, yo, what's up? And then he just nod and then goes to the room.
What do you do, because as guys, there's two types of head nods. There's the up, like you know someone, and there's the down when you don't
Oh,
know
that's
someone.
definitely the up, heading up, yeah.
All right, so you're saying the up.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Okay, great. We're done. All right, Mr. Alvarez, thank you for your patience with the court coming yesterday and today.
All right.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
You're excused.
So he came in yesterday, so we missed that. Oh, well. I think this is a good time for me to stop at 6 o'clock here on the East Coast. I am going to end the stream for today. So we're going to put a pin in our coverage of Carlos because there's a new trial starting on Wednesday. So tomorrow we're going to do a pretrial prep deep dive into the Isaac Apodaca. So there's a new trial starting on Wednesday, and we're going to do a pretrial prep deep dive on it tomorrow. So we're going to pause on Carlos. We'll get back to Carlos, though. We'll get back to Carlos the next moment there's a break. The state has rested. The defense is putting on their case right now. So had a fantastic day, you guys. This was great. Thank you so much. YouTube, we broke 30,000 subscribers, right? So YouTube around, hour and a half, 2 hours ago, they took us from 30,400 down to 30,080. We literally lost like 80 subscribers. And then we got this email saying, oopsie, and then now it's back. So now we're at 30,430. So whatever happened with YouTube, I guess thanks for giving back our 400 subscribers. Those are hard fought for. And thank you for giving those back to us. So had a great time today, guys. This was a lot of fun. I learned a lot. And hopefully we educated you guys as well. So thank you for joining us. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to Aaron. Aaron created a really cool thumbnail for, we lost over 300 subs. Yeah. So Aaron created a really cool thumbnail for the Isaac Apodaca. It's a really, really interesting case. You guys, we watched both of them. There's two people involved, and we watched the interview with law enforcement. It's going to be really interesting. So join us tomorrow. I think 9:30. We're going on at 9:30 for our deep dive. And until then, take care of yourselves. Oh, where's nope. I can't show Super Ball. Super Ball's nowhere to be found. So, all right. Have a great one. Thank you guys again for joining us. And we will see you tomorrow. Make sure you hit the like button on your way out. Leave any comments that you want to on the either on this stream or any other stream. And we will see you guys tomorrow. All right. Take care. Bye.